Welcome, everybody. Apologies for the very slight delay this morning. Welcome to the first hearing of Portfolio Committee Number 3, Education, for the additional round of the inquiry into budget estimates 2023 to 2024. I acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians of the lands on which we are meeting today. I pay my respects to elders past and present and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the lands and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us today or watching us on the live webcast. My name is Abigail Boyd and I am the chair of this committee. I welcome Deputy Premier Prue and accompanying officials to this hearing. Today the committee will examine the proposed expenditure for the portfolios of education and early learning and Western Sydney. I ask everyone in the room to please turn their mobile phones to silent. Parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses in relation to the evidence that they give today. However, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of the hearing. I urge witnesses to be careful about making comments to the media or to others after completing their evidence. In addition, the Legislative Council has adopted rules to provide procedural fairness for inquiry participants. I encourage committee members and witnesses to be mindful of these procedures. Welcome to our witnesses and thank you for making the time to give evidence today. Deputy Premier, I remind you that you do not need to be sworn as you've already sworn an oath to your office as a Member of Parliament. Most witnesses who appeared at the initial hearing before this committee also do not need to be sworn. Witnesses who are appearing in a different capacity or who did not attend the initial round of hearings will now be sworn prior to giving evidence. As I call your name, if I could please ask you to state your name and position title and then swear either an oath or an affirmation. And I'll start with Ms. Deborah Summerhayes.
Good morning, Chair. Deborah Summerhayes, Deputy Secretary, Public Schools. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Mr. Graham.
Martin Graham, Deputy Secretary, Teaching, Learning and Student Wellbeing. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And Ms. Blackadder.
Thank you. Sally Blackadder, Deputy Secretary, Strategic Priorities. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Mr. Grant.
Mark Grant, Deputy Secretary, Chief Operating Officer. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
And Mr. Towers.
Paul Towers, Acting Chief Executive, School Infrastructure New South Wales. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much to all of you. Today's hearing will be conducted from 9:15 to 5:30 p.m. We're joined by the Minister for the morning session from 9:15 a.m. to 1 p.m. with a 15-minute break at 11 a.m. For morning tea. In the afternoon, we'll hear from departmental witnesses from 2 p.m. to 5:30 p.m. with a 15-minute break at around 3:30 p.m. During these sessions, there'll be questions from the opposition and crossbench only, and then 15 minutes allocated for government questions at 10:45 a.m, 12:45 p.m. and 5:15 p.m. So we will now commence with questions from the opposition.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Deputy Premier and officials. Nice to see you all, and congratulations to some of you, I think, are in new roles since we were last year. It doesn't feel like that long ago since estimates, but I wish you all the best with those positions that you find yourself in. Minister, can you just advise, as of this morning, how many sites have had, or school sites I should say, have had a positive detection for asbestos?
Yes, obviously this has been of great concern to all of us involved in education, both in the government sector, in our public schools, as well as the non-government sector. At the moment, as of this morning, the school sites with positive detections are, in no particular order, Domremy College at 5 Dock, Liverpool West Public School, as we've given great details of at Liverpool, Allambie Heights Public School, Penrith Christian College in Orchard Hills and St Luke's Catholic College in Marsden Park. And I'm happy to say that in our government system, of course, we've been working around the clock very diligently to ensure that we can either cordon off the contaminated areas, or in Liverpool West case, we've picked up those staff and students and put them in another school for a couple of weeks while we remediate the site. And in the non-government schools, we've been working with our non-government partners to ensure that students and staff are safe. I believe St Luke's is closed at Marsden Park, a school I know and love very well. And we're continuing to await some results for some schools, which we've identified, EPA have identified along the line, may have used mulch from a company along the supply chain in question.
Thank you. Thanks, Deputy
we're right across this issue.
Thank you.
Of course.
I'll have a few more questions, so there'll be plenty of opportunity to put things on the record. Can I ask, in relation to Liverpool West Public School, when were you first made aware of the asbestos finding at that school?
Look, I'd have to take on notice a particular date, because I do not want to get that wrong for the benefit of the committee.
Okay.
I would say, though, with Liverpool West, that this has been a very disappointing situation that I'm very proud that the Department of Education has turned into a situation where our children are learning. And I was there at Gulingari yesterday afternoon talking to students and staff who were able to be learning in a brand new school in a different location, that were able to stand up in less than a week.
Thank you, Deputy
to
Premier.
ensure
Thank
that our
you.
children are
I have very
still
limited time, and I've
learning.
got quite a few questions that
It's
I want
really
to ask. And
important,
I'm happy
I think,
to agree
really
with you on the
important.
record. I
We're
have no
talking about
doubt
asbestos.
that school community has done a good job to be able to support the students for Liverpool West, but I'm after some more details about that particular school. Obviously, it's a big decision to move students, as you've just talked about. And I know, Mr Disdar, I think you were quoted in the media as saying that at Liverpool West it was a millimetres long piece of bonded asbestos that was found. Is that correct?
What I was quoted in the media was that there was one sample, a single piece, that had come back positive out of multiple samples that were taken.
And how big was that piece?
I'd have to take it on notice.
So you didn't use the phrase millimetres long? That was reported quite widely. I'm just trying to
I
understand.
don't recall
Okay,
giving
thank
the
you.
exact
That's
specifications.
fine.
What I do recall is being advised by the EPA, who we'd work with, that out of several samples that were taken, one had returned positive, that it was a piece of bonded asbestos,
Yeah, that's all on the
that
public
the
record,
health
Mr.
risk was
Disdar.
minimal, and that it was a small piece.
Okay, thank
I
you.
don't recall saying in the media
Thank you,
or
that's fine.
describing the size.
That's fine. So my question then to you is, the school originally closed, I understand, Deputy Premier, I think it was for 2 days, and then there was advice on the Wednesday that the school would be open on the Thursday. This is all through media reporting. But obviously something shifted quite significantly in that period of time to move the students to the other school site. Mr Disdar, you've just given evidence that you said the EPA had said that it was low risk. I'm just trying to understand, what was the advice or the evidence to move everybody off site, and how long will they be off site for?
Well, I'm happy to clear that up, and
That'd be great.
I would say this has been reported widely in the media, that this is the course of events that
Yeah,
happened.
but I'm asking for the advice that you got,
Yeah,
because you mentioned earlier that none of
Sorry,
the other
Miss
schools
Mitchell,
have
I'm
had
answering the
that.
question.
I'd like to know why
Order.
you moved them off site. What was
Yeah.
the
Look, I
rationale or
think-
the advice?
In fairness, Chair, if I can say, when I'm attempting to answer a question in good faith to the committee, I really just hope we don't go down the route of what happened at the last estimates hearing, when we're having constant interruptions, when I'm actually really attempting to answer the question. I want the community to know exactly what happened at Liverpool
So do
West.
we.
Okay,
Just answer the question.
order.
This is very
Let's
serious.
just deal with this point early on.
it's
There
been
will
unedifying.
be an amount of give and take, and we don't want to stop that. But there needs to also be allowance for Hansard to be able
Well,
to
I'll
report.
just redirect back to the question. What was the specific advice that you received, and from whom, that it was necessary to move students off site
I'm
for
about
several
to
weeks?
answer that question, if you would just attempt to let me answer it. What actually happened, unfortunately, at Liverpool West, which I've said in the media and happy to say again on the record here at budget estimates, unfortunately, the contractor in question, instead of using soil in the garden beds, actually used the mulch in question as fill. So as I said at the press conference, as I've said numerous times, which I will repeat verbatim today, we actually have so much mulch to remove from Liverpool West that actually was spread throughout the school, that there was no other way to safely cordon that off for students and staff, so we had to find quickly a way for those children to keep learning. We didn't want them to keep learning from home. We couldn't remove the amount of mulch that needed to be removed because there was no soil. It was used as fill, which goes against what should be done, that we had so much to remove. Things that have to be, mulch that has to be removed by equipment. Some at the moment is being removed actually almost, not by hand, but it's got to get in there and get the mulch out. So it takes a number of weeks. So as I've said, that's the answer, and that's the answer remains today. I'm not sure what the secret is here.
I want some more information. So how many
I've just given you all the information.
Well, I have more questions with respect, Deputy Premier. How many cubic metres of mulch need to be removed from the site?
I'd have to take that on notice
Does
unless
Mr.
Mr.
Towers,
Dizdar has the details.
does anyone know? Yep.
Yeah, I can help here. Chair, we gave, through me, advice to the Deputy Premier's office that it looked like it was going to be 2 days initially, and that was the advice that I had to give, that we could remove safely the mulch and the sample in question as well. But what became apparent when our people started to undertake that work with EPA was exactly what the Deputy Premier said. Unfortunately, and this is part of a issue that we're working through with the contractor.
Sorry, Mr. Dizdar, I don't mean to interrupt you, but the Deputy Premier's already answered that. I asked specifically how many cubic metres of mulch do you envisage needs to be removed from that school? Mr. Towers, do you know?
At this stage, we don't have an exact figure. We're working through it. A significant amount has been taken out, and we're still working through.
Can you tell us how much has been removed so far?
I think there's a figure of the order of several thousand cubic metres, but I'd have to take that on notice and come back to you and give you an exact figure. We're still working through it. Yeah.
Yeah, that would be great. Thank you. Can I also ask, Deputy Premier, the EPA have said quite publicly that the bonded asbestos is low risk, particularly if it's off-site. Other schools have been able to isolate gardens and cordon off other areas. Did you receive advice from Health or EPA that you needed to close Liverpool West and move children off-site, or was that a departmental decision?
Look, I'll pass to Mr. Dizdar on this, but I will say, because this is a very important question, and I'm happy to answer this, of course, is that our advice clearly was that it could not be cordoned off to keep children and staff away from an area where there was mulch all throughout the school. And this point is pertinent, an extreme amount of mulch that was spread throughout the school. So yes,
so we
took one sample.
Did you get advice from the EPA? Were you briefed on the EPA?
I'll pass to Mr. Dizdar on this.
With respect,
Point of order, Chair.
I'm asking you.
Point of
Order. I'll hear the point of order. No, I will hear the point of order.
I was the one providing advice to the
Apologies,
Minister's
Mr.
office, so I'm
Dizdar. I
happy to
need to
help.
hear the
I wanna
point of
know what
order.
the Deputy
Order!
Premier knew.
Now that a point of order has been taken, I need to hear it.
Sure.
Thanks, Chair. Just with regards to your previous ruling around this, witnesses should be treated with courtesy at all times, and that includes not speaking over the top of witnesses when they are attempting to answer a question.
In relation to the point of order, again, there is give and take involved here. There is the right for the member to redirect a witness if they're not answering the question, but we do need to also allow questions to be answered.
Thank you, Chair. Well, I will just redirect. Deputy Premier, you just said in your answer that the advice received was that moving the children off site was what was necessary. Who gave you, not Mr. Dizdar or the department, but you as the Deputy Premier, that advice?
Well, clearly, Ms. Mitchell, as you know, because once upon a time you were also the Minister for Education,
I want to know who gave you
my
the advice.
department gave me the advice that in
Have
order
you spoken
to
to the EPA? Have you been briefed by the EPA directly?
Ms. Mitchell, I'm attempting to answer these questions in all seriousness. My department, the EPA have also briefed me. There is no secret here that you're not going to get some sort of gotcha out of this. We are being so transparent with the people of New South Wales because we are extremely concerned, so concerned that we have, where we cannot cordon off the contaminated mulch, we have moved one school site to another.
Thank you. So
I'm not
when
sure
do
what
you
you're trying to
expect
get at
those
here.
children to be back on the school site? How long?
As
do
we've
you think?
said publicly, and I'll say it here again, we expect those children to be back at Liverpool West when we have testing that shows that it is safe for the children
I'm asking
to
for
go
a time
back.
frame. Do you think it will be a week, a month, the end of term?
It could be a number of weeks. That's what I've said, and that's what I'm
Okay,
saying.
But
here
you don't
again.
have any updated. You haven't, with respect.
The extent of mulch, Ms.
spoken about
Mitchell,
this
that we
publicly
have
for a
to.
while. So a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4.
With respect, we're talking about children's education,
I
and I
understand, but
don't
wanna know,
really
I just
want.
surely you've got some kind of indication. I can ask Mr. Towers, how long do you think the work on site's going to take? Just a ballpark
I'm happy
figure.
to assist the committee if
Well,
that
the Deputy
helps.
Premier should know.
Well, Ms Mitchell, once again, this is... I'm attempting to answer these questions. I keep getting interrupted. It's quite an unedifying experience, like it was last time. And
How long,
we have
Deputy
been
Premier?
so transparent with the people of New South Wales, with the parents of Liverpool West are
How
getting
long?
up. The parents of Liverpool West that are impacted by this are being constantly updated via
I'm
the class
asking you now in
dojo
a
as well
public
as.
hearing. It is
And
not
I'm
a
giving the
difficult
answer.
question. So a few weeks. So do you think by end of March? Is that like you must be working towards some kind of date to have children back on the school site safely?
When we have clearance that the
Okay.
mulch has been removed
Okay,
and
thank
that it
you.
is safe, we will communicate with
Okay.
the parents who are impacted straight
So you're
away.
not quite sure. Thank you. Can I ask? You mentioned transparency.
Yes.
Obviously, and this hasn't been in any of your media commentary, there's quite an extensive amount of construction work happening at that site, isn't there, at Liverpool West?
At Liverpool West, I'd have to take that on notice about what's happening on site at Liverpool West.
Mr. Towers, is that correct?
The workers, the school itself is complete.
Right. And last year there was quite a lot of work happening on school site, wasn't there, for the
Yes.
new building?
It was being constructed last year.
Yeah. And was there also last year a removal of an old building on that site?
I'd have to take that on notice. I believe there may have been some facilities
Okay, well,
that
I'm
were
happy
removed,
to
yeah.
assist and I'm happy to table. I've actually got a works notification from the 4th of April last year, and I'll give a copy to the Secretariat so that you can see it, Deputy Premier. But it very clearly says that last year there was site remediation works happening for the removal of Mainsbridge House, and that there was asbestos removal on site between April and May last year. Are you aware of that?
I'd have to take that on notice, but I
So
would say,
are
Ms
you-
Mitchell,
you're not aware, or you
can
are?
I'm going to take that on notice about that particular case, because this is a very serious
I
issue you're
understand
raising.
that.
And I'm not, maybe unlike yourself, I'm not in the business of making political hay with something that's to do with the
I'm
safety
trying
of children.
to get information.
No,
with
I'm not.
respect to
I'm
Deputy
not.
Premier.
I'm not going down that rabbit hole
Well,
that you want me to
Chair,
go down.
I'm
what
trying
I'm
to-
doing,
Order.
Ms Mitchell, I'm attempting to answer this question. I'm sorry, Chair. This
Okay,
is very
so you can take
serious.
on notice whether or not you knew that there was
But I'm going to
asbestos
say,
removal on site last year.
I'd really just want to make a point that I think it's very clear that the government has been put in an extremely difficult position because of the supply chain in
Okay,
question
thank you.
with
I'm
the
just gonna
provision of
redirect you back.
recycled
I'm asking
mulch.
about what happened
So
on
I
that
understand
school
you're
site
trying to
last
draw
year.
a bow where
No,
there
I'm
may
trying
be
to seek
one. I'm
information,
not
Deputy
sure.
Premier.
Order,
Thank
order,
you.
order.
Thank you. So, there are copies that should be available to others. So the site remediation works, the notice that went out on the 4th of April last year indicates that there's asbestos-containing materials located within Mainsbridge House. Removal of these materials will take place from the 11th of April and will finish in May. That's a school infrastructure document. So that Deputy Premier, you would agree, indicates that there was asbestos on that school site last year that
Well,
was
I'd have
removed.
to take that on notice, Ms Mitchell.
But it's written in black and white in
I
front of you
understand that.
from the department.
I understand
Mr.
that.
Towers, do you have a copy? I'm happy to provide you with a copy of that as well.
I don't have a copy.
That's
The
fine,
fact there
I've
may be
got-
asbestos in the school would, if it's there, it would be right. School is prevalent. Asbestos is prevalent.
Sorry,
in
could you
schools.
just? I just it's hard to hear you in the microphone. Thanks.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, that's much better. Thank you.
Yes. So the answer to the question is yes. There was a previous school there. It has been removed. And there may well have been asbestos in there.
Yeah.
If there is asbestos in there, it would have been removed in accordance with all guidelines, practices in accordance with the EPA requirements.
Sure. So can I ask, have there been any conversations within school infrastructure in the last week or two since the mulch issue about this removal and any potential concerns about the source of that asbestos?
I'm not aware of any concerns about the removal of that building in relation to asbestos.
So that, I mean, and obviously you're only new into the role as relieving, and I appreciate that. So there has been no concern raised. No one has raised with you the idea that asbestos was also removed off that site from last year. That hasn't come up in any conversations or discussions with the builders, looking at the supply chain. Has that been part of the discussion in the last week or two?
I'm not aware of it being part of the discussion because the focus has been on the imported mulch, which contained the fragment that was referred to earlier.
So can you be sure that this asbestos removal last year isn't the source of where you found asbestos in the garden beds?
I can't provide assurance at this stage because we have not considered that.
So
at this
has there
stage
been testing anywhere else on site for asbestos or just in the mulch?
The testing has been focused on the mulch where the fragment was found.
Will you be looking at other areas? There's obviously been a lot of soil removal and with the new build, there's a lot of construction and new things coming on site. Will you be testing beyond just the mulch to be assured that this isn't from another source?
At this stage, the mulch is widespread and it will cover the area where the facilities would have existed. So the testing has been focused on the mulch at this stage.
So sorry, you just said the mulch covers the area where those facilities had been removed. So it's possible that the asbestos found in the mulch at Liverpool West has actually come from the construction work. Is it possible?
I can't answer that because we haven't looked into that. We've looked at the mulch, and the mulch has been the source of the contamination to date. The contamination was within the mulch.
Deputy Premier, does that concern you, that this actually could be asbestos that's been on the school site for some period of time?
Well, at the moment, what concerns me is removing contaminated mulch at Liverpool West Public School, which I've communicated with the community, with the parents, with the staff, with the teachers, with the general community, that we are hard at work diligently doing. There's
Thank you. So if I can just redirect
an
you,
issue
Deputy Premier.
across the community
Now,
that the supplier in question has put the people of New South Wales right in the middle of.
With respect, Deputy Premier, you weren't aware, well, you said you'd take on notice this particular notification work. Now that you are aware that there was asbestos removed off that school site last year as part of the construction works, we've heard evidence from Mr Towers that you can't be sure that that's not the source of it. What will you do? Will you commence further testing at that site? Will you go back and look at other suppliers or other sources that could potentially be the reason why you've got this contaminant at Liverpool West? Now you're aware of it, what are you going to do about it?
Of course, Ms Mitchell, we will look in to ensure that that removal of that building in question was done safely, which I trust it was.
Are you removing more than mulch? Is any soil, topsoil being removed as part of the work that's happening?
I have taken it on notice, and my advice is, and you well know, I'm sorry, Ms Mitchell, that this is why we take things on notice, because I do not want to give the wrong information.
But this is really alarming, because if this removal happened in April last year, you
this.
might have had 12 months worth of asbestos contamination at this school that you didn't know about.
Unlike yourself,
and you haven't
I'm
talked
just
about
not
that
in the
publicly,
business of
Order.
scaring young children. And
Order, I'll hear the point of order.
What I'm saying
Order,
is...
order, both of you.
From your own
Ms
agency.
Mitchell, order, I'll hear the point of order.
Chair, paragraph 19 of the procedural fairness resolution, just courtesy to the witness, a document's been tabled, an issue's been raised, the minister has taken it on notice, as she's entitled to do. I just ask that some courtesy be extended to the witness and the procedural fairness resolution be upheld.
I think when we are talking about discussions between a minister and a member, there is a little bit more latitude given in relation to the tone of the conversation. However, I am very concerned about Hansard not being able to record what's being said, because you're both talking at the same time.
Thank you.
If we could just calm it down a bit.
Thank you.
Yes.
Mr Towers, can I direct to you, in terms of the work happening on that site at the moment, is it only the mulch being removed, or is there more soil or other materials being removed as part of that process?
The mulch is removed, and if the mulch has contaminated any of the substrate below it, that would be removed as well.
Okay, so when you look at aerial photos of that school site, you can see the garden beds where the mulch is. Is the removal only contained to those garden beds, or are there other areas of that school site where we're going to have removal of soil and other matters?
At the moment, my understanding is it's contained to where the mulch exists, but but if there's any other areas that might be of concern or may be considered to be contaminated, they will be attended to as well. The work is guided by a qualified hygienist.
So how will you determine if there's other areas that need to be removed? Will you be testing other areas beyond the mulch and those garden beds?
We'd rely upon the expert advice of a hygienist.
Okay, well, given obviously there's now concerns about the fact that this mulch could have been there for up to 12 months, will you ask that independent advisor to test other areas of the school site to determine if there's any positive samples elsewhere?
If there's a reason why the hygienist believes there's other areas requiring testing, we will follow that advice and guidance.
We'll come back to this.
Thank you. Ms Mahal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Minister. Can I just ask you just a couple of very brief questions this morning? One, I want to bring to your attention, I'm sure you're aware, that there's currently legislation before this House that will enable children to change their registered sex on their birth certificate. it will also enable children to conceal those changes from their parents. Do you support this?
Well, look, I don't know if that is an answer that is relevant to my role as the Minister for
It's
Education.
very relevant because you're the Chief Minister. It has carriage over children and schools in New South
Of course, I'm the Minister that has carriage over schools, but yeah, look, I mean, I don't know if that's relevant to the budget estimates today, Ms Mahalan.
Minister, you're going to answer the question. Do you support
Point of order, Chair.
I'll
children
hear the
changing
order.
their sex on their
Order. I'll
birth
hear the
certificate
point
and
of
not
order.
telling their parents?
Order. I'll hear the point of order.
Chair, paragraph 9 of the Procedural Fairness Resolution and Relevance. This inquiry goes into the estimates of expenditure from the Consolidated Fund and other related matters from the budget papers. I'm not sure that this line of questioning fits within those terms of reference.
In relation to the point of order, if I could ask the member to point at least to the bit of legislative responsibility that the Minister has that's relevant. So if that's a bill that's
Madam
going
Chair,
to...
to the point of order, the Minister has carriage over schools and the way, and all the conduct relating to public schools in New South Wales. And there will be an issue, should children be able to change their sex on their birth certificate, that has a profound impact on schools. And in fact, I will be asking further questions in relation to that to her Deputy Secretary of Staff, because it will be an issue of how they manage that throughout the schools should it proceed. So I do think it's relevant.
If I could... yes.
I wonder whether we might get Clark's advice on whether there's anticipation of legislation before the House and whether this question is actually in order. I mean, the legislation, as I understand it, has not been
I think I've heard...
introduced, and therefore it shouldn't be the subject of questioning.
I think I've heard enough. I think, Minister, having heard the contributions here, if you could answer to the extent that you believe that it is in your capacity to answer, and then we can move on.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll leave my comments at this. Ms Mihalek referenced my responsibility as Minister for Education and for the 800,000 learners that are in our system. I take that responsibility extremely seriously, and I am not going to enter into a debate which any child or any parent will be able to... I'm just not going to go down a rabbit hole that may impact any vulnerable child that might be going through any type of vulnerability, and that does have a lot to do with their school, because in many cases they go into their classroom and speak to their trusted teacher, probably one of the most trusted adults in their life, and I am not going to enter into a debate.
Parents should be
that
notified.
I'm not going to enter into a debate.
So you're suggesting parents
about
it's not a
vulnerable
concern
children.
for
I'm
you
just
when
not
the
going
parents
to
are
do that.
notified?
I'm not going to do that, Ms Mahalan.
Okay. Can I ask you a question about, I've had reports and people that have written to me post The Voice raising concerns about some children at public schools having to be subjected to days of mourning and weeks of mourning post the outcome of The Voice.
Order. I'll hear the point of order.
Again, goes to relevance, Chair. This is
to
not
do
a matter
with
that goes to the expenditure of funds from the
Okay.
consolidated fund.
What a protection racket this is.
On the point of order, budget estimates is not in practice just to do with the expenditure of funds. It's to do with other matters that are relevant within the Minister's responsibilities. I do note that we had not actually heard the end of the question yet. So if we could just let the member ask the question. Thank you.
I just wanted to, I've had people write to me, parents and grandparents write to me directly, and I want to quote some of the examples that their children and grandchildren have relayed to them of their experiences in relation to the week or two after The Voice outcome, where Australia completely said no to The Voice. Some of these teachers, and I want to quote what was provided to me, relayed to their children in their class that Australians are stupid, people are racist, people should feel ashamed, and people should feel guilty. Do you think that type of behaviour is acceptable? And have you had direct reports in relation to parents having having had their children come back home and indicate that that sort of language was used by teachers?
Okay, let me be really clear in answering this question. We take very seriously our responsibility, as does every principal and every teacher, in teaching all of our children about the First Nations people of this country. Let me be very clear that I have said time and time again that classrooms are not places for any type of political activism, and that goes for every issue, and I've made that very clear as Minister. And I respect Ms Mihalich that that's what you're saying you have had reported to you, and I've made it very clear that our expectation is that our wonderful teachers impart their expert practice, and part of that is that impartiality in the classroom, and also using all of these things that happen on a day-to-day basis in our community as learning opportunities, which I know they do each and every day.
Thank you, Minister. Can I just perhaps ask you, Mr Deputy Secretary, have you had any incidences reported to you?
I'll just reiterate what the Deputy Premier said. My vast experience is that 95,000 teachers, 2,200 principals across this state take that responsibility very, very seriously. In fact, Mrs Mihalich, I can point to a communication we sent to the entire school staff from both Mr Graham and Miss Summerhays as the Deputy Secretaries of the relevant areas, and what we did at the time, because as you'd appreciate, it was an issue that was percolating throughout the entire country. We don't ask our staff to cut themselves off from any discussion, but we remind them of the controversial issues in schools policy. So we wrote to all staff in this organisation inside the school gates, and
was that after the voice? Sorry, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Was that before?
During that period, and we reminded them about how best they could support in the classroom all the children in front of them, how they could approach any discussions that are raised around the referendum, how they needed to remain politically neutral. That was for inside the school gates. Mr Rummy, our Chief People Officer, sent a comms to the entire organisation on the other
answered
side.
The question. Thank you. Minister, can I just ask, last time I asked you about the treaty and the $5 million listening tour that your government has agreed to undertake, has that now started at schools, any discussion around the treaty?
Oh, look, I'd have to take that on notice.
Okay, well, you took it on notice last time. November.
I just don't want to give you the wrong information, Ms Mihalich. I don't want to give you the wrong information.
Okay, well, I'll just
there are
remind you that I asked you
2,200
back in
schools, so I want to make
November
sure that you get the accurate information.
I know, but you told me you would take it on notice then. I didn't receive a response, and I'm just asking you the same question again. Given that your government's agreed to undertake the treaty, the listening tour, the consultation tour across New South Wales, I asked you whether that treaty would all be undertaken in schools, and any type of discussion or any consultation would actually proceed in schools, and have you had any requests as such to start that process?
In answering your question again, Ms Mihalich, I would say that, as Mr Disdar intimated just previously, our schools are places where we discuss relevant issues in current affairs at that time, and children ask teachers about what they see on the news, and we use this opportunity as learning opportunities for our children. But I'll pass to Mr Disdar if he has anything more to add on this about what's happening in the classroom.
My understanding is that the treaty was an election commitment. It's a whole of government response. I can confirm to the committee that there's been no work done in our schools around it. There's been no instructions given, because I'm not sure that work has actually commenced and is public and is out there. If and when that would occur, then we'll make sure we give advice to our schools, just like we did with the voice referendum, Ms Mihalich.
Okay, thank you. That's
excellent, thank you. Minister, can I just ask you a couple of questions in relation to the asbestos issue? I understand that we have a situation where mulch has been used in some schools that has been found to include pondered asbestos.
That's right.
And I note the comments that that's not something that normally should happen, so that the recycled mulch is not normally permitted to be transferred to schools. How did that happen?
Yes, good question. I have asked the same question. That's of great concern to me, obviously, as Minister, because the recycled mulch is not to be used And obviously now we are dealing with this situation. I mean, not just education, we're dealing with in a range of government departments, as well as in, I think I saw in Aldi this morning, it's in private companies as well. But I'll pass to Mr D-Star about the recycle mulch question.
Yeah, so we've written to all of our major contractors because, as you'd appreciate, Chair, when we're funded through government to undertake a major capital upgrade or a construction of a new school, we go out into the market and procure the contractor to deliver that. That's part of our contractual obligations. We make it clear what our entire expectations and requirements are for the entire build, alongside landscaping, which is this area, and mulch. It is factual that we require that mulch not to be recycled. Something's gone awry here. We're just as concerned as the public has been at Liverpool West. And, I can't add more detail to that because we're in discussions now, having also formally written to that contractor around this particular site and what's gone wrong there.
So when was that mulch put there?
Yeah, well, if you're asking about Liverpool West, Chair, which was the earlier line of questioning, this school has been around for a very long time and received a very substantial capital upgrade in 2 stages. So some of the line of questioning earlier went to actually stage 1, and stage 1 was cleared by hygienists, by the expert. There was lines of questioning around the asbestos and the removal of a building. This was a 2-stage capital upgrade to increase the size of the school and to provide modern facilities.
So
I can tell you
stage.
I can tell you that stage 1 was cleared and made available to the school in April 2023.
Okay.
That was the first stage.
Yep.
And that went to the earlier line of questioning. Then the second stage was made available to the school on 8 December last year. That was completed.
Yep.
And this has been the area that the EPA then advised myself as Secretary that they were concerned about and wanted to go and test because there could have been contaminated mulch that they had identified through the supply line.
Okay.
So the affected area was, 8 December handed across with clearance, and then we became aware with the course of events through the EPA. And then we've taken, I've got to really underscore for the committee, overly precautious measures here, given the health advice that it is, that bonded asbestos is poses a very low health risk. It's not a decision we took lightly. It's not a decision
I've given you quite a long stretch there. Just picking up on 2 questions. So the contaminated material basically occurred in December 2023. So definitely under a contract that the department had entered into under the new government, not the old government. So it squarely sits within the responsibility of yourself, Minister. We agreed in terms of overall responsibility for this happening.
The department contract precedes actually the Minister coming on board.
Okay.
The department entered that contract, not the government.
Okay.
And the first stage of that contract with the same builder was handed across to us on April 2023.
Okay.
But the contract
I understand.
was entered some significant time before that.
Okay. I heard a lot from the government about bonded asbestos being low risk, which of course it is. But we know that bonded asbestos becomes friable asbestos over time. It wears down, it becomes, gets into little fragments and can be inhaled. So any bonded asbestos we can say is low risk right now, but not necessarily low risk in the future. So I just wanted to point that out because I think that I understand the narrative around saying this is, don't be alarmed yet. But obviously we need to find this stuff. What confidence do you have that there aren't other schools with bonded or friable asbestos in them right now?
I mean, Chair, you're right, because it's safe. I mean, it's low risk, as you say, to use a better term, when it's bonded. But of course, if it becomes anything that's not bonded, then it is of great concern. That is why we're removing it. And we are going through under the direction of the new government's task force as well as the EPA, which has significantly, I understand, beefed up resources to go through the supply chain in question, identifying which sites, including schools, that may have used companies that had used suppliers in the supply chain in question. That is how we've come up with this list of schools that we're progressively testing, which some, I believe 90% are coming back safe and 10% are coming back with some sort of bonnet asbestos, and then we're acting as a result of those tests coming back, positive or negative. So we are working over time, literally, to identify the sites in question, is my answer to your question.
We're not just dealing with one, I guess what we've found is one supplier, and I completely understand the government is following and acting, from what I can tell, quite quickly to follow that particular supplier and where the contamination might be. But this is evidence of systemic regulatory and compliance failure. I personally am not convinced that we are limited necessarily to one supplier under what we now know to have been that failure in the framework. So is there a plan to do an audit of other sites over time, other schools, to ensure that we don't have this stuff sitting there?
I suppose in answer to your question, what the public expects of me as the Minister for Education is to ensure that we look down every rabbit hole of every school build, every upgrade, to see if there was some connection to the supply chain in question. As you said, it's quite complicated, it's a chain. I think in order to get the right answer, if I can suggest, to your question, Madam Chair, really is a matter for the EPA and the responsible minister and the task force. But I know that Mr Disdar's been working very hard with the task force, and I'd ask him to maybe add any comments if he does have any.
Yeah, I think it's a good line of questioning, Chair, and we've taken some actions that can help in being as comprehensive as we can. So one of the things we did immediately is we wrote to all our major contractors by way of capital upgrades and new school builds to ask them to go back and check, because as you'd appreciate, they subcontract out, for example, landscaping. So for them to go check their records. We undertook a thorough check in school infrastructure on advice from EPA, like many agencies have, around this particular supply chain and any sub-chains. And the
question, though, is whether we are going to go beyond that supply chain, knowing now what we know about the systemic failures of regulation and compliance.
Well, I can only go on the expert advice, Chair, as you'd appreciate, and what the EPA have informed me through that task force is that the one common link with any site that's been impacted by way of a positive discovery has been this particular supplier. They've asked me to do due diligence on that, which I have. But in doing that, they've indicated the subcontractors that could possibly be involved. So we've also looked at that. We've done a thorough records analysis, which hasn't raised any cause for alarm. And there's one final thing, Chair, that you might want to know. I have written to all schools for a safety notice to remind them of our procedures and expectations around asbestos in general, but also in relation to this particular matter with mulch, so that they can raise any concerns.
Understand. So coming back again to the question of how this particular mulch ended up, or this recycled mulch ended up where it was, you said before that was basically a contractor. Your expectations were made clear that we're not permitted to put that sort of material on schools, but it happened anyway. What is now the contractual consequence for that breach by the contractor?
Well, I don't want to dive into detail that's, into the legal territory, but it would appear, and we're talking with the contractor around a possible breach of contract here, because like I said to you...
Pretty serious as well. I mean,
well, it is. We've had to decant a school to another site. I'm delighted as an educator that they're actually inside with teaching and learning with their classroom teachers.
But coming back to the contractor.
But it's far from ideal. So, we are now following through with the appropriate course of action around what action we need to take with that contractor.
Okay.
What I'm hell-bent on doing at the moment is making sure we remove all the mulch, we make safe that location, The experts do that through Safe Work New South Wales, the hygienists, the EPA, and I get that school community back there as soon as I can. I have been through school infrastructure in discussions with that contractor, and I'll make sure we pursue like we have to.
Thank you. Back to the
Thank you,
opposition.
Chair. Mr Towers, Mr Disdar just mentioned that last year at numerous times, I think you said April and December, Mr Disdar, that
Yeah.
there was clearance on those sites in relation to that construction work. Can you advise, when an independent hygienist presumably provides that clearance, what form does that take? Did they test the soil and the site at the time? What's the process?
My understanding is the hygienist will take samples. The samples are sent away for lab testing. The lab testing will come back, which the hygienist will verify, and then that has to be, those test results are used to obtain a certificate of acceptance, I think it's called, from the EPA.
Okay, where do the samples come from? So this is, I'm talking about the removal. So Mains Bridge was knocked down last year. April-May Works notification said to the community that there would be asbestos removal. So after that, presumably, there's testing that's done. Are those soil samples taken from large areas across the site, or what's that process? What specifically was the process at Liverpool West?
The exact testing procedure, the sampling, the spread of the sampling, I can't answer here. I'll take that on notice and provide that back to you.
Thank you.
But the testing would involve in-ground testing and air monitoring at the same time to check that the environment is not affected by the fragments. I think that was referenced earlier by the Chair.
Right.
So there's a range of tests undertaken to ensure that any demolition, any removal of a building which may have asbestos contamination in it, and any other contamination, of course, is undertaken in accordance with the requirements and regulations that match the EPA, and that is what we would expect of the removal of those previous buildings.
But if you could take on notice specifically Liverpool West, because obviously now we've got this issue, and earlier evidence seemed to indicate that we couldn't rule out the source of this particular asbestos. Can I ask, in terms of the mulch being delivered to the school, did you say before, Mr Towers, that you expect it to be in the range of several thousand cubic metres of mulch that need to be removed? Have you got that figure?
Let's come back to your notice like we indicated.
I've got a figure which I have a figure, but I'm not sure if I understand the figure, so I will come back to you with that figure. I don't want to provide information that you can't rely upon.
Is it several thousand cubic metres though? Is that your understanding?
It's a significant figure, yeah.
Can I say, having been to the site,
Sure.
it's quite extensive. With a new build here, Allambie Heights, unfortunately positive, we're able to isolate because it was one garden.
I really want to ask about Liverpool
Well,
West, and I
I'm
appreciate
trying
you.
to-
Feel free to give these answers in government
It
time.
is quite extensive across
Thank
the
you.
site, which made it
when did
difficult
that
to
mulch?
cordon off.
So if we're talking about several thousand cubic metres potentially of removal, and I believe that's your evidence without an exact figure as yet, when did that start being put into the school? Was it in December last year, and how long did it take?
I don't know the answer to how long it took. I'd have to take that notice and come back to you. It would have been installed at some of the latter stages of the delivery of the stage 2 of the new school.
Right. Have there been conversations with the site manager, the project manager? Because obviously it's unusual that there's that much mulch on a school site, and indeed that it's gone as deep as the Deputy Premier has said. Surely if it was several thousand cubic metres, it would have taken weeks to put in place. Did no one notice that and think that was a lot at the time?
The volume of material taken out, it probably includes more than just mulch to ensure there's no cross-contamination of the soil from the mulch.
Right, so sorry. So there is more than mulch being removed at that school site?
Anything that hygienists has identified as potentially affected or contaminated by the mulch would be removed at the same time, to be absolutely sure.
Okay, so sorry to labour the point, Mr Towers, but it is not just the mulch being removed, there is other soil being removed because of potential source of contamination, is that correct?
That's correct, yeah.
Right, so Deputy Premier, when you've said on the record that the reason that this is taking so long is because all of the mulch that is there, why have you not told the public that actually more soil is being removed as well because of potential contamination?
Ms Mitchell, I've made it very clear that my advice was that in this particular case, as Mr Disdar has said, we have a particularly serious case of where mulch was used instead of soil. There's a lot of mulch that needs to be removed.
Respect, Deputy
and
Premier,
that was my advice, and that's the decision that we made
Can
based on that advice.
Can I just redirect you then? Now that we know that more than mulch is being removed from the site, they are going deeper,
yes,
getting soil. What guarantee can you give families that this asbestos actually hasn't been on site for months and months and much longer than you've been on the public record as admitting to?
Well, what we will do is we will remove the mulch
No,
and
what
the
guarantee
contaminated
can you give
areas.
families?
I'm answering your question, Ms Mitchell. And when it is cleared as safe to go back, we will communicate with the parents. I can't be clearer on this issue at Liverpool
with
West.
respect, Deputy
we are
Premier, if I
getting
can just
rid of the
redirect you,
asbestos-contaminated
Chair.
material, and when it is safe,
Okay.
we will advise parents when it is safe to go back. I don't know how much clearer I can
but
be,
with
Ms
respect,
Mitchell.
Deputy Premier, we now know that it is not just mulch being removed from Liverpool West. There is other subsurface soil being removed as part of that. It is going deeper than the mulch. Why have you not publicly told any parent, anyone in the media that that's the case? Why haven't you told the truth about what's happening?
Look, I'm sorry, Ms Mitchell. I would hazard a guess that maybe you haven't seen the communications that we've had directly with parents at Liverpool West. They've been very thorough, very detailed.
But you've
through
not
the
talked
ways
about anything
they've
other
even
than
been
mulch, with
translated through the
respect.
class dojo, so they have received them in ways that they're used to receiving their school information. That we are remediating as a matter of urgency. In fact, we pretty much stood up entire teams within the department focused on just this, removing and remediating the contaminated material at Liverpool West, so that the students can go back to school.
Thank you, Deputy Premier. So we now know that the contaminated material is more than just the mulch, isn't it? Because more than mulch is being removed, isn't it? Is it only mulch being removed? Direct question.
We are removing the contaminated material.
Which is not just the mulch.
We are removing all the contaminated material.
Thank you, Deputy Premier. My understanding is at I think it's St Luke's.
Yes.
They've got 30 cubic metres of mulch to be removed, and they're closing for a week.
Yes.
If you've got several thousand to be removed at Liverpool West, you're not going to be back on that school site for months, are you, Deputy Premier?
Well, Ms Mitchell, Mr Towers clearly took that on notice about the number of cubic metres that has to be removed from Liverpool West. And when you reference St Luke's Catholic College in Marston Park, school I well know, it's in my electorate, I have the joy of representing them, and I had a long conversation with Miss Kelly Bauer, the principal there at St Luke's.
I'm just going to redirect
They
you.
have...
Point of order.
I'm answering your question, Ms Mitchell.
Order. I'll hear the point of order.
It's not courteous to the witness to circumvent an answer midway through and then redirect. I just think wider latitude is given in estimates. That includes wider latitude given to answers, including context.
I'm not convinced by the point of order.
You. So I'll
please
just
go
ask
ahead.
again, Deputy Premier, if that school is going to be closed for a week for 30 cubic metres, we know that it's several thousand cubic metres that you have to remove at Liverpool West. Have you how do you not know how many cubic metres are there and how long the school needs to be closed for? You are the Deputy Premier. I would argue that this is one of the most serious issues to occur since you've been in the role. You don't know how much there is to remove.
Ms.
You didn't
Mitchell,
admit that it's more than just the mulch
Ms.
coming out,
Mitchell.
and you've got no idea how long the kids will be off
Ms
site
Mitchell,
for.
once again, I'm not interested, as you are, in going down a rabbit hole to scare
That's
parents.
not a rabbit hole. It's a
It
genuine
is,
question.
Because I'm genuinely answering
How
these
long
questions.
will they be off site, and
Order.
why did you
I
not
have
admit that it's
answered
more than
this.
mulch being removed?
Chair, I'm
Just
sorry.
tell the truth.
This
Order.
is actually
Tell the
getting
truth.
Okay,
absolutely
order.
ridiculous.
Order. We've actually strayed away from having questions and answers at all now. We have statements followed by other statements. Can we just bring it back and ask questions and then allow the Minister to answer the question?
Thank you.
In no way have I ever... I have agreed actually with Ms Mitchell, it's probably the most we've ever agreed in the history of anything, that this is one of the most, if not the most serious issue across my desk as Minister at this point. Okay. I'm agreeing with you. We're not disagreeing on that.
We don't disagree on everything, to be fair.
No, well, there's a lot we agree with, but some pretty major things we disagree on. But at the Liverpool West, I'm just going to say again, we are removing all the contaminated material. Mr Towers has clearly taken on notice how much that exact figure is, because we don't want to get that wrong. My advice at this stage, as we sit right here now, is that around 90% of that has been removed by machinery at this point.
Okay, thank you.
But when we have clearance for when it is safe to go back, we will communicate that with the parent community.
Thank you. I just have limited time, so I wanted to also just follow up on the questions that the Chair asked in relation to what's gone wrong in terms of this issue.
Yes.
As I said, there's been asbestos removal on that site last year, and you can't guarantee that it hasn't been there for 12 months. But the broader issue of asbestos in mulch, given that it's at other school sites as well, Mr. Disday, you said something has gone awry and you've written to people about it to try to find out what's going on. But what will you be doing now, Deputy Premier, you specifically, now you're aware of this, now you know that there has been a loophole. As the Chair has said, you can't sit here today and guarantee that there's not friable asbestos in mulch at other schools across the state that you're just not aware of, because clearly there is some kind of break in your process or your supply chain that recycled mulch was even allowed on a school site in the first place. What have you done since the discovery of this a week ago to improve those systems, to ensure that kids are not playing with this stuff in playgrounds as we sit here right now?
Well, this is a very serious allegation that Mr. Disda, I mean, we all agree with each other. There may have been a serious break in contractual arrangements, and the department, upon my request, will ensure that all contractual obligations have been met, and there are penalties if there need to be penalties.
So,
but I can't be more serious than this.
But now you've been made aware of it, right? So
yes.
The whole point about having policies in place, and I accept that recycled mulch is not meant to be on school sites.
Yes.
Clearly it is across multiple sites.
Yes.
So this is not just one school issue.
Correct.
It's systemic, it's across non-government schools as well. Other than to look into this particular contractor and have a conversation with your secretary about it, what else are you going to do? How are you going to improve the system going forward? Will there be additional checks and balances on school infrastructure projects, additional requirements of project directors and those on site? The fact that Liverpool West has thousands of cubic metres on it, which is highly unusual, surely you're going to try to learn from what has gone on and improve the system.
Of course.
What are you going to do differently? What have you already put in place to do differently in the week or so that you've known that this has been an issue?
Well, Ms Mitchell, as I've said, which I'm happy to repeat again, we will be going through each and every one of our suppliers. That has been made clear. I have informed you, and with respect, saying it's a conversation with my secretary is a little bit belittling, probably beneath you even, that I have instructed the department to ensure that all contractual obligations have been met.
So
can I just put this in perspective as well? We have almost 3,000 schools across the state. When we take into consideration non-government schools as well, we're talking about 12 schools that we are managing. Something has gone seriously awry here, and not just in schools, but across the community. This is of great concern to the government, hence the standing up of this important task force.
If I could just clarify though, what you're going to be doing is going back to your contractors and working through the supplier chain. So effectively,
to identify the sites.
Sure, but as I hear you, your answer then is to speak to the contractors and ensure that they do the right thing. That's your solution to dealing with this problem. How do you know that this isn't going to happen again then in 6 months, 12 months, that it won't be friable asbestos, that it won't be across hundreds of schools, because you're not doing anything about it now?
I feel like we're arguing even though that we're on the same side of this issue.
I'm just concerned that nothing's changing other than going back to the contractors and saying, hey guys, who didn't do the right thing here? That seems to be your answer.
Yeah, look, I understand you're searching for something that doesn't exist.
Well, no, it does exist, because you can't provide clarity.
The task force that has been stood up by the government, obviously if there are loopholes to be closed, we will work to close them. Because I think every public statement I have made, every statement I've made towards this estimates hearing, everything I say from the bottom of my heart, that the safety of our children is our number one priority. If we need to close a loophole, we will close that loophole.
Sure, but you haven't done any work to identify what that loophole
is,
and
moment,
you've taken no action
respect,
to change it in the last couple of weeks.
I understand you're trying to get a headline, but Ms Mitchell, with respect,
it could be happening right now at more schools and you haven't stopped it.
Point of order, Chair.
Order. I'll hear the point of order.
Witnesses must be treated with courtesy at all times, and that includes when they're attempting to answer a question. The Honourable Member continues to interrupt and talk over the top of the Deputy Premier as she's attempting to answer the question. I just ask that you remind the member to be courteous under Procedural Resolution 19 of the House.
I agree with the sentiment, although not necessarily with the basis for the point of order. It had got out of hand again with Hansard unable to record both of you at the same time. If we could allow a bit of question and answer. Thank you.
Deputy Premier, can you guarantee that more schools won't be found to have contaminated recycled mulch on site?
I've said this before in press conferences, and this has been reported in the media, so I'm also happy to say it here again. I cannot guarantee. We are trying to find out where it may be, and then we are testing.
Thanks for that, Deputy Premier. Can I move on to the upgrade to Hastings Secondary College in
Yes.
Port Macquarie.
Mhm.
And it's probably a question more for Mr. Tower. You haven't visited that school or been to that site?
I'm
have
happy
you,
to
Deputy
answer it.
Premier? No, I'd like to ask a very specific question about contractors, unless you're across that detail. But
I'm happy to answer the
okay,
question.
can you tell me the last time that the contractors, FKG, were on site working on that building?
Can I just say something about this upgrade, which I believe under your responsibility as Minister was committed to be finished
Can I just
entirely
redirect you? It's a very
by the end of
specific question and I have limited
2022, which
time,
we're
Chair.
standing here and it's
It's
not
a very
completed.
specific question. Sorry, Deputy Premier, I'll redirect you. When was the last time that FKG, the contractors working on that site,
I'm just
were
trying
on
to correct
site?
some of the misnomers
No,
about this particular
I'm asking,
project.
You can do that in your government
Minister
question
can
time.
provide context.
It's very specific. Mr. Towers can answer it if you're not able to.
I'm answering a
when
question
was
about
the
this
last time
project.
FKG, the contractors, were on site at that school?
I will take that on notice,
Okay,
but I
thank you,
have to
Deputy
say
Premier.
that
Is the
this
school upgrade
project
finished? Is it
is
finished?
well on track.
Okay, so it's not completed. The upgrade is not completed?
Do you know that there's a first stage of the upgrade, I believe the Creative Arts and Performing Arts building, which is open, which we spoke, Mr. Disdale and I spoke to the principal this morning about this.
Yeah,
And
funny
that is, excuse me?
I said nothing. Go ahead.
And they're very happy with that upgrade, and the upgrade is on track for the second stage. It is well underway.
Thank you, Deputy
Funding
Premier.
remains for this
Okay,
project.
Fantastic. So, but when you
I'm
said
not
at the
sure-
start of this year that school project was complete and it was in your media release that it was one of the new and upgraded schools, the project's not finished, is it?
Well, the first stage of the project is done.
Is
The
the
project
fully
entirely
complete?
that you committed to having done
No,
by
no.
the end of 2022.
This is a direct question. Is the project fully complete, yes or no?
We've made it very clear that there were two stages,
No,
and
you
the
didn't.
first
It's
stage is
nowhere in your press
complete.
release. You claimed it was done and it's not. There's scaffolding
I'm
everywhere.
sorry, Miss Mitchell, you can't have it both ways. I'm really
thank
sorry.
you.
I have to put this on the record. You committed to having it done by
Sorry.
2022,
Thank you, Deputy
and it's
Premier.
not done.
So the P&C President, Nicole Menzies, when she says that construction's been going on and no one's been on site for months, is she wrong?
I would have to take on notice
Okay.
what's happening
So you
on
haven't
site,
checked,
but the
you haven't
project
checked.
is well underway.
Okay.
It will be
Did the
completed.
Was the school ever advised not to communicate to the broader community about proposed changes to the scope of works at this site?
I'll take that on notice,
Okay, so
but
you
the
don't know
project
that
will be
either. Thank you.
completed.
Has there been structural steel delivered to site last year that's been sitting there for months?
I'd have to take that on notice.
Thank you. Mr. Towers, probably for you, FKG, the contractors, do they still have the contract to complete that work? Has that been terminated or does that still exist?
FKG is still engaged.
Right, so when do you anticipate they'll finish the work by? Are they on site working today? Are they up there now?
I don't know if they're on site today. I'd have to take that on notice.
Do you know when they were last on site? Because the community seems to indicate that no one's been working on it for months.
I cannot answer that, but I'll take it on notice and I can provide information about
Thank
their
you. If you
whereabouts.
could get that to us today, that would be useful. I'll just hand over to my colleague now for the last couple of minutes of questioning. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Deputy Premier, if I could just pick up the issue that the Honourable Tanya Mihalik raised with you before, and just in terms of the code of conduct that you refer to in terms of teachers. Deputy Premier, do you believe teachers should abide by this code of conduct that you speak of?
Of course. Of course, Ms Merton, I would say the code of conduct is important for ensuring that there is a framework around issues like, and I'm sure this is what you're getting to, political impartiality in the classroom. And it's part of the wonderful expertise that our teachers bring every day to the classroom about approaching sometimes controversial issues in a way that enables students to have very rich learning opportunities about issues that may be concerning them or their families at that particular time.
Thank you very much, Deputy Premier. Deputy Premier, would you be aware of recent media reports of groups of teachers meeting to discuss breaking the code, bringing their personal views into the classroom?
Well, I can't speak for particular teachers, of which there are pleasingly more of at the moment, thanks to the election of this government. The particular teachers that may be in their own time talking about issues that are concerning them. That's not an issue for me per se as their minister. What the issue for me is to ensure that there's impartiality in the classroom, and we stand by that.
Thank you. Minister, I table a flyer by the Teachers for Palestine, New South Wales, and on this flyer they're advertising a rally which was held Tuesday the 13th of February. Minister, I read from the flyer. Sorry, I read from the flyer.
Can I just take a point of order? Can we just wait until the flyer has been distributed to the members before we proceed to questions?
We'll need to make copies. You might want to come back to that line of questioning in the next round. Is that all right?
Yes. Yep. Sorry, Deputy Premier. I'm just in the instance of. Is that
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. If I can turn to something a bit different. Deputy Premier, what has happened to Mr. Manning?
In what respect?
Where he's suddenly gone. Where has he gone?
I'm not sure where Mr. Manning is right at this point, Madam Chair, if that's what your question is.
No, sorry, I will be clear.
Mr. Manning?
Where is Mr.
Manning?
Yes. Did he get sacked or did he resign from his position?
I believe Mr. Manning has decided to move on to other opportunities, but of course the hiring of executives and staff within the department is the operational purview of the Secretary of the Department, Mr. Dister.
Mr. Dister, where has Mr. Manning gone?
I want to wish Mr. Manning all the best. He gave great service to the Department of Education. He finished on Friday. I'd been making a number of leadership changes to our organisation in line with the new plan for public education, and that's one of those.
Thank you. Did you have concerns about Mr. Manning's appointment of contractors?
I'm happy to talk to contractors. I have had concern with the number of contractors across the entire department, and in line with this government's commitment that every agency, including the one I proudly lead, would look at reducing the reliance on contractors and would bring down that spend. I've had concern around the number across the whole organisation, and I've been working with my Deputy Secretary colleagues to bring that down.
Yes.
So we talked last estimate sessions about, I think there was 200 contractors who were attempting to put into permanent roles or to sort of basically go from 800 down to about 600, I believe, with some of them going to permanent positions. How has that gone?
I'm happy to come back with specific numbers. This has been a focus for me in bringing down that reliance and spend. I have had a number of my areas where we've also converted what were contractor roles into permanent ongoing roles, which I favour, to have permanent ongoing repeatable expertise. But let me come back on the exact number that we've been able to reduce across my tenure.
That would be useful. How many contractors did Mr. Manning have reporting to him?
Happy to take it on notice what we had in school infrastructure by way of contractors. I'd just say, Chair, it is an area, infrastructure, with my understanding across government that has a reliance on contingent labour for projects, for a certain degree of expertise. So I think it is an area that will always have some degree of that. And I've been at work in Mr. Manning's time to make sure that we could look at all roles and what are roles that we could have repeatable expertise on. Can I give you an example? Like we might have a contractor who's responsible for, at our end, managing a major build, but we know that we've got several major builds that'll come after that. So my preference, as I discussed with Mr. Manning, and we worked on that, was to have a permanent person in place who could go from that project then to other projects. So we have worked to bring that down, but let me take the number for infrastructure on notice as well.
Can you tell me how many contractors were let go by Mr. Manning in the sort of period in the last, say, since the last estimates?
Sure. I also wouldn't just characterise as Mr. Manning. Let me come back as school infrastructure. Why I say that, Chair, with all due respect, the leadership team there, where Mr. Towers was also, they'll have line management responsibility for that. So let me just come back with the number that we've put on and that we've taken off as well.
I'm particularly interested in how many Mr. Manning was responsible for initiating the letting go of or the termination of, if you've got that information.
If I've got that data, let me come back to you, Chair.
Thank you. I asked in the last budget estimates, and it was taken on notice after we'd had the sort of revelations with the Department of Transport, where it turned out that there had been a number of contractors being employed, particularly in Metro, who had been, sort of employed on this short-term contract, but then actually had ended up being there in some cases for 10 or 12 years. I asked on notice, and then I also put in supplementary questions asking for a breakdown of the contractors within school infrastructure and how many had been there for how long. And what I got back was just a generic statement about we use contractors, basically, and I never got that information. Is that information that you would be able to provide?
Well, that's not good enough, Chair. Let me go back and let me get you the number that we've got and what categories of duration we've got with that.
Thank you.
If that was the answer we came back with, my apologies. So let's make sure and go and get you that data.
Thank you. I just want to bring one example of a particular consultant. So I'm just looking at the e-tender records, as everyone knows I love to do from time to time. I'm looking at somebody, a Mr. Martin Berry, who was, I believe, he's the Senior Leasing Manager of Property Services. He is on a contract from 13th of October 22, and he's just had his contract extended till the 22nd of April 2024. He's on an annual salary of $436,000. Is that a sort of standard amount? How many other contractors are getting $436,000 a year within school infrastructure?
Chair, it goes to my earlier commentary around particularly infrastructure and IT with the competitiveness of what that market looks like and the need, not only in my agency, I think you'll find across agencies, expertise in particular areas. And while I'm told that may be the market price that's required to get that, I share some of your concern, Chair, and that's why I've been at work to deliver on the whole of government commitment that I'll bring down contractor use and reliance, number one, but that I'd also look at building repeatable expertise. My preference as Secretary, whether it's in infrastructure, whether it's in IT, in any division, is to have repeatable expertise. But if that's expertise that's only got to be short run and short time, then I may require to go into the space that you've indicated.
I'd appreciate you looking into that one.
Let me look at the specific of the one that you've named.
I understand that Mr. Berry also works at Metro. So he's not only employed on $436,000 a year within school infrastructure, but he's also got a job at Metro. So it does cause concern as to how many other people are on those kind of salaries doing more than one job.
Chair, let me go and look at the specifics of that detail, of that individual you're naming. I'm not across what you've said by way of employment in two different agencies.
The New South Wales Enrolment Growth Audit that came out in February, who created that? Were there consultants involved?
I was led by my infrastructure section. I'm not sure that we had anyone else involved. I'm just looking at Mr. Towers to see if he's aware, but my understanding was that it was run by us in infrastructure.
We'd have to take that on notice, can I just say, but I would say it was a key election commitment and showed some startling findings about how we wish to do things differently. So we deliver the schools where they're needed, particularly in growing parts of Sydney in particular, that were neglected under the previous government.
Yeah, I understand that. I understand that the enrolment projections are normally completed by the department, but I understand that this particular audit may have been done with consultants and contractors involved. And
let me come back with the detail for you.
Thank you. That would be very useful. So in terms of the most recent annual report for education, for that 6-month stub, because I understand you have a different financial reporting year, there was a large amount of expenses on contractors that were capitalised. I've just got a technical question around that as to whether that is an amount that gets transferred from operating expenses over to that capitalised amount, or whether it is an amount that is capitalised from day one. Is anyone able to tell me that?
I don't want to mislead you and get the technical wrong, but let me chase that detail.
Yeah.
Because a number of our contractors, like we were talking about in infrastructure and IT, are the result of capital projects.
Yeah.
And, requirements for capital upgrades or major school builds, and that portion of that cost is attributed to that project.
Yeah.
But let me, Chair, get the technical answer for you. I don't want to give you the wrong answer.
That would be very useful. I don't know if Mr. Towers, if you know, but on those accounts we always have a little asterisk, and it tells us how much has been capitalised. I'm just interested in working out exactly whether that is a new separate cost from the amount that appears on the operating on the P&L, or whether it's actually sort of a doubling up of an amount that was previously reported on the P&L.
Let me get you the accounting treatment and what the rules are around that.
Thank you. And I do notice that, and of course that does go until end of June last year, so we don't have the most recent figures yet for the department because of that different reporting cycle. But are you able to tell me how you are tracking in relation to total consultant and contractor spend? Because it did increase significantly in that period to June 23.
I'm happy to get you the figures. I can also, we spoke about contractors, but I can speak about consultants, because it's an area where there's another whole of government requirement to bring down reliance and expenditure. I can say, Chair, that in my tenure as acting secretary and then secretary, I haven't entered into an agreement with any of the big four, and I've been closely monitoring with my DepSec colleagues with required approval mechanisms at my level to enter into consultancies, again, so that we can go with repeatable expertise and build that expertise inside the organisation. So I know that figure has also been carefully watched, but let me get you, while I get you the consultant numbers and detail, let me get you the contractor one as well.
Thank you. That would be very useful. I just wanted to come now to the New South Wales government funding of private schools. I understand the New South Wales Teachers Federation reported that the former government spent about $850 million sort of overfunding private schools. Has the amount of funding for private schools increased or decreased in the current budget under your watch, Minister?
Yes, this is a really important question and very timely at the moment, Madam Chair. I would note that, of course, the vast majority of our record funding in education is, of course, going to public schools. And I would take this opportunity, if I can, to say that we're in the middle of negotiating the National Schools Reform Agreement with the Commonwealth, who have a sort of flipped arrangement where the majority of their funding goes to non-government schools. So we're very proud to deliver the vast majority of our funding to our government schools, and we're very hard at work, and I'll be in Education Ministers' meeting later this week arguing that we get an increased amount of funding to our public schools as part of the new agreement.
Thank you. So the amount of funding for private schools in the last year, I'm just looking, so we've got, so in the last account, in the last financial, stub, that 6-month statement that took us up to to the end of June 2023, had 1.5 million, just over 1.5 billion in grants and subsidies going to non-government schools. What does that consist of exactly?
I'm just looking at the right Deputy Secretary to pass to, so that we give you the right information, Madam Chair, Ms Reid.
So you're asking about what comprises the funding that goes to non-government schools?
Yeah, that 1.5 billion in the 23 financial year. grants and subsidies. What exactly
Yeah,
are we spending that on?
I might need to take the full breakdown of that on notice, but a large proportion of it would be the government, the state government portion of the school resourcing standard for those schools.
Okay, so that falls under grants and subsidies?
I believe so. I'm just looking at Miss Blackadder, who's nodding at me. Good.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
And so that has increased year on year, and I guess you're saying that's because the percentage amount required has increased.
No, the percentage committed for the state government under the National School Reform Agreement for private schools is on a decreasing trajectory in terms of percentage. But that doesn't mean that the actual quantum will decrease, because there'll be other funding elements in there, but also as the numbers of students change and the profile of those students change, then the actual amount may be different, may be higher in a particular year.
Okay, I might come back to that. There was another line item when we look at I'm just trying to find it in the government amounts, where it showed quite an increase in the, and I've lost my piece of paper now, unfortunately, but it shows quite a increase over the years in the amount of sort of out-of-pocket expenses that parents are having to pay. Can you explain why that is? And I went back 4 years because I wanted to see if it was a COVID blip, but the percentage is actually increasing quite significantly in terms of the amount of subject, hang on, I found the piece of paper, the subject contributions and the sports and extracurricular activities revenue coming in. Can we explain that?
Into government schools, you mean, Madam Chair? Yeah, I mean, where, of course, I have to say, every question relating to funding of programs within schools, the practice sometimes of schools asking for parents to contribute to that, it all does actually relate to the need for greater funding as part of the National Schools Reform Agreement, and we believe the Commonwealth really has a big role to play in coming to the table on that. Ideally, of course, we would like to see a situation, in fact, it's our government's commitment that we get to 100% of that SRS funding at least as a minimum, so that schools are properly funded and their programs are properly funded, so that every child can have the opportunity to reach their full potential. And that's what Gonski recommended all those years ago, and we've never been able to realise. So all of this relates to the drive for the urgent need for more funding in our schools. And we don't want to see parents have to dig into their own pocket to do that, because especially in public schools, it is their right to send their child to a public school free of charge, and we just don't want that to happen, and we need more funding for our public schools.
I absolutely agree with you, and I understand that period up until the end of the financial year for 23 was primarily not when Labor was in charge. But we had an increase from 43 million to 86 million, which is, almost, well, it is double, in terms of the amount that parents were putting in for sports and extracurricular activities. How did that happen? Do we know?
I might ask Mr. Disdar to elucidate.
Chair, let me come back with the exact figure, but what I can tell you is we monitor this space very carefully. If you're talking about subject contributions, these predominantly occur in high schools, in industrial arts, in elective subject areas. And I can tell you, Chair, in 2017, that figure across 2,200 public schools was 41 million.
Yeah.
And in 2022, because we go off school years, it was 43 million.
Yep.
So I'd argue there's been very little movement over time, but you're quoting an $86 million figure, which would be alarming. So let me
So you're talking about subject contributions, which on a financial year, I know you work on a different reporting cycle, but if we take the standard 22 financial year to the 23 financial year, we're going up from 37 million to 42 million. But the sports and extracurricular activities line that parents are paying has gone from 43 million to 86 million in that same period.
Oh, okay, so Chair, I've now understood, because that's slightly different to subject contribution as well. And I can tell you that, and Ms Summerhayes might be able to add, in my movements across the state talking to principals, this is an area of concern where bus costs, for example, have gone up to ferry children to PWSA sport or Wednesday afternoon sport.
Because if we're to deal with it, if we're to reduce it, we need to know where it's coming from. So I guess that's why I'm asking what
so I'm only
has
giving the
contributed.
anecdotal around, transport costs has been one thing raised with me.
A department investigation into exactly where these costs are?
Chair, what we have done, and I'm proud to have done it, is that I did write to the entire principal base at the beginning of the year, reminding them around voluntary contributions. Because from time to time, Ms Summerhays and I have got to go back and unpick where a school calls it, for example, fees or, required payments.
Yes.
These are voluntary contributions. No parent should feel obliged. Of course, many parents in the state want to back in their school and help where they can, and this is one way they
We also
can.
hear of teachers putting, their hands in their pockets to pay for students as well, which is awful.
Again, with record funding through the school-based allocation report, we don't want that to be the case.
No. Yeah.
And so we reminded all our schools around emphasising the voluntary nature. We've had a stance since 1884 in public education that no child can be excluded from the curriculum, or no family can be excluded by way of socio-economic complexity or requiring to pay fees. That's the differentiator in public ed, and it needs to stay that way. And we've kept reinforcing that, particularly my communication set off the back of cost of living complexities.
Thank you. It's now an opportunity for the government members to ask questions if they have any. No? So that means we can have an early morning tea?
Lovely.
Oh,
Maybe
wow.
we'll get the Portuguese tarts and everyone will be happy.
Except for the vegans.
Also.
Excellent. All right. Thank you very much. We will be back at 11:15.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
The brownies are there.
Excellent. Welcome back. We will start again with the opposition.
Thank you, Chair. Mr Towers, did you have an opportunity to check the figures over the break of how much mulch was being removed from Liverpool West Public?
No, I don't have those final figures for you.
So you just said earlier that you did have some figures in front of you. I'm just trying to ascertain what sort of volume we're talking about in terms of cubic metres. Is it tens, hundreds, thousands of cubic metres? Can you give a rough indication?
The figures I've got don't give me confidence in them, and I want to get them properly checked before I provide them to the committee at this stage.
Okay, do you think you'd be able to get that to us today by lunchtime? How long will that process take?
I have to take that on notice because there's a significant amount of work going on site at the moment. And the situation's very dynamic.
Okay.
I don't know that the team is actually able to give a final figure at this stage,
Sure.
even an interim figure. So I'd have to take on notice and come back to you.
Did you say earlier, though, Deputy Premier, that you understand that 90% of that has been removed? That was your evidence?
I said, I did say yes, sorry, Ms Mitchell, that my advice was that as we sit here, that approximately 90% of what needs to be removed has been removed.
Okay, so do we know how much has been removed then, so far? The Deputy
I
Premier
don't have that. I'd have to take that on
I'm
notice.
asking Mr Towers, sorry, but you've got advice that 90% of what needs to be removed has been removed. I'd like to know how much has been removed thus far then.
I don't have that figure at the moment.
Well, then how do you know it's 90% with respect?
Well, I was advised by the department.
By whom?
By the Secretary, that no, but
Mr.
90%.
Distar, do you know
of it-
how much has been removed?
I know that 90% of the site coverage, I don't know in terms of cubic metres or
Okay, so no one sitting here
weight.
can...
I know by way of coverage of the site.
Okay, thank you.
And we're working with Safe Work and EPA as we remove to have each section of that school cleared.
Sure.
And so from people on the ground, from infrastructure, I'm told that 90% of the coverage has been removed.
Okay, thank you. So just a final opportunity. No one here this morning can tell me the exact amount per square metre of mulch that needs to be removed from that school. You can't give an indication if it's in the tens, hundreds or thousands of cubic metres. No one has that information.
I'm happy to take it on notice like we've indicated.
Right, so, but you don't have it now. No one's got it now. You're all under oath. No one's got any idea of roughly how much. You can't give me any indication?
It's a significant amount.
But
That's
well,
across
we've
the
made that
school.
very clear.
That's
No, I
across the
understand
school.
that, but a significant amount
We were
could
not
be
able
100
to
cubic
cordon off
metres or
that school.
10,000 cubic metres.
We were not able to cordon off that school, and that's why we made the decision to go onto another site for continuity of teaching
And
and
I
learning.
respect that, Mr Disda, but I'm trying to understand exactly how many cubic metres of mulch need to be removed at Liverpool West. It's underway at the moment. The Deputy Premier has said that 90% has been removed, yet nobody can tell me how much has left the site and how much needs to be removed overall. No one has that figure with them.
We're happy to come back to the committee with
thank
the
you.
number.
I'll hand over to my colleague.
Thank you very much. Deputy Premier, just before the break, the flyer was tabled and I hope people have got a copy of it. And this was drawn to my attention by a concerned parent.
I don't actually, unfortunately, Miss Merton. Thank you. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Deputy Premier, if I could just read from the flyer issued by Teachers for Palestine, New South Wales. The flyer was issued before the scheduled event, which was 4 p.m. Tuesday, February 13. The flyer reads, "All day we will wear our Kifaya Palestine badges and teachers and school staff for Palestine T-shirts into school." Deputy Premier, we speak about the code of conduct on teachers. Does this concern you?
Ms Merton, I have to say that, of course, the rally in question was outside of school time. Of course, we expect our teachers, as I made it very clear, in all of our communications with them, and I know this is part of their professional expertise, I have to say, in remaining neutral and impartial in the classroom. And that is one of the reasons why we have the code of conduct, of course, as many organisations do.
Thank you,
I
Deputy
don't-
Premier.
I
If I could just
I really
redirect
can't
you
control
to,
what teachers do in their
to
own
the
time.
flyer, just in terms of reference to in the classroom. You
Yes.
know, wear your gear, bring your banners. Let's protest for Palestine in the classroom. This was also supported by Teachers for Palestine posts, and I'm happy to table these documents. And in these photos, you will see that we have teachers here in the classroom. I can see books, shelves, desks, whiteboards, teachers wearing T-shirts, Teachers for Palestine. Some of the photos from our Day of Action for Palestine last week. We won't be silenced, we won't be deterred. We'll continue to make the genocide being perpetrated by Israel visible and make our support for a free Palestine visible too. I mean, the right to protest is freely available to anybody, you know, any parent, any teacher. But Minister, the code of conduct relates to the classroom,
Yes.
school hours, student learning, the student school environment. This is in the classroom of New South Wales schools.
Yes, you're right. That's what the Code of Conduct does refer to, Ms Merton.
Yes.
You're correct. We've made it very clear that teachers must abide by the Code of Conduct. We, as a department, even have a dress code for our teachers in terms of professional standards of dress. It is made very clear to them. I just want to make it very clear before I pass on to Mr Disdar to make some commentary about this, is that I just have to make this clear. Teachers for Palestine is a group of people that happen to be teachers that feel a particular way about this issue. This is not something from the department, the government. This is not something that's been sanctioned by the Department of Education. This is a group of private citizens that happen to be teachers in our system that obviously feel quite passionate about this particular issue.
Thank you,
But
and
do
we
have
agree
to
on
abide
that,
by
Deputy
the Code
Premier.
of Conduct.
It's in the classroom
Yes,
that,
as I've
that
answered.
this conduct's taking place. So, as the responsible minister, what's your reaction? Is there a directive? What do we tell parents? It's okay. I have a code of conduct,
sorry,
but in terms of the
Ms. Merton, I
application
just
of
gave
this
you my
code
reaction.
in the classroom, how does it work?
I'll ask Mr Disdar to explain how it works in practice, but we have a code of conduct we expect teachers to. That's my reaction.
The expectation's
and I've made
there.
it very clear.
But how is it upheld? It's okay. I've got a code. Go do your own thing. I know you're in the classroom. I know it's school hours.
Yeah.
That's not at all
We're not
what I
going to. We
said.
don't enforce the code. A breach concern parents.
Yeah, I can add, Ms Merton.
What's the process where there's a reported breach of the code? I've got photographic evidence here, and we sit here talking about the code, but it's not enforced.
Let me talk to the process, and then I would welcome, if you would like, outside of the committee, if that is a government school that's in front of you, I'd really welcome as Secretary if you could provide that.
I'm not going to pick schools here. I'm talking across New South Wales
I think
schools.
Mr Disdar is saying so he can follow it up.
There are 3,000 schools. I'm responsible for the oversight of the government system with 2,200. If that's one of the schools that I'm responsible for, I'm happy outside of the committee to take that detail, because I've made it very clear as Secretary on 4 occasions that I've communicated with what is a global tragedy that's occurring. That's our schools are not immune to. It's impacting on our schools. I've made it very clear to 95,000 teachers who are, for the main, remarkable in how they work through situations like this, that they have to be politically neutral, that they cannot take a side, that the best way to support 800,000 students is to embrace the full diversity. In fact, Ms Merton, last Friday, Ms Summerhayes and I ran a principal live stream where we spoke to principals in the state around this issue, around how we could support them, and around
Thank
how...
you. Your efforts are well recognised.
So
to
if that's a
support the
particular
code.
incident
But
there, I would be
what do we say?
concerned as
How,
well.
How is the
Let
code
me-
enforced?
Yeah.
A breach. Now,
Yeah.
sure, we can.
Sure.
I can single out a school where there might be something, and you and I can have a conversation. But to parents across New South Wales, how is the code upheld? This protest was planned. Advance notice was given. Minister, was a directive issued from you to remind teachers of the code and how that operates? You spoke earlier about the issuing of a directive relating to the referendum. What's happening today?
Yes, well, there has been a directive from the department about dealing with this issue in an impartial and a very sensitive nature. And I would say the need for that is very, very real in our school environments, because I'm just going to say this once and very clearly. We are responsible for 800,000 students. there are Jewish students and Palestinian students. There were Jewish teachers and Palestinian teachers. So we take our responsibility very seriously for a large group of people, students and teachers, that are impacted, feel strongly by this issue, and our responsibility is to maintain harmony in our school system.
Absolutely.
We've issued that directive very clearly. You've asked, and the answer is yes.
And
so
on
in the
several
event of a
occasions
breach,
I would
you know,
add, yeah.
I mean, what action, Minister? We see these photos.
Yes.
We talk about the delicate situation. What do you do in response to this? Is
Well,
there discipline? Is there it's
Yes.
okay?
It might shock-
I'll reinforce the code.
Yes.
Is it more than a piece of paper?
Look, I'm going to be really clear about this. It might shock you to know that I'm not involved as Minister in the everyday discipline, as you say, of teachers in classrooms. I trust that with the Department of Education. And as Mr Disdar tried to intimate to Ms Merton, if there are cases where parents are concerned that there has been a breach, or someone has concern that there has been a breach, then that will be dealt with on a school-by-school basis according to the code. I think that's why, I'm not inside his head, but I'm assuming that's why Mr Disdar asked you if you would like to talk to him about
you.
if there was a particular
Yep.
school, because then that can be followed up
Thank you.
in
That's
accordance
very
with the
much
Code of
recognised.
Conduct.
Yeah. Minister, I mean, in the event of breaches, what powers are available to you?
I'm sorry, Ms Merton, I think I just answered this. The Minister
But
for
as the
Education
Minister, what can
does
you do?
not
Is there
involve
discipline?
him or
Is
herself
there
in the discipline of teachers. That's the Department of Education as the employer.
Thanks, Chair.
Is it?
Minister, how many teachers retired in 2023?
Well, I'm glad, Ms Mitchell, that you would ask about retired teachers. As you well know, that in last year, when you yourself were the Minister, resignations outstripped retirements for the first time ever, and we're actually making good progress in reducing the number of vacancies across the system,
Thank you. I'll
which
just
today we've
redirect you,
announced is
Minister.
down
It's
by
very
20%.
specific. Yeah, but how many? I'd like a specific number. How many teachers retired in 2023? I want a figure.
I'm going to take that on notice for the exact number, unless Mr
someone's got it?
Disdar,
Has anyone
Mr
got it?
Disdar can.
It was 2% of our workforce.
No, I'd like a number. How many teachers retired in 2023? Mr Rumming, if you know.
It's 1,078.
Thank you. And how many resigned in 2023?
2,050.
Thank you. So, Deputy Premier, at the last hearing, you said that you wanted to see less resignations than retirements. Clearly, that's not happened. Can I ask why, when I asked about this and asked for the figures through a question on notice towards the end of last year, you didn't provide that data when it was asked of you?
Look, in relation to supply issues, resignation issues, retirement issues, I'm going to start answering this question this way. We came to government to address the chronic teacher shortage.
Chair, can I just redirect? I've only got a few minutes. It was a very specific question. I put a question on notice last year to ask for this data. The advice that I got, the answer that I got back on the 22nd of December was that this is collated at the end of the calendar year. Now, that was actually the last day that the department was operating, and indeed schools had finished. Why was I not given that data when I asked for it in December?
Ms Mitchell, I understand. I'm not sure what credibility you have coming in here
can I
asking
just redirect,
about
thank you,
teacher
Chair.
supply.
Could I please redirect?
Teacher
Earlier,
supply.
could I redirect?
When we are
Chair,
doing absolutely
it's a very specific
everything
question.
possible to turn around the tanker that was the destruction
Thank you,
to
Deputy
supply and
Premier.
retention that you created.
You said in these processes last year that you wanted to see less resignations than
Yes,
retirements.
I do.
That did not happen last year. I asked you for that data and you did not provide it. Can I ask, in terms of the process of answering a question on notice, Mr Rooming, when I asked that question, or indeed when any member asks a question, I know Ms Boyd had an issue earlier with not getting the information that she wanted, and unfortunately it's a repeat occurrence from this minister and this office. Did you provide those actual figures to the minister's office to answer that question on notice? Was the data given?
We provide data to the Minister's office on a regular basis.
Okay, so
on
when I
resignations.
asked
the number that I
question-
just gave you before, Ms Mitchell, was the number for 2023.
Yes.
That data is collated in March of each calendar year, and so we'll be going through that process in 4 weeks' time.
Right, but I asked for those figures.
That was March last year.
But I asked for those figures in December and nothing was given to me. So you don't have any indication of that. Did you give that data to the Minister's office, and then was that not provided through the chamber? That's
This
what
was
I'm
the
trying
data
to
we
work out.
provided to the committee last year.
Right. So I've asked you. So how many results? So you don't have figures now for throughout the entirety of the 2023 school year.
No,
so
but
what was that 2,000 and that 1,000 then? Where's that come from?
That comes from the reporting of last year, of March, and we will get the figures updated in about 4 weeks' time when we do that.
So you don't have data for how many have resigned in 2023?
We get the data that I just provided was the data that we provided in last year in October to this committee.
In October?
When we had the last budget.
But when is that taken from? I'm sorry, you've confused me with the answer that you've given. So I want to know, in the calendar year of 2023, how many teachers resigned and how many retired?
We'll be able to tell you that in March.
Right. So it's now the end of February. You don't have any indication, do you have any preliminary numbers that you can provide?
No, I don't.
Nothing at all? No indication. Have you asked for an update on that, Deputy Premier, as to how resignations versus retirements are tracking?
Yes, of course I have. And
well, what is it? Is it better or not?
My advice is that is coming in a number of weeks, as you well know,
All right,
as
so you
your
don't
time
know.
from
Thank
Minister.
you. I'll just move on.
That we're a couple of weeks into term 1 at the moment. As
Yeah, no, I
things settle
understand
down,
that,
we
but
can
I'm
know where
asking
we're
for
at. And
data.
I'm pleasingly able to report to the people of New
Deputy
South Wales
Premier,
that we are making progress.
I'm asking about resignations versus retirement. I asked in December and I didn't even get the figure of 2,000, 1,000 that Mr. Roomings just provided now. Will you commit then, when that data is made available to you in March, that you'll publicly release it at that month?
I will
wait
take
till there's a
your
convenient point
questions
in
on
time.
notice, and I have to say,
No,
Ms.
it's a
Mitchell,
genuine question. If it's going to be
Yeah.
available in March, it's one of the benchmarks that you said to this committee you
It
would
is.
be looking at
Yes.
to improve.
Yes.
Will you publicly release that data in March when it's available?
Ms. Mitchell, I think I've made it a virtue of my tenure
Okay,
thus
well, we
far
look
as
forward to
Minister for
seeing it in March
Education
then.
to be transparent. In fact,
Okay,
today
great.
we
We'll see
came
it
out
in
with the
March.
vacancy numbers, which you always
Can I,
refuse to give to
with
the public.
respect, Deputy Premier, I've asked for those numerous times and not been given them through the House, and that it's a repeat occurrence from you and your office. But I look forward to seeing those resignation and retirement data publicly released in March. Can I just take you to the annual report? And there's an interim annual report on the department's website at the moment. Have you read that? Have you seen that document?
I've seen the annual report. Ms. Mitchell.
Have you read it?
I've seen the annual report. I've been
Have
briefed
you-
on the
have you
annual
read
report.
it?
I have been briefed on the annual report.
Okay, so you haven't read it. Have you looked at the annual report from 2022? Are you familiar with that document, the one from the year before?
I'm not. I've been briefed on annual reports in my time
Okay.
as Minister.
Thank you. So I just wanted to refer you to the fact that the previous annual reports listed a number of targets right across the public school system, going to things like attendance, Aboriginal student outcomes, what happens for children in terms of post-school destinations.
Yes.
There's academic outcomes in terms of NAPLAN and the like. That's all in the 2022 report. There is no mention of any outcomes targets in the draft or the interim annual report that's available now. Under your government, will you not be releasing or setting targets for statewide outcomes across the Department of Education schools?
I'm really glad that you asked about this particular question because it goes to the heart of our recently released Plan for Public Education, which was released after deep and meaningful consultation with a profession that was ignored and rebuked under the previous government.
Deputy Premier, it's just a very simple
under
question.
that
I just want to
plan,
redirect you.
We will be working with schools on their school-by-school targets
Okay.
to ensure that
Thank you.
our target as a government, and let me be really clear about this because this is so important for parents to understand, because this is the feedback that they've had to us, to lift all students, no matter where they are starting from. And I know that your previous targets, Ms.
Thank you.
Mitchell, were
So
about the
thank
top
you-
two
thank
bands of
you,
the
Deputy
HSC.
Premier. Deputy
we
Premier, if I could
are
just
interested
redirect
in
you,
lifting
I'll just
all
redirect
students.
you. I agree that parents deserve to know outcomes, and as a public school parent, I definitely want to know across the system how the children are tracking. There were a range of measures very visible in the 22 annual report that talks about, as I said, post-school destinations, attendance, improving Aboriginal education outcomes, early childhood, NAPLAN. There was very extensive targets that were set, and it's publicly reported and available for all parents to look at. Will that be included, that sort of statewide data, targets and outcomes that you want to see met in the annual report when the final one is released for 2023 and going forward? Will you have statewide outcomes and targets that parents will be able to read and pick up in the annual report for the entire Department of Education?
Well, with respect, Ms. Mitchell, the previous approach, which you
No,
say
it's a specific question,
works
Minister.
so
Will you
well,
have
left
outcomes and
us, we
targets in the
inherited
annual
a
report
system.
Okay,
or not?
order. I'll hear the point of order.
Would It would assist the conduct of this hearing if we allowed for a question and answer session. I've refrained from taking points of order, but some of the questions are infinitely longer than the answers that have been provided.
Because I want to know if there's outcomes in the report.
I do agree that this has become quite scrappy. The time's about to expire.
Minister,
anyway.
will there be outcomes in the annual report, yes or no?
Well, I can tell you that parents will be able to work to ensure that they can see their school plans with the outcomes in their school plans.
So that's a no
and
for
we are
statewide.
committed.
Thank you, my time's
We are
expired.
committed
Thank you.
to lifting all students. Can I say it's not like the previous approach worked? Did it work, Ms. Mitchell? I don't think so.
You're not going to report it.
Thank you. Can we come back to where I was when I had my last
Gladly.
round?
Yes.
In relation to the doubling of parent contributions for sports and
Yes.
extracurricular activities. So where I wanted to get to with that is we hear a lot from the opposition about the school voucher system no longer being in place.
Yep.
We're obviously all very aware of the cost of living crisis that we're in. What has been done to systematically unpick that increase to ensure that you can decrease it in the future?
It is greatly concerning, and I'm going to pass to Mr Disdar, but I'm going to make it very clear as Minister as well. I think it's important that I say this. The Secretary has made this very clear to the leaders of our schools, our great principals, that the voluntary contributions are voluntary contributions, that no student is to be excluded from activities or from enrolment in schools because of the lack of ability to give a voluntary contribution. They are not fees. I really want to make that very clear because that's something very important to me about what sets us apart in our system.
Yeah, Chair, I want to make sure I come back with that figure because, as you would respect and appreciate, during those complex COVID years, we had no excursions running, no camps running, no extracurricular, no sport. So I just want to make sure I get the right advice and the right numbers. Has the spike that you referred to gone back to what normal levels would be, or is it part of the anecdotal that I've also picked up across the state where, for example, I referenced transport costs by way of, the school hires a bus to take the rugby league team and drop off the softball team. Principals have told me that's become more expensive across the state. So I want to make sure I get the accurate info, but you would appreciate those 3 tough years across that COVID landscape had none of that occurring, and now gladfully back to normal. But let me come back with the detail. We have stressed, and I've seen this as a parent in the system of 3 children in the system, the voluntary contribution, that even with subject contributions for electives, that no child can miss out, no parent can feel like they're obliged to, that no parent in their communication can feel like this is a obligation or a fee or a must do, because that's what we pride ourselves on. And across the last 4 years, we give guidance that if you're going to increase the voluntary contributions, we haven't allowed for an increase on voluntary contributions. We're very respectful that families are doing it tough out there, and we want to make sure we can support them in our education delivery.
So I'm looking at the last 4 years of that line item.
Yes.
And there is, 2020 financial year, so that's obviously middle of 19 to middle of 20, was sitting at around 68 million. And then it was 68 million again in the following year, end of 21, and then 22 was this 43, and now we're back up to 86. So it is the highest it's been in 4 years. I'm not sure that's explicable from a COVID blip, but I guess $40 million of expense for parents across the state is quite significant. Is there any way that the government can just be allocating $40 million through the budget to make sure this doesn't happen again?
I totally concur with you. I wasn't offering it as an excuse. I was just, the mere practicalities of those COVID years meant, no excursions, no activities, no sport. But that's why I want to go back and unpack that figure. I'll get that advice. I'll provide it to you. I mean, I did have the voluntary contribution and the subject contribution figures, which I was reading out to you. They've remained very stable.
Yes.
But I do appreciate that you're talking to extracurricular and sporting. So let me find out the exact detail of what's attributable to that.
Thank you. The other line item I find curious, and again I'm looking at over 4 years, is in relation to canteen sales. So in the last financial year, it was 29 million, just over $29.5 million in revenue for the department from canteen sales, up from around 21 million in 2020. Again, in the current cost of living crisis, that causes me concern. Is that line item the amount of profit being made on those goods, or is it something else? Is it a lease to for-profit operators? What is it?
Yeah, so canteens, Chair, you'd appreciate, fall into a couple of categories. There can be P&C run canteens and parent volunteers, and I do want to thank the parents across the state who do that, because some of our operations can be not viable by way of student number or capacity, and if it wasn't for those parents and their willingness to assist, in many locations we wouldn't have canteens run.
So just on that, because I asked about this in the last estimates on supplementary questions, and I got an answer back that we have 512 for-profit canteens in New South Wales, so ones that are not run by P&Cs.
Yes.
Or school run. What percentage is that of all of the canteens?
Did you say 512, Chair? There's 2,200 schools, so
okay,
I'm going to say roughly a quarter.
Okay, so again, Minister, this is not something that happened under your watch, but this privatisation of services within our schools, does that concern you, that we've got 25% of them being privately profit?
Can I talk to that category, though? That category is where the canteen is leased, and they've got to comply with a healthy canteen guide, also a pricing guide that is part of the tender application.
But we're still getting $29 million in profit from our canteens during a time of extreme crisis for the average family.
One other detail that I'll just provide for you, Chair. Those funds don't go to the department, those funds go to the school and would go back into that school's general operation. I can tell you as a former principal in the system, I did have cause to tender out the canteen at the time, fantastic operator, and there was a small income flow that came back into the school, which was great through that lease. I've got to say the school community was really happy because they were being looked after by way of nutrition, and also made it my business as principal, if there was any child who was struggling financially with their family, to make sure that I'd feed them and make sure that they were well looked after.
Perhaps I need some clarification on what that line item is then. How much of that $29.5 million is profit being made on goods sold from the canteen? And, I appreciate that there might be an amount going back into the school, but we've just talked about out-of-pocket costs for the average parent. Like, this is, the fact that they're putting more into their school is not necessarily good in the context. And also how much is coming back in terms of lease fees then for the quarter of our canteens that are being run for profit?
Yeah, let me go and see if I can give you that breakdown. I just wanted to reiterate, Chair, that and make that clear. I think you've appreciated that. I don't want you to think that money is coming back into the department. That's going back to that individual school if it's a lease canteen. Just stay with me.
It's still more money that's going into our schools from parents' pockets rather than from the department.
I appreciate what you're saying, so let me look at that breakdown and also give you guidance about how we go about those leases to make it reasonable by way of our not only our healthy canteen policy, but the pricing structures of that as well.
Minister, is your government concerned about those? We had very large privatisations under the past government that we have all rightfully criticised. Well, some of us have rightfully criticised. But there was also a bunch of those kind of more small, because sort of going unnoticed privatisations or privatisations by stealth.
Yeah.
Are you concerned that we have for-profit canteens being installed in our public schools? Is that something you'd be looking to reverse?
Look, am I concerned about privatisation across the board? Yes, I'm very concerned about privatisation. I would say that this government stands very proudly on taking that
issue to the election in stark contrast to the previous government. So I don't know if it's correct to say we've all spoke against it. I think the current opposition is still in favour of privatisation of almost everything. But can I just say, when it comes to canteens, Mr Disdar is right. Some schools might choose to do that. But I do take your point, Madam Chair, that it is still then asking parents to dig into their own pockets. At the same time, I do respect, of course, as Minister, that some schools might make that decision because they feel it's best for them in their school community. But we don't want to see it become, as you say, a privatisation, which makes it even harder for parents to keep up with the cost of living. I would say, if it comes to it, as Mr Disdar really just clearly said, and I've been to many schools with this case, and I really appreciate this is just anecdotal, where there are children that need food and there's a for-profit canteen, I would bet my bottom dollar that public school would provide food at that for-profit canteen. So, but I take your point.
Yeah, it's not really.
I do take your point.
Because it's still a voluntary contribution of a kind. It's a contribution that parents are having to make.
I understand.
And in an ideal world, each of those children would be making it clear when they weren't being fed. But we know that that's not necessarily universal.
In an ideal world, we would have full funding from the Commonwealth Government for public schools, not have a system that was very skew-if, so we would be able to provide everything that we want to provide at public schools, yes.
In some cases too, Chair, we've got to be very respectful where the principal and the school team want to really concentrate on core activity, teaching and learning classrooms. If I take you to Cherrybrook Technology High School, where the principal really recently retired, a great operator in Gary Johnson, we're talking of a school of 1,500 students, so it can be a massive operation and a massive admin operation for parents and P&C run, and the preference there will be to outsource that to maybe generate some income for the school, but to keep it within reasonable limits. I just want to it's not the first thing that schools jump to, but there's size and scales. We've got schools that are less than 5 students and schools that are up to 2,000
I think we're talking about two different things, though. Like, obviously, there are P&C run schools, but there could also be not-for-profit, people running school canteens who are getting paid a wage and all the rest of it. There are other options. What we're talking about is parents having to pay someone else's profit margin, and I'm not convinced that is something that a Labor government would want to be doing. So
I take your point, Madam Chair, and we certainly have to look at this carefully to ensure that parents aren't unnecessarily having to dig into their own pockets. I respect the point you're making greatly.
Thank you. I'm going to hand over to my colleague now.
Thank you. My question relates to the proposed new high school at Bungendore.
Yes.
That was announced by the previous government in 2020 with a promise that it would be completed by January 2023. Given that the Land and Environment Court's decision in December that said the DA for the proposed school was invalid because of failure to get approval from the Minister for Crown Lands, as well as emerging concerns regarding lead contamination, have you considered relocation to either of the previously proposed alternative sites?
Thank you. Dr. Cohen, this has been quite the ongoing issue that the local community at times have been extremely concerned about. Of course, it has been the subject of legal action, as you say. It's an issue that we have inherited from the previous government. I will pass on to the relevant Deputy Secretary or Mr. Disdar, so I make sure we give the correct information about the site selection.
We're looking forward to lodging a new application to meet the requirements.
So given that legal appeals processes and further DAs are going to set the process back a year or years further for a project that was announced back in 2020, sod hasn't been turned yet, is that acceptable to families in Bungendore? Why won't you consider revisiting some of those other alternative sites now that there's so much trouble with this one?
We've also had an independent assessment of the site selection. It's been well known by all of our community there, the sites that were considered. In fact, I remember as Deputy Secretary going down there to address the local council at the time with the range of sites that we considered. That independent assessment of the site selection process undertaken by us as a department confirms that that's the site to pursue. I really respect and appreciate the frustration on the ground. It's far from ideal. I am committed to delivering on that government commitment of building that new school. We are in the processes of respecting the court's wishes and lodging a new application for that school.
Understanding that there were barriers with some of the other sites, but now there are also significant barriers with this one, and I understand one of the reasons for its selection was proximity to essential infrastructure, likelihood to be up quickly. Do you not think that needs revisiting now that it's been 4 years since its announcement and not a sod has been turned?
Yeah, I mean, in what's Dr. Kona, far from ideal situation, having to relodge again gives us the opportunity to go back and meet the current requirements that are there and address things like you pointed out. So we've got a team that's hard at work on doing that. We plan to lodge that and we plan to meet the requirements and deliver the new school.
And just confirming for the record, it's still your plan to attempt to deliver that school on
all the advice I've had, including that independent assessment of the site selection process, is that that's the right site to pursue, and our next lodgement will be in line with that site.
Thank you. I'm moving to a completely different topic. In last year's estimates, in responses to questions by my colleague Ms Abigail Boyd, you said that the DPE was preparing guidelines for decision makers regarding synthetic turf in public open spaces. There are references made in the synthetic turf study in public open space, but it doesn't specifically consider synthetic turfs in schools and the impacts that they have on school kids. Will those guidelines provide specific guidance around their installation and use in schools?
I believe Mr Disdar has information on this.
It's a really good question, Dr. Cohen. We prefer natural turf as far as practical and possible on school sites. As you know, that can, with traffic and wear and tear, it can deteriorate if used extensively, particularly on high demand sites, and we're partnering with lots of councils on shared facilities. Synthetic turf is one of the 4 options within our playgrounds, but I can tell you it's not commonly used in New South Wales public schools, and our preferred mode of delivery is natural turf on any capital upgrades, on any major builds. But why I don't rule it out as one of the options, we've had some co-delivered projects. So, I mean, if I take you to Fairfield High School, it's a fantastic high school, and we're able to achieve there mini soccer courts that you often see right through Europe where they're playing, all sorts of hours. And we've got school hours access and then community privately run access after hours. Now, that provider delivered synthetic turf for that material, and it wasn't delivered by us. So why we don't rule it out is in some co-partnership opportunities we'll look at it, but our preference is to have natural turf.
Given that it's your preference for natural turf, I assume that's for the many reasons outlined in the Chief Scientist's report, including particularly heat risk and bushfire risk for kids. Why is that not prioritised in funding agreements with a private provider like at Fairfield? You've still got kids playing on synthetic turf.
Yeah, I mean, at Fairfield, it's not the sole thing that we've got for access. We still have ovals and play space that's natural turf. But, this was an opportunity to also be able to tap into. Our preference, wherever possible, is to deliver with natural turf.
While we're on synthetic turf, I'm also interested to understand what protections are currently in place for schools that are in extreme and high bushfire risk areas. We know that synthetic turf can increase the risk of adjacent buildings to be ignited in a bushfire because of the way that they hold heat. There are several schools, for example, in the Blue Mountains area that have synthetic turf playgrounds. How is that risk managed by the department?
Another very good question, Dr. Cohen. I know that in our high-risk areas, each of our schools have a bushfire management plan that's developed with our Work Health Safety Directorate. We don't leave it to the school on its own, and we work with Rural Fire Service, etc., to make sure evacuation zones, all the ingredients that are necessary to as best protect that school are taken into account. In fact, including what you've referenced around synthetic turf, but I can come back to you on the specific of how we address that part of the plan.
I would appreciate it. Yeah, my concern is that the Education Facility Standard and guidelines only recommend that synthetic play equipment be shaded, and that there's no specific guidance there around the application of synthetic turf in high bushfire risk areas?
Yeah, no, I don't believe that to be the case of the only thing we advise on that front. So let me come back with the specific advice we provide to those sites in bushfire risk that have got synthetic turf.
Okay, thanks. And my last question is just back to the Minister on this topic. There was some extraordinary efforts by citizen scientists this summer looking at synthetic turf, particularly in metropolitan Sydney, who've measured with thermometers the heat coming from natural turf.
Yes.
The synthetic turf was measured as hotter than concrete in summer. Do you think that's acceptable as a playing surface for kids?
I mean, it's very concerning, of course. And I hear that as well. I hear it as a concern from parents as well. And that's obviously why we prefer natural turf to synthetic turf, because in many of these cases we've got little children as well playing on these very hot surfaces. You look at somewhere like my part of the world, it gets very, very warm.
Absolutely. So you understand the concern from those families that new synthetic turf surfaces are still going in?
I certainly do, and we make every effort as a department, as a system, to prefer natural turf.
Thank you. Back to the opposition.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, can you advise whether there's currently a freeze on recruitment for vacant positions in the Professional and Ethical Standards Unit within the department?
Well, this is a really the question of the professional and ethical standards team in the department is it's a hard job that they do. It's a very important job that they do. They have been the subject of a review, and I will pass to Mr. Dizdar about any freeze on the team.
So sorry, are you aware of a freeze, Minister, before you pass to the Secretary?
It's an operational matter for
Mr.
Dizdar.
But with respect, you've just said that it's a very important unit in the department, and I would agree. They deal with very serious issues of teacher misconduct allegations.
Yes.
Are you aware of a freeze on recruitment for that particular directorate?
What I'm saying in answer to your question, Ms Mitchell, is that I am not responsible, as you well know,
Are you
for
aware
the
of it?
daily operation of the department.
With respect, Deputy Premier, I'm not asking if you're responsible. I am asking if you are aware of a freeze of recruitment for positions for that very important directorate.
I am saying in response to your question that I would pass that to Mr Dizdar, because he is responsible as Secretary of the Department.
Have you asked if there's a freeze on it?
I'm passing to Mr Dizdar right now to answer your question.
Can you answer for the Minister, please?
The Executive Director that heads up PES would seek line management approval through the Deputy Secretary of any role that they would be filling or the creation of a new role.
Thank you. So, Mr Dizdar, Deputy Premier is referred to you. She's not able to answer. Is there currently a freeze on recruitment for vacant positions within that directorate?
I haven't put a freeze on any directorate across the
How many
organisation.
vacant positions are there in PES at the moment?
I wouldn't have that at my fingertip, but I'm happy to find out.
Could you take it on notice? And are they being actively recruited for any of those vacant positions?
I'm happy to come back with the detail on how many, but my expectation would be that the Executive Director that leads that unit, we're talking about a very large organisation with 170,000 employees.
I'm very well aware of that. I just want to know how many vacant positions there are at the moment within PES, that unit, and are there active recruitments underway for any vacant positions, or has that been submitted to a freeze?
What I can say is that there's no freeze that's been given by me as Secretary across the organisation.
But you've said that. But is there active recruitment for vacant positions in PES at the moment?
Yeah, I'm very happy to take that on notice.
If you could take that on, would you think you'd be able to get that for us before the end of today?
We'll do our best.
Okay, thank you. I'll just hand back to my colleague for a couple of minutes.
Thank you. Deputy Premier, at the last estimates, we spoke about the importance of learning in the classroom.
Yes.
And how critical that was.
That's what the classroom's for.
To you. Minister, we need children at school to get the benefits of a first-class education. We make no apologies for encouraging children to go to school. Minister, is that still the case?
Yes, of course it is the case. We as a government we could not be more committed to improving the education system, the one we were left with in disarray by the previous government, and tackling the chronic teacher shortage so we have teachers in front of our students in our classrooms where teaching and learning occurs.
Yeah. And that priority for the importance of classroom teaching has been communicated across New South Wales schools?
Every single school across New South Wales, in the public system, every 2,200 of them, each one of them, every day is committed to the teaching and learning in each one of their classrooms, and I would very much hope they know that my
so
commitment
just in
as
terms
their
of a
minister-
directive from the Minister about the importance of classroom teaching and the classroom environment, that there's no specific directive on that.
that teachers teach in the classroom, Miss Merton. That's what the expert practice of teaching is, to teach in the classroom, the learning and teaching and learning in the classroom. I'm wondering if this is a trick question.
It's not a trick question,
Yes.
no. And Minister, it was 3 weeks after the last estimates where we, agreed on the importance of classroom learning and teaching.
Yes.
That we had students assembling once again on the school strike for action.
Yes.
Sorry, for climate. School strike for climate. You might have seen some of the media press, and it was kids walking out of the schools, walking out of the classroom, got the banners. They were accompanied by adults on this one. Minister, how is this still allowed when we talk about the importance of classroom teaching, and we've got students leaving the school grounds during school hours, protesting to the streets for climate action?
Well, Ms Merton, obviously by the content of your question, I'm to assume that you are quite familiar with all the media coverage in relation to that particular issue, which I'm hoping would mean that you'd be familiar with my very strong comments at the time, which were we expect students to be at school. Same way we expect teachers to be teaching in classrooms if we have enough of them, which of course that's what we're hard at work to do. But we expect students to be at school. In fact, I think I remember coming under quite a bit of fire by quite a number of student activists for my comments around students staying at school. So I agree with you, Ms Merton.
So your comments,
Yes.
the directive from the Minister, the importance, as you just said,
Yes.
of staying at school, learning in the school,
Yes.
it wasn't very successful if students are still taking to the streets during school hours to protest.
Are you suggesting that I would say something and then that would stop? What's happening is
Deputy
that
Premier,
students-
many
I'm
hundreds
out
of
there
students
saying, please,
are completely
I understand you're reading
ignored.
from your question, Ms Merton, but I'm answering the question. We're in agreement. Students need to be in the classroom. I made that very clear. Principals know that that is the position of the department. We made that very clear from the Minister,
students
from the
are continuing to
Secretary down.
protest during school hours. Directives, advice is going ignored. So, Minister, are you aware of how many teachers also participated in such climate protest strikes during school hours?
Once again, we are in agreement that this is not acceptable, that we need teachers at school because that's where their expert practice has the opportunity to change the lives of the children in the classroom. That's what we are committed to as a government, and that's what all my public commentary and my commentary to the workforce and to the students in our system has been. I actually cannot be clearer on this, that this has been the expectation of the government and the department.
I appreciate your intent on this. Do we have information as to whether there was a spike in absenteeism in terms of teachers on that day? Were leave provisions taken to allow
Teachers or
students to protest?
Ms Merton? Are
Teachers?
you asking about both?
Teachers?
You seem to be going in between both.
I'm asking teachers, you being the Minister.
Yes, I'm proudly the Minister for Teachers. I'm happy to call myself that.
Was there a
Mr.
spike
Dister,
in
was there-
absenteeism
I'm not
for
sure. I'll pass to
teachers
the
during
Secretary of
these strike days?
In my 27 years in the organisation, unfortunately, there's been moments like this where, there's been activity that university students have been enrolled in. In my
If I could just
recollection,
redirect, it was absenteeism of teachers.
in my recollection,
Is
each
that
and every
something that's
time
tracked possibly during these days by the department?
we track attendance daily, every single day.
If you want to take that on notice in terms of the big climate protests,
We track
is there an
student-
absenteeism of teachers on that day?
I don't believe there was the case at all. And what I was saying is that in my 27
I
years...
don't believe, I don't know, no information.
No, I said that there wasn't a spike in activity at all. Both my predecessors and I have each occasion communicated our expectation to school when these things come around. I mean, I'm all for student advocacy, student voice, but I also am all for our students being inside the school gates and using the mechanisms there with their teachers to engage in learning. And when these things come to our attention, we communicate our expectation to school communities. You should know that, and I'm sure the committee would appreciate that our schools then follow up on that absenteeism from that student with that family. And I can say there hasn't been a spike in what you referred to as staff partaking in that.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Minister, if a local member and a P&C invite you to visit a school, will you undertake to do that?
I get invites very regularly to go to schools, and I make it a virtue to go to as many schools as possible. So I look forward to receiving any invites from local members of
well, you've
Parliament.
received an invite on the 21st of August last year from James Griffin, and also I believe 2 letters from the P&C wanting to talk to you about Balgowlah Boys. Will you visit Balgowlah Boys School with James Griffin?
Look, I'd have to look at what's happened to those requests, but I know that Mr Griffin, as the member for Manly, as is his democratic right, he's been elected by the people of that community, has been arguing things about the school. I think about things for a particular school that was never budgeted under the previous government.
So, Minister, I'm asking, if I can just redirect you, you can check with your office, but it's pretty easy. You could actually just say now, will you commit to visiting Balgowlah Boys with James Griffin?
Well, I will have a conversation if Mr Griffin would like to have a conversation with me.
But he's already written to you and requested a meeting, and he hasn't heard back from you. So can you just say now that yes, you'll meet with him and you'll visit the school?
Look, I look forward to speaking to Mr Griffin about that particular issue.
Okay, so we look forward to seeing you at Balgowlah Boys soon.
I look forward to speaking to the local member about his concerns
about his school. Well, he's asked me to ask you whether you would commit to visiting. Well, he's already written to you months ago and you didn't respond. Will you commit to visiting Balgowlah Boys?
Well, look, I'll speak to Mr Griffin about that.
All right, well, I hope that that's a yes, because he's been waiting months and he hasn't heard back from you. Minister, if a school had a reduction in students of about 30% from one year to the next, would that concern you?
Well, obviously, there's a range of reasons why attendance might fluctuate at particular schools, but we certainly want to see public school enrolments steadily increasing.
Okay, are you
We're
aware...
invested in that as a government, of course.
Sure. Are you aware that at Rankin Springs, public school enrolments have fallen from 32 at the end of last year to 23 at the moment?
Look, I know this might shock you, Ms Mitchell, but I'm not sure of the actual enrolments at every particular school in the state
that's the advice
of New
that
South
I've had.
Wales.
Are you also aware
at
Rankin Springs
once
that
again, I get that the way that you do things is to abrasively interrupt me at every point that I'm trying to answer the question.
This is the community asking me to ask you, Minister. This is
Yeah,
actually
right,
a really
okay.
big
Well,
issue
just
in that small town.
a bit of respect would be
Sure.
probably
Well,
a little more edifying.
All right. Are you also aware that there's been significant staff turnover at that school between last year and this year?
Look, I know there are a range of concerns at Rankin Springs. I have in fact met with the local member and the P&C, which I've spoken about before. And I will pass the department about what may be happening.
That's right. I'll ask Mr Disdale later. I've only got a few minutes left with you. Are you aware that parents have been told not to talk about that school situation publicly, and that a number of staff and former staff are very concerned about what's happening with the students at that school?
Honestly, in order to make sure that I give the community the right information, I'll have to take on notice.
That's fine. If you could provide, I'll have a number of questions to put on notice about this, and I would appreciate an answer. You said in the election, lead up to the election, that you were going to employ an additional 250 school counsellors. How many have been employed so far?
Look, I'll take that on notice about how many more school counsellors we have in the system. We're very proud to give them a historic pay rise, along with the teachers of New South Wales, to encourage counsellors into our schools, because
so if I can just
it was
redirect
something
you,
that was a
Minister,
key.
there were 250.
Ms Mitchell, once again, I'm attempting to
that
answer
on
the
notice.
question,
Chair, I've got
and your
7 minutes
tone
left.
is constantly abrasive and interruptive.
I have 7 minutes left.
Okay.
I've asked a
This is a
specific-
serious issue, the mental health of our children.
I would like...
Order.
It's been taken on notice.
I see a discourtesy, if we like, from both the Minister and from members asking questions. If we could just tone it down slightly, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, you just said that counsellors received the pay increase. Did that pay increase flow to those teachers or those counsellors or psychologists that don't have a teaching degree? Did they get the same pay increase?
School psychologists will be receiving a pay increase
But they didn't get the same one as the counsellors who have a teaching degree as well, did they?
School psychologists are separate to a separate award, and
I
they'll be
understand
receiving
that.
a pay
But
increase.
you just said then that counsellors, that they all got a pay increase, but that's not true, because
They haven't received the same amount, have they?
No, I'm sorry, Ms Mitchell, with respect, I think you do have a little bit of the wrong information. We will be giving schools
Yeah, but has that happened?
psychologists
Has that happened?
a significant pay rise.
Has that
Mr
happened
Disdar
yet?
would have the details.
No, sorry, Mr Disdar, I can ask you later. Sorry, you just said then...
Point of order,
School
Chair.
council... No.
Ms
I hear the point of order.
Deputy Premier
Order. I
said
have to hear the
that they've
point.
all got it, but they haven't.
Order. I have to hear the point of order.
Chair, it's entirely within order for the Minister to refer to a public servant to elucidate on an answer, as the previous Minister did on countless occasions during her last appearances at budget estimates.
Thank you. On the point of order, that is correct. However, it is also then well within the member's discretion to instead ask that question later on and move the Minister on.
Thank you, Chair. So, Minister, have the school psychologist received a pay rise as of today?
School psychologists have received a pay rise in parity with the school counsellors in a deal struck with the Public Service Association.
When?
They have received parity with school counsellors.
But when was that received?
This is, as of now, they are being paid the parity with school counsellors.
But I'm trying to understand, it wasn't done when the original deal was done with the teachers who also have a psychology qualification a few months ago. It happened at a later date, is that correct? I just want to know, is that right?
It did happen at a later date,
Thank
but
you.
it was
Thank you,
arranged.
Chair. I'll just move
There
on.
was a deal. They paid parity.
Thank you, but
it's a totally different award. We
I
couldn't do it at
understand
the
that.
same time. It's a
I
different
understand
award.
that. I'm very well
I
aware
think there's a
because
lack
I had
of
a number of
understanding
them
of
contact me
industrial
who were very
agreements here.
concerned that they were not being treated
Because
the
the
same
previous
way.
government hated unions so much, I think, and working people.
Thank you, Deputy Premier, for that editorial comment that is untrue. Mr. Disdar, did you appear in the school spectacular?
Yes, I did.
Do you know the cost of the item that you were in?
I was proud to appear in School Spectacular. It was the 40th anniversary, and the production team asked if I could make a guest appearance, and I said I was happy to as secretary.
Okay, do you know how much it cost for the item that you were in?
No, I don't.
Could you take that on notice and come back to the committee?
Yes, I'm happy to
Thank
do
you.
so.
Can I ask also, just in terms of information being transparent, I've asked in the past about how many demountables are currently on school sites in New South Wales. Mr Towers, is there an overall figure that you can provide to the committee as to how many demountables are on school sites?
I will have to take that on notice.
Okay, if you do that, can I ask, in previous rounds I've asked, and I've been referred to the school infrastructure website where every individual school, some 2,200, is listed with the number of demountables, but I'm well aware that there is an overall figure that the department has. Will you provide that overall figure, please, on notice and not refer us back to the website again? Will you undertake to do that,
Ms
Minister?
Mitchell, I'll take that on notice, but I
No,
would say
would
that
like-
you
I
very
know
well
that the
know
number exists.
that
I would like the
demountables,
overall number.
the number of demountables increased by what under yourself? I think it was 35%.
Well, that's why we'd like to know what they are under your government.
About
And
what we're
referring
doing
us
to
to a
fix your
website
mess.
is not the answer when there is a master list that exists. I just want the overall number, and I think it's important that we are given it. Can I also just ask with you, Deputy Premier, the announcement of the preschools this week, did you or your office ask for those sites to be broken down by electorate?
Look, this, I want to make this very clear. I've made this very clear yesterday, and it's one of the, I think the most wonderful things about this announcement is that those sites were selected based on an expert panel, reviewed independently and then reviewed again by a probity advisor.
No, thank you, Deputy Premier. Specifically, just to redirect you, did you or your office ask for those sites to be provided to you by electorate?
I am saying I'll take that on notice.
Thank you.
But I'm
do
telling
you consider
that these
Wollongong
sites...
No, thank you. You've
I'm
taken
sorry,
it on notice.
I understand that
Chair, I have
you
another
want to
question.
keep
It's on notice.
redirecting me,
Order.
but I'm answering the question.
I have 2 minutes left. Chair, thank you. Deputy Premier, do you consider Newcastle and Wollongong to be in regional New South Wales?
They are regions of New South Wales.
Do you consider them to be regional New South Wales?
They are in regions in New South Wales, but I know where you're going with this, Ms Mitchell, and there are some areas in rural, remote, regional New South Wales. There are many that are getting these public preschools of which you fail to deliver in government, and I will stand by this commitment each and every day of the week.
And I
believe it's going to be one of the most incredible things we do as a government.
You released on the weekend 49 regional sites,
Yes.
preschools for the bush. Do you consider Wollongong and Newcastle to be the bush?
I think your first question was regionals. I know you're drawing a long bow here. No, what I don't think we're saying that Wollongong and Newcastle are in the bush.
You just said that
they're regions.
So they're not. They shouldn't have been included in the list of regional preschools. Then the ones in Wollongong and Newcastle.
They are regional. They are regional. They are regions in New South Wales.
Newcastle and Wollongong are regional.
Ms Mitchell, I understand what you are trying to get at about this gotcha about Newcastle and Wollongong, but we can talk about our public preschools
well, you had them
all
in your
day,
list for regional
every
preschools
day.
that you dropped
100 of them. You failed to deliver
regional
any of them.
communities?
So if you want to
consider them to
nitpick
be
at where
regional
they're coming
communities?
at, where they're being delivered at, be my guest.
Plenty of regional
But
communities
Newcastle,
getting nothing. I'll hand over to
that,
my colleague.
like Eugowra, that you failed to fix when you were minister, you mean?
Thank you, Deputy Premier. If I could just pick up on the Milperra campus and the announcement, the pre-election commitment, a new development of the Western Sydney University campus in Milperra, and must include a new high school. Comments from yourself, your colleague Kylie Wilkinson echoed those comments. Communities and parents are still registering with us at the moment about, the shortage of schools. Demountables, are an option available to that. What is the status on the announcement of a new high school on the Western Sydney University campus at Milperra?
Look, I'd have to take that on notice, what's happening with that site at Milperra. I understand it is subject to a development by the Western Sydney University.
Thank you. So just following up, sorry, on that one, because I recall asking about that last estimates as well. So, Minister, will there be a high school on that site or not?
Look, I'd have to take that on notice about what our plans are, if any, for that community there at Western Sydney, at the Western Sydney previously owned site at Western Sydney University at Milperra. We're clearly delivering all of our election commitments that we went to the people of New South Wales with. In fact, some of the schools that we're delivering in southwest and northwestern Sydney that the previous government refused to deliver for 12 years.
That's not the question, though. The question's about this particular site. I understand that the South Sydney Planning Panel made a determination on the 24th of July in relation to that land, which is about 4 months after Labor came to government. Did anyone from the Department of Education make formal representations at that time for this to be used for a public school?
I'd have to take that on notice, Ms Boyd.
Thank you. The Gallup inquiry recommended at least 2 hours of face-to-face relief for primary and secondary school teachers. Has there been any money put in the budget to try and implement that recommendation? Where are we up to with that?
Really important question. As many people have heard me say ad nauseum, and I'm happy to say to the committee again that the recommendations of the Gallup inquiry really guided us as a then opposition and now as a government in terms of getting to the root causes of why we have such a chronic teacher shortage. In fact, critical to this issue of face-to-face relief for teachers in order for them to prepare for classes, to do professional development work, all the things that we know that they need face-to-face relief for. Of course, in order to do that, we need more teachers in the system. And I would love to be able to sit here and say that we're at a position where we can do that more easily than we can at the moment. Of course, we know from today that vacancies are down, trending down for the first time in many, many, many years, but we have so much more to do in terms of arresting the shortage in New South Wales, and we just simply need more teachers in order to provide release from face-to-face teaching.
And I don't want to take away from that. I agree with you. It's nice to see a change.
I'm just being honest about the situation.
Yeah, and that's basically what I want to know. Really, is it's not been shelved. It's just we are waiting for there to be capacity in the system before we're able to implement that recommendation, correct?
One thing, 100%, and one thing I have learnt from speaking to thousands of teachers, literally, since being minister, is one thing they value that they never got from the previous government is honesty and transparency. In fact, they're constantly telling me they felt like they were being gaslit. It sounds very, very dramatic, but it's true. And that's why I'm being totally honest about this face-to-face relief. We need more teachers in the system.
So looking at the teacher attraction incentives scheme, I understand that there has been a review, or there's going to be a report released in relation to that incentive scheme. Is that correct?
We're looking very carefully at incentives, obviously, because especially in some hard-to-staff areas, they're very important in terms of incentivising people, particularly to rural and regional remote schools in particular. But I will pass to the Secretary of the Department about any review, Mr.
Yeah, Chair, there's been quite a bit of work. Mr. Roming leads that work for us. I wonder if he's got where we're up to. If he doesn't, we're happy to come back to the committee. Like the Deputy Premier said, we continue to evaluate because while they are some of Australia's leading incentives, financial, transfer points, etc., I just came from Broken Hill recently, where it is still complex, despite those incentives, to get staff to make those decisions, to be in those localities. I think it's well covered that the teacher shortage, not only in this state but across the country, is not universally experienced. We still do it tough in our rural and regional and remote locations. And the geography of New South Wales, is not quite like Victoria, for example, our next biggest counterpart. We have a lot more complexity. So I know that this is something we keep evaluating, keep looking at. And in fact, we've had to move some of those incentives into metropolitan locations where we haven't had to do that in the past as a short-term fix, because we've had sites where we've had to advertise 5-6 times. But I wonder if Mr. Roming's got where that's work is up to.
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Chair. As Mr. Disdar has explained, I think quite rightly, this is not just a New South Wales but a national issue. We have been focused on two important foundations around teacher pay and job stability, and I think we reported to the committee last year our temp to perm or work transition, where we're taking temporary teachers and making them permanent teachers. That uplift has taken our permanent workforce from 64% to 78%, so really important foundations to build on top of our BAU hiring. We added more teachers in 2023 than in 22 or 21. It might interest the committee that we placed 5,499 teachers into the system. We also, in addition to our BAU, have 9 different workforce initiatives to attract and retain, and they're quite varied, from our Grow Your Own program across New South Wales to mid-career.
Apologies to interrupt. I'm curious on this particular, on the incentives scheme. As I understand it, it was being reviewed. Is that correct?
Yeah, there's numerous programs that have different incentives all the way through them. So
I understand.
They're right through a number of programs.
Right.
We initially, 12 months ago, had around 14 initiatives that we were working on. We are now focused on 9, but we have incentives and scholarships and all sorts of incentives right through different programs.
Sure. I'm particularly interested in the ones to attract people to rural schools.
So we have Teach Rural Scholarships. We've had 60 successful applicants offered scholarships, and the application process was between July and August of 23. We actually received 413 applications, so we were oversubscribed.
Just again, in terms of there being a review of the effectiveness of the incentives, are you basically saying that's an ongoing process across all of the incentive programs, or has there been an official review, and would there be a report available so that we could all have a look at the effectiveness of those programs?
Sure, happy to come back to the committee on notice with an update. But we constantly review these programs, and 5 programs were discontinued, and we're focused on 9 programs, not specifically to rural and remote, but I'm happy to come back to the committee.
So, for example, and forgive me because I don't know how this particular program works, but I understand that Delinquent High School had what they called a status 4 for their incentives scheme to attract teachers. The question that I've been asked is, how does that move? So if it's been given a 4 and then there's a period of time where there is a delay,
Yeah.
And we still don't have any increase in teachers. Does it move up a
Yeah.
level?
No, I can help you, Chair. That refers to the transfer points.
Okay.
Yeah, of a school. So a staff member that's takes up a permanent appointment at Deniliquin High School for 1 year of service accumulates 4 transfer points.
Okay.
And so that comes into play
I see.
when you want to put in a transfer to another part of the state.
Yep.
Every school in New South Wales starts with 1 point and it goes up to 8 points depending on the complexity of that location and school.
Okay.
So a 4-point school would be considered to be reasonably complex.
Yeah.
And one of the things that we're at work with the New South Wales Teachers Federation, because this goes to an award matter, is to examine some of those and how they sit, because some of it, Chair, can be historical as well and may need adjusting, because that site could now have greater complexity.
Yeah.
The geography could look different.
Which is what I'm hearing, for example, at Delinquent. So is
Yeah.
is there then does that happen on an ad hoc basis, or is there a process built in where you will look at those things?
No, really good question, Chair. We need to look at this on a statewide basis, but there are times where we make adjustments because some new schools might come on board, or like I said, the complexity might change. We're very careful in making those adjustments because of the knock-on effect you can have, but it is a statewide picture that we will need to look at, and I believe we're just in preliminary steps with that.
Okay, thank you. Just another discrete issue. To Candy Inaborough, the Aboriginal-led centre for Aboriginal boys. This is, and I probably have pronounced it wrongly. So
Sorry, I just missed where you...
To Candy Inaborough.
Okay.
Or I'm sure that I have pronounced that wrong.
Yeah.
It's west of Wagga. Is that about right?
I said Hansard will get it right.
Hansard will get it right. It's west of Wagga. It's an Aboriginal-led centre for Aboriginal boys. It was funded by DCJ.
Right.
And then at the beginning of, it was temporarily closed, and at the beginning of 2024 it was announced that it would be permanently closed.
Right.
Is the Department of Education looking at re-establishing that school?
Chair, if I can go back, and I'm happy to help the committee, I'll go back to my DCJ colleagues as well, and I'm not across that specific one. I know you'd appreciate we've got several across the state where we work with other agencies, but I'm happy to go back to my DCJ colleagues and see what is the status there, and also what we've done locally, if that is the case with what you're saying. Yeah.
Thank you. If we could just turn to early childhood, I understand there's been a lot of efforts to try and encourage affordability, and the recent announcement of the preschools is great, but we still have a huge number of both preschools and childcare centres being in privately held hands. Has there been any consideration given by this government to bringing those back into public ownership at all?
I mean, like you, Madam Chair, I would say that I'm greatly concerned about the access to, if we look at early childhood education and care and then preschool education, both of those provisions to children in New South Wales, and of course the public provision of that preschool education, for instance, is something that's very important to this government. Hence, the largest increase in public preschools in New South Wales history. That's 100. That's doubled the size of the provision of public preschools throughout the state. So where we can really make a difference is actually building these things on school sites, which we are doing, the single biggest lot that any government has built. So I agree with the premise of your question, and that's why we're building that we need to do that, provide the expansion of public provision of that real life-changing preschool education, particularly in the year before school, but also in a way that also complements services that exist in the sector around those locations as well.
So I guess we're doing, which makes sense to me. So we're building more public preschools, and then I guess we wait and see after that as to whether or not we still have an affordability problem with the private.
I mean, we're building the public preschools, obviously, which will be free. They're basically ensuring that in those 100 sites, those primary schools become preschool to year 6 sites, which is just brilliant, I think. That's certainly the feedback I get from the community also. And then, of course, we're providing other assistance to for within the sector. And then, of course, we have, for the first time ever, fee relief for parents of 3-year-olds in preschool, because there is quite a bit of evidence, as I'm sure you're aware of, about those 2 years before school, and because we have an 18-month window for school starting age in New South Wales in kindergarten, that 3 to 4 year is also important.
Thank you. Before the election, a commitment was made to the United Workers Union, I understand, to address the pay and conditions of school cleaners in New South Wales public schools. Has there been any money budgeted to facilitate that happening?
There was a commitment given, you're right, to the school cleaners in New South Wales who told me very, very clearly that their working conditions were very, very difficult. And we have committed to a review of school cleaning that is underway. The United Workers Union is part of that review, and when that is completed, we'll be communicating with the community about that. But we're reviewing that. I accept the complaints from school cleaners. It's I've had many in my own electorate that have said the same thing. The conditions put on them by the contract entered into by the previous government were pretty unacceptable.
And again, I'm wading into an area I don't really know the answer to, so I'm going to be honest about that. But when we're looking at these school cleaning services, how many of them are directly employed by government, and how many of those schools have outsourced to private operators the employment of those cleaning?
I would have to take that on notice so that I could get the right information for you, unless Mr. Distar, you have the details.
Yeah, there's 8 contracts across the state, so we don't directly employ any cleaners.
Right.
For our 2,200 sites.
Because they're whole of government
They're
contracts.
under the contracts, whole of government contracts.
Okay.
And like the Deputy Premier indicated, we're underway with that cleaning review, and we're on track to undertake that work this year.
And in the past, was there a point where we had cleaners being directly employed by
My
the
understanding,
government?
Chair, is, and this precedes even my 27 years, but there was a period in the department where there was direct employment, and then we've been through a number of decades of whole of government contracts.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, but I can't say that I can speak for that time. It was before my my tenure in the department.
Be interesting to know if there's been any consideration given to whether or not directly employing cleaners in schools would perhaps, all up actually be more cost effective.
I think this is
The review will, I would hazard a guess, without wanting to preempt the findings of the review, I would hazard a guess that the review will be looking into that.
Thank you. I think I've just got one more pressing one before I hand back to the opposition. Just coming back, Mr. Dizza, to our discussion on consultants and contractors.
Sure.
Another one that came across my desk, which you'll no doubt need to take on notice and have a look into, but I'd really appreciate it if you did, is Mr. Darryl Walker, who is the Director of Research and Innovation at School Infrastructure in New South Wales.
Yeah.
I understand that he was employed under... he's only been gone a short period of time and I've forgotten his name.
Mr. Manning.
Mr. Manning, so sorry. Employed under Mr. Manning's watch from an infrastructure consultant firm who is on approximately $600,000 is what I'm being told.
Yeah.
There are allegations that there's maybe a conflict of interest involved in that appointment. If you are able to look into that appointment and whether it's still ongoing, I'd be very grateful.
Yeah, I'm not aware of it, so I'm definitely happy to follow up and take it on notice.
Thank you.
Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, what is the current status of the Dolly Parton Imagination Library program with United Way?
I'd have to take that on notice, what the
I'd have to take that on notice what the status of the Dolly Parton and
Do you know what that is? Have you heard of that program?
Look, I know that Dolly Parton has a great interest in encouraging reading in young children.
She does.
Yes.
She's wonderful. Maybe that's something else we can agree on, Deputy Premier.
There you
Dolly,
go.
you're
See,
Dolly
this
fan?
is, you know
See,
what?
Dolly brings
Look at
everyone
this.
together. Don't get me
Yeah, there
started.
you
Or
go.
on her
Bring
or
us
Taylor
all
Swift,
together.
because we'll be here all day.
Yes.
Could you take
Yes,
on
that's
notice just the status of that? There was funding provided by the previous government to roll that out in a number of vulnerable communities, and I've had some local government areas who are keen to pursue further funding opportunities. Could you just let us know if that's your intention to provide any more money or to look to expand that
I just have
program?
to take that on notice.
That's fine. Thank you very much. I'll just hand to my colleague.
Thank you, Deputy Premier. If I could just touch on housing density and some significant announcements and agreements that have sort of from the Premier relating to the National Housing Accord and 138,000 new homes. I'm just wondering if you might be able to update, if you could just update us in terms of where your discussions might be at with the Premier relating to the increased population, the housing density announcements, and how we're going to meet the schooling requirements of this new population.
I could assure the estimates hearing that, as is well known, this is one of the, if not the most important priorities of the government, addressing the housing crisis and the affordability crisis that our young people find themselves in. As a result of that, obviously, we are undertaking some pretty ambitious and systemic planning reforms, and I can assure the committee that every discussion that we are having about this in every meeting, including cabinet meetings, without wanting to disclose what happens in the cabinet meetings, I am making the point that new communities must be provided with school infrastructure, because it is not only the right thing to do, it is of personal priority to me as a Member of Parliament who represents areas that were sprawled under previous governments, where their populations exploded, and where it has taken this government to deliver schools that those people have deserved for decades.
Carry on.
We've got more time.
Yep, you can. Sorry, thank you. Thank you. Deputy Premier, if I could just take you if I could just take you to an example of housing density,
yes,
and where the school local schools are at capacity. There's been no commitment for new schooling or recognition of new schooling. And that would be relevant to Castle Hill. I mean, we had the New South Wales government announcing double housing density, 5,000 to 10,000, no new school funding commitments. How do we explain that?
Well, I can say to the people of that community and to the estimates hearing this afternoon, that through our enrolment growth audit, we have made it very clear that we will be monitoring projected enrolments in a way that has not been monitored before. I've instructed the department to do that on a much more thorough basis, because I have seen firsthand through my own community in northwest Sydney, not far from Castle Hill, where we have suffered under the lack of planning for schools that are needed.
If I could just redirect, this was a density doubling from 5,000 to 10,000. The local schools are at capacity.
I'm answering your question. We will monitor that and look at student enrolments to ensure that the schooling in that area is adequate for the children that are there, as well as projected to come into that community. That is a priority for me as Minister.
Budget provision and capacity to deliver this for the community?
We will provide the schools that are needed for growing communities.
Do you have a budget to build new schools in that area?
We will provide. I can't be clearer on this. This is of personal priority to me. I've experienced this firsthand in my own suburb, in my own electorate, in my own community. We will provide the schools that are needed for growing communities.
So is there a budget allocation for new schools, particularly
the budget will be coming up, as opposition members are well aware of.
Yeah.
And the budget will be coming up, and we will provide
We've doubled the
schools.
housing density in local communities, 5,000 to 10,000. There's no new schools, there's no budget commitments, but we're going to meet this.
With respect, Ms Merton, I don't know if the opposition is well placed at all to talk about the provision of schools in growing areas. Our enrolment audit exposed that the student enrolment projections were so off that some areas had doubled by the size the previous government thought they would be.
So
we
sorry,
will
just on that
provide
then,
the
Deputy
schools
Premier.
that are needed for
okay,
growing
great.
areas.
So we look forward to the budget to have a significant capital investment in all of those areas for new and upgraded schools, if what you're saying
We
is
will
correct.
provide. Honestly, I'm now sounding like a broken record. I'm providing the answer to the committee, which is that we will provide the schools for growing areas that are needed.
Thank you. Deputy Premier, in terms of sector support in the early childhood sector, why did you cut funding from organisations like CCSA and CELA who have supported preschools for years?
Look, I'll have to take that on notice, but we
You're
are
not aware
committed
of
to
that funding
supporting
cut?
the sector. We are committed to supporting the sector as well as building up the public provision of preschools in this space.
Okay, so are you aware of the funding cut? You would, of course, be aware that the majority of preschool provision in this state is done through not-for-profit providers.
In long daycare
and
settings, I understand.
No, not in long daycare. Community preschools make up the bulk of the early childhood delivery sector for preschool. There's about 700 preschool community-run preschools in the state. You don't know that?
I'm waiting to get to what your question is, as opposed to
Well, you
statements.
just said that not-for-profit is for long daycare. We're
both settings in long
Sure.
daycare as well as community
but
preschools,
community
as you well know.
preschools, do you agree that community preschools provide the bulk of provision
Yes,
of preschool
currently,
education
yes.
in this state? And
Yes,
that will
currently.
continue to be the case because I think it's about 700. CCSA and CELA received sector support under the previous government to support the work that was done by the majority of the preschool sector that your government has cut. Are you aware of that?
I'll take that on notice,
Okay,
but I will
thank you.
pass to Mr. Barrett.
No, I'll come back to that in the afternoon. It's fine. You can take it on notice. That's fine. Can I also just ask, in relation to the childcare fund, there was an allocation of $100 million from this financial year to be spent. How much has actually been spent?
I'd have to take that on notice, Ms. Mitchell.
Right. What is the status of the 50 preschools that you committed to building at non-government schools?
Well, I'd have to take that on notice. We're committed to delivering that. That's part of our election commitment.
Okay.
Of course, that we're
Has any
committed
work?
to
Do you know if any
delivering-
work's been done on that?
I'm going to take that on
Okay.
notice so
Thank
that
you.
we can give the committee the right information.
Okay, great, thank you. Minister, you'll recall in the lead up to the election last year on numerous occasions you said that you would fill the funding shortfall if an agreement wasn't reached for the Commonwealth to provide 100% of the SRS. Is that still your policy position as a government?
I'm really glad you asked this question. We are so hard at work at the moment to reach 100% of the SRS. As is well documented in the media, the Commonwealth have offered us a position that we believe is not the best offer for the students of New South Wales, and we're hard at work to get that from the Commonwealth.
Okay, I accept that. However, you said before the election, both yourself and the Premier were widely reported in media, indicating that if the federal government didn't meet that shortfall, that you would provide it at a New South Wales level. Is that still the position of your government?
Ms. Mitchell, I'm not conceding that they won't meet that shortfall.
Well, no,
we
no,
are
but I'm not
asking
asking
for them
well,
to make
no,
that
no.
shortfall, and
Okay.
I am
And if
deep in
they don't?
negotiations with them. Ms. Mitchell, this is really important.
It is.
Because
Because
I do
it was
not
your
want
election
to
commitment
jeopardise.
and you
I
need
do
to
not want to
tell the
jeopardise
truth.
negotiations with the Commonwealth government to give our children the funding they deserve. I'm not conceding the
Deputy
Commonwealth
Premier,
aren't going to give
with
it to us.
respect, prior to the election, both yourself
I'm
and
not
the Premier
conceding.
are on the record of saying, we will fund it if the feds don't. Are you now walking away from that position?
What I'm saying to you, Ms. Mitchell, is I'm not conceding that they're not going to give us that amount.
Sure.
And I'm not backing away
Go in
from
and
that.
fight for it. That's great. But if they don't
Fighting,
come to the
I'm not
party,
gonna, you might want to jeopardise our
if they don't-
negotiations.
No,
I
you
don't.
But with respect, you already jeopardised it because prior to the election,
I'm not
you said that you
jeopardising
would
and
fill
I'm
the
not
funding
conceding.
shortfall if they didn't, and they know that.
I'm not
My question
conceding
is,
because that
if they
is
do not provide that money,
neglecting my
will you honour
responsibility
your
to the
election
children of New South
commitments to
Wales.
provide that additional money? Will you honour your election commitment to make sure that we reach 100% of the SRS, as you said you would prior to March last year?
Our commitment to 100% of the SRS during the life of the agreement stands, and we will not
Right, so
concede
you'll provide
that
the
the
money if they
Commonwealth
don't.
will not come to the table. And I tell you what, I'll be arguing till I'm blue in the face
Well,
on
that's
this
great,
issue. We're
but
not
if
conceding.
they don't come, then it'll be interesting to see what happens. I also just want to quickly ask you, in the Daily Telegraph, in an editorial recently, you wrote in relation to school funding that you accept some of the federal government's conditions on the funding. Which conditions do you accept and which will you not accept?
Well, I'm not going to go into chapter and verse about what we're negotiating with the Commonwealth Government. You might want to prejudice those negotiations. I don't.
But
I
you
believe our
indicated
children are too
publicly in the
important.
media, Deputy Premier, that you accept some. So what do you accept?
We are going to fight tooth and nail
for funding that our children deserve, and I'm not going to be subject to going through chapter and verse what these very delicate negotiations
I understand that.
are
Do you
going
support
through
all
right
of the
now,
recommendations
because
that have
there
come
is no
through?
more important job ahead of me at this point than arguing with the Commonwealth Government, who I believe they have their heart in the right place, and they will come to the table with their part of the bargain.
Thanks, Deputy
to
Premier.
ensure that our children's schools are fully funded
Okay, thank
once
you.
and
So
for
you
all.
wrote
Something that you never
wrote
failed to
an
do. You never
editorial in the
delivered.
Daily Telegraph, publicly stating that you accept some of the conditions on the funding. What are the ones that you accept? You've put this out there in the media that you accept some of the conditions. What do you accept?
Well, Minister Clare and I do agree, as do ministers around the nation, that there are some things that we agree on about the ways to improve outcomes and the ways to address the chronic teacher shortage. But I'm not going to go into that in chapter and verse to this committee, because at the moment we're deep in negotiations right now to get that funding that we deserve from the Commonwealth.
If you
as the
support
biggest
outcomes,
system
why
in the
don't you
state.
put, why aren't outcomes in your report then? Why is it not in
We
the
do
annual
have
report?
system outcomes, and I'm sorry, Miss Mitchell, I'm not going to let you get away with
They're not in
peddling
here.
mistruths via budget
They're
estimates.
not in there.
We have
Please
outcomes.
show me where they
Every
are in the
school has
interim report,
targets,
and I'll admit
we're
I'm wrong.
committing to
They're not
lifting.
there.
We're committed
Order.
to lifting
You
all
don't have
students.
statewide targets.
Order. Some of us are hangry.
I'm fine. I'm good.
No, I'm hangry.
Oh, sorry. I thought you meant.
I want my
I could go
lunch.
all day.
Thank you. That brings us to the end of our
Thank you.
morning session.
Sorry.
I'm so sorry.
Sorry,
It's
Chair.
government question time. I
Yeah.
don't get my lunch at all. Go ahead.
Just a few
chair's hungry, be
questions to the Secretary. Mr Disda, a number of important questions were asked this morning about asbestos previously located on site at Liverpool West. Can I just seek clarification? Was that previously identified asbestos remediated when it was identified?
In the earlier line of questioning around that stage 1 with Mainsbridge, my understanding is that that was all rectified.
Is it the case that a hygienist's certificate would have been required before children would be allowed back on site?
Correct.
Okay. Just turning to the more recent issue of mulch, can you clarify the timing of the removal of mulch on site at Liverpool West? I know you've taken some of that on notice, but just a rough guideline.
Yeah, we indicated through the Deputy Premier that we're 90% of the way through the removal. It's quite slow work with heavy machinery, and we're working with the EPA and Safe Work for clearance as we go. We did communicate to the school community initially that we thought it was 2 days, and that was the advice I gave to the Deputy Premier. Once we got on site and realised the extent of the issue, we then communicated to the Deputy Premier's office through myself that it was going to be longer. The advice was somewhere about up to 2 weeks. We're running really hard. If we can bring that back, that would be wonderful, but we'll keep updating the school community. About 90% removed is the advice I've got as I sit here, but the clearance of each of those zones happens through Safe Work. What I won't do is go back to the Deputy Premier and say we're right to go back until I've got full clearance from Safe Work and the hygienists. I can say that we just visited yesterday at Gullyangari, where the school has been decanted to, and I want to take my hat off to both leaders of both schools.
Incredible.
We spoke to community, we spoke to students, we in fact stayed back and spoke to staff. They're really respectful and appreciative that, one, we've got their students inside school gates, two, off that zone to get it safe, and we're going to do all we can to make that as expedient as possible without compromising safety.
Accepting you can't give a specific number
Yeah,
about the amount that you're removing, what's the...
We have said to the school community that we think it's up to 2 weeks, but they will keep them updated. This is week 1 of those 2 weeks, the first of those 2 weeks, and we're at Wednesday. I think it's been good progress to get 90% off site. You know, the latest I've got is the weather today, and yesterday's not helping either, but you know, short of saying it'll be a definitive, we think it's that sort of time period. If that moves any, we'll make sure we update the school community either forwards or backwards. But like I said, we won't compromise the safety. It'll be the hygienists and Safe Work that say to me as Secretary, here's the clearance certificate, you can bring back the school community.
On the amount of mulch specifically, I know you can't give a specific number, but just a broad amount that is being removed?
My advice, because we wanted to chase that with the line of questioning, is that there's been about 1,000 tonnes that have been removed.
Okay. Can I just seek some clarification, because I'm just a little bit confused at the moment on the issue of soil that's being removed at Liverpool West. That's not connected to the previous identification of asbestos that was remediated, as you've now said. Can you just explain why soil is being removed as part of the mulch removal?
Yeah, I really welcome that clarification. It's got nothing to do with the soil that was previously referenced or the previous work zones that were cleared. This specifically relates to garden beds throughout this school, which are quite extensive in play areas, in walkways, between buildings. It specifically relates to that, and the EPA advice and alert that we need to check all of that. That's what came back positive by way of the testing with one sample. That's what we're at work to remove. And in removing all of the mulch, any material that may be there with it, because it could have impacted, is also being removed.
So it's to reduce the risk of cross-contamination effectively from the mulch?
Correct, that's a perfect phrase for it.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Right, now we have concluded this morning's part of the hearing. Thank you very much, Deputy Premier.
Thank you.
For your attendance. We're finished with your questioning. We will break for lunch and we will return at 2 p.m. for further questioning.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you. We are back. Thank you all for coming back. I note that we have an additional witness joining us. There's some uncertainty as whether or not you've been sworn in for these purposes, so we're going to just swear you in, just to be on the safe side. If you could please tell us your name, position, title, and then swear either the oath or the affirmation.
Thank you, Chair. My name's Sarah Hercombe. I'm the Executive Director for Service Excellence in the Early Childhood Outcomes Division.
Fabulous. Thank you. And we will commence again.
You need to do the... Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
That's all right. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Fabulous. I will now commence again with questions from the opposition.
Thank you, Chair. Welcome back, everybody. I obviously, while you're here, Ms. Hercombe, I just want to ask some questions about the preschool announcement. Obviously, in the last estimates hearing, you let us know that there was some work happening with an independent advisor and that you were working on the location of those sites, and they've been announced in recent days. Are you able to tell me, the Minister has referred to, I think, like an independent advisory group that provided advice. Can you tell me who was on that panel? Or Mr. Barraquet? Yep.
Thank you for the question. Can you hear me?
Yes.
So the panel consisted of a number of deputy secretaries and executive directors from within the Department of Education, and there was an independent chair and also a probity advisor that were part of that panel.
Okay. Can you tell me how many deputy secretaries and how many EDs and who they were?
Yes. So there were two panels that were convened, and the membership did change slightly for each of those because we did change some of our executive during the time that we were...
If it's the substantive position as opposed to the person in it, if that's easier for you to...
So there was myself as the acting Deputy Secretary Early Childhood Outcomes for the first panel, Deb Summerhayes, Kathy Brennan, both were school performance Deputy Secretaries at the time. There was also Anthony Manning as the Chief Executive for Infrastructure. There was a representative from the Department of Community and Justice as an Aboriginal representative, and also there was a representative from Learning Improvement, which is now Teaching, Learning and Student Wellbeing, Ms. Megan Kelly.
Okay.
They were the decision makers for the panel.
Okay.
And then for the second panel, it was largely the same with the exception of Kathy Brennan, who was no longer acting as a Deputy Secretary.
So was the change
schools.
in the first to second panel purely just because of personnel, or was there what
It was
the
purely
difference between-
personnel.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. And you also said that there was an independent, I think probity advisor was the terminology.
So the independent probity advisor was part of the process that oversaw the process that we undertook to select the 100 sites for the schools.
And who was that, or was that?
I might pass to Ms. Hercombe, who can give us the name of that individual.
Sure. So the independent probity advisor was Heath Jess, who's the Director of Procurement Co.
Director of what, sorry?
Procurement Co.
Okay, thank you. And then I think there was an additional consultant, and I can't remember the lady's name, who was...
And Abigail Goldberg was the independent chair of the assessment panel and the independent expert reviewer.
So was she involved in both of the two panels that Mr.
She
Barraquet-
was involved in both, and so was Heath Jess.
Okay, great, thank you. And then in terms of, I guess, the criteria around the selection of those sites, what direction were you given from the Minister or her office in relation to what you needed to prioritise?
There was an agreed methodology that we used as part of the selection process.
And what was within that agreed methodology?
So the selection process looked at socioeconomic disadvantage, educational outcomes in areas where there was an undersupply, so the supply and demand modelling. And we looked at population data as well. We looked at developmental needs of children through the AEDC data. And then we looked at some local intelligence through speaking with principals, directors, educational leadership, and also service providers in the areas where we're considering schools.
Okay. When the first 10 were announced just after or around the time of the budget last year, presumably those 10 weren't subject to the same criteria in this process of the panel. Was that, I mean, my understanding is because they were new builds that were underway.
Yeah, they were subject to a different process because
Right.
they were new builds that fitted the election commitment to for new public schools to
Yep.
have a preschool on site.
Okay. And then I just want to understand, so there's been 100 sites announced by the government. Did that panel provide those 100 sites to the Minister's office, or was there a larger list at some point? Were things shortlisted? What was the process to get to 100?
So the selection panel, the assessment panel met. We were provided with a recommended list of schools over 2 meetings.
Sorry, from who? Provided by whom?
From Ms Hercombe's team, who were working on this. They provided the assessment panel with a list of sites that were recommended. There were also additional sites that we considered.
Yep.
And when we finalised the list of 100, that was then presented to the Deputy Premier for consideration.
So in terms of the list that Ms Hercombe, your team put together, obviously that presumably had more than 100 sites on it. Are you able to tell us how many were on that list?
Sure. So as Mr Barakat has indicated, the process was a robust approach. We originally looked at all primary and central schools across New South Wales before narrowing them down by applying the data methodology that Mr Barakat has indicated. From that number, from that broader amount, let me just find it, I believe it was 231 schools, and that excludes the new builds and major upgrades.
Okay, so that process you found 231 sort of potential sites that fit that methodology that Mr Barakat's just spoken about.
That's right.
Okay, and then in terms of going from the 231 to the final 100, that was, how did you cut? How did you decide who was in and who wasn't?
So in addition to the data pieces that I described, there was a few other pieces that we considered. There was a site assessment that was undertaken for each of the schools to make sure that it was possible to build or construct a preschool on site. There was also some financial analysis undertaken, and there was also a commitment that we wouldn't displace any Aboriginal community controlled organisations.
Sure.
So through that process and through the local intelligence that we had through speaking with DELS, through speaking with principals and speaking with local service providers, we were able to reduce the number of schools that we considered.
Sure. Look, and I appreciate you had 100 was your commitment, and I know that you've got to work within the parameters of what government gives you. Of the 231 sites, how many were kind of, I was going to say knocked off the list, but that's not very parliamentary terminology. How many didn't have the right sort of capability on site to have a physical...
I would have to take that on notice.
Yes, that's fine. You can provide that on notice. And then could you also provide just the other criteria where you spoke about not wanting to displace Aboriginal controlled, or the reasons why others
We're
weren't,
happy to
and
take that on
numbers
notice,
as best as you can provide. Thank you. In terms of, so the list of 100 that was provided to the Deputy Premier's office, is that the list that was announced, or were there any changes made?
That is the list that was announced.
Okay, and did you have to provide that with an electorate breakdown to the Deputy Premier's office?
No, we did not.
Okay, thank you. In terms of the capacity for those 100 preschools, what do you foresee will be the amount of places that will be available at those sites?
So we are still doing work to ascertain the size of each of those preschools. Previously I indicated, or I think Mr Manning may have, that they will be preschools staffed for 20, 40 or 60 students. That is work that is still to be done, but with 100 preschools on that, we anticipate a minimum of 2,000 places a day with a maximum of up to 6,000, but I expect it'll land somewhere in the middle.
Sure, yeah. So the sites have been identified and announced, but at this stage, we're not sure how big each of them will be, depending on that work still needs to happen.
That work still needs to be done.
What's the time frame for that work to be completed?
We will commence that shortly, but I don't have a firm time frame on that at the moment.
And then obviously, depending on the nature of the builds, are you looking at new standalone structures? Are you looking at modifying existing classrooms? Presumably there might be school infrastructure,
So
but I appreciate Mr Towers, you're new.
Mr Towers might add to this, but predominantly they will be new standalone structures. There might be a couple where we use existing school buildings or facilities that are not being utilised, but I think predominantly they are new builds.
Okay. Is there anything, Mr Towers, that you wanted to add to that?
No, and Mr Barraquette has described it well. Fundamentally, the new facilities will be standalone in existing primary schools. There are a number of existing projects underway, capital projects, where the preschool could be incorporated as part of the school development.
Okay, and but at some sites, obviously, that still needs to be finalised as you work through that process.
Correct.
Okay. When do you hope to start to see construction of some of these preschools on site?
We do need to commence a procurement process in terms of construction. We will be commencing that immediately. So the commitment is that these sites will be online for day 1, term 1, 2027, although we do anticipate there will be some that are operational sooner than that.
Sure.
And Gulliangari is an example of that, where we anticipate that it will be open later this year.
Yeah, well, it was almost built, really. It was well underway. In terms of the other 9 of the 10 that were announced as part of the budget last year, has construction started on any of those new school builds yet, or are they still some away?
I might see if Mr Towers has any information on that, but to the best of my knowledge, no, but he might have further information.
The answer to that is no. The planning has been done, or planning is underway for the inclusion of preschools in the Capital Works project,
Sure.
but construction has not started yet.
Okay, and would you be able to provide on notice for the remaining 9 when you would anticipate construction to begin, if that's possible?
Yes, we can do that. That will be linked to the program for the Capital project.
Sure, but any indications would be very helpful. Thank you. In terms of the delivery, well, actually, I'll just rephrase that. To you, Ms Hockham, or to Mr Barraquette, I'm happy for either. Is the intention of the government, or the direction that has been given to you from the Minister, that they talk about universal preschool access? Does that mean every child 5 days a week in the year before school? Are they the policy settings that you're working under as an agency?
So we are still in the process of working to define what universal preschool is. These public preschools are the first step in working towards that. There's other work that we are undertaking to ensure that there is increased supply and accessibility through a range of different grants programs that will help set the foundations for universal preschool.
When do you anticipate knowing what your parameters are around universal preschool access and what the government defines that to be?
So we are doing work at the moment to explore the evidence behind the appropriate age and hours for children, and that will define the work that we do. There's further modelling that we want to undertake as well to make sure that the definition that we arrive at is going to be achievable.
Okay, so is it, as it currently stands, is it 5 days a week for every child, or is that still work that's ongoing?
We are still defining the age and hours for children to participate in universal preschool.
That's fine. And look, I appreciate that's government direction and decision, and as the public service, that's sort of a bit outside your remit. In terms of these new 100 preschools, is the intention that children will be enrolled for 5 days a week?
At this point, we would just continue the current enrolment policy that we have for our existing 100 public preschools.
So the 2 days, the 15 hours, in line with the federal arrangement or funding agreements. Is that
I
what
might
you're looking
check
at,
with
or?
Ms Hurcombe to see if she's
Yeah.
got some information.
You can
on
take
this.
it on notice. If not, like I'm fine. But
Or I could pass to Mr Graham as well. But we do know that current practice tends to be about 5 days a fortnight.
yeah, that's right. Because they tend to operate on school hours. It's a little bit different. That's right. And that once they operate and open, it is the intention that they will be free for families for the days that they are
So
attending?
the current process for fees would apply,
Okay.
and that is that public education is free. Some sites might ask for a contribution,
Yep.
a volunteer contribution. Of course, we would accommodate families that are unable to.
Sure. So
make
you're
the
just looking to
contribution.
continue the existing
We're
process?
looking to continue the existing process. We don't have plans to, or we've not provided any advice to change that.
Okay, thank you. Look, I suspect we'll be back here at the next estimates as more time passes, but just still on early childhood, the flexible initiatives trial under the Childcare Fund, can you provide any information about that process and where that's up to and when that money will start to become available?
Certainly. Let me just pull up my notes on that. So the flexible initiative trial is $20 million across 2 years. The first round opened on 1 September 2023, and we anticipate that successful applicants will be announced shortly over the next couple of weeks, and round 2 for that program is expected to open in April 2024.
Okay, is it like a $10 million allocation each round, or how are you breaking down?
I'd need to take that on notice.
That's fine. I'm going to change to a different topic, back to the final. I'm trying to think of the word. Mr. Manning no longer working for the department. Sorry, I've got lost in my words. Sorry, Secretary. You said in earlier evidence that you had, I think, made that decision as part of other leadership changes. Are you just able to clarify whether Mr. Manning resigned or if he was terminated?
I've made several leadership changes in my tenure, and it was one that we came to mutual agreement on.
With respect, did he resign? Did he tender a resignation? Or was he asked to resign? I'm happy for you to phrase it how you see fit, but trying to work out if he was sacked or if he resigned.
Yeah, I want to be very respectful of his service and time, which I have been, and I made a number of leadership changes. Some were mobility, which some people went to different government agencies, and some, left the department. He left the department.
Did he tender a resignation?
Like I indicated, it was through mutual agreement and discussion.
Well, I respect that, but there is obviously a process when an employee leaves the department. Did he tender a resignation?
Yeah, I'm just going to repeat for the committee. It was through mutual agreement that Mr. Manning's no longer with the department.
And I don't want to labour the point, but did he tender a resignation or was he terminated? Because if an employee leaves, there has to be some process in order for that to happen. I'm asking, did he initiate that process or did you?
I really want to be respectful of his 6-year tenure at school infrastructure.
As do I.
I had discussions with Mr. Manning, and we came to mutual agreement around his tenure.
Okay. Can I go now back to asbestos at Liverpool West?
Sure.
Mr. Towers or Mr. Disdar, which company is doing the removal of the mulch and that asbestos removal on site?
School infrastructure is leading the work, and we've got Safe Work and EPA out there with us.
But have you brought in contractors to do the physical removal?
We brought in, under the auspices of school infrastructure, we've got our own people.
But like school infrastructure in and of itself doesn't have employees who come in and do this. You must have got an outside contractor to come in and do removal who's on site. Are you able to just tell me which company is doing that removal?
We'll take it on notice which company, but we've had to get expert help in to undertake
Yeah, no,
that.
I appreciate that. Do you know, Mr. Towers, which company is on site doing that removal of the mulch?
I can't remember the name of the company. I'll take that on notice.
Okay. Is there a chance that it's Beasy, B-E-A-S-Y?
So, please say again.
Beasy, B-E-A-S-Y?
Doesn't sound familiar.
Okay, so because I've been given from a resident in the area a notice of asbestos removal work from Beasy on Liverpool West Public School site from the 12th of February this year through to the 31st of March. I'm happy to table a copy of that. I'm just trying to ascertain whether they are actually a company that is doing some of the removal, because that's gone out to community members, I've been told, and I'm just trying to find out if that's actually correct.
let's make sure we come back with the right company that we've employed.
That to the staff. When you come back on that, if you could, Mr. Disdar.
Sure.
And you'll notice on the copy when you receive it, and I appreciate it's not in front of you now, but at the top of that notice, and it's of a photo, so it's quite poor quality, I'll concede that, but it seems to indicate that the date of that notice of work is actually from December last year as well. And I'm happy for you to take it on notice, but if you could provide, firstly, whether Beezy are currently doing the work, if they've done previous asbestos removal work on the school site, and at what dates.
Yeah, I'm happy to do that.
Yeah, and I appreciate you haven't seen it before.
This is a bit difficult to read as well.
That's fine, but you can see the date of December and you can see what's there. As I said, this was provided to me.
Let me go back to our people.
That would be great.
And make sure we get the right information for the committee.
That would be great, thank you. And then I also want to go back to, although I'm going to run out of time, but I'll take 30 seconds. Just the Port Macquarie Hastings school community there. Were you able to find out at all since this morning whether there are contractors on site at the moment to finish that project?
I don't have that information at the moment.
Okay. I've been given an indication that the company in question has only been engaged to fix up defects from the previous work and not to continue the rest of the project. Is that your understanding as well?
I can help the committee here.
Please,
Yep. So the contract was with FKG.
Mm-hmm.
It's still in place. They've completed the works that we contracted them to do, but as a matter of course with these contracts, they're live, like you indicated, until all financial aspects are finalised, which includes works such as defects. We have engaged another contractor for the next round of works.
Okay, so sorry. So who is that contractor then who's been engaged for the next round of work?
Let me get the details of who that is for the committee.
I will come back to this. We're out of time for our round, but I'll hand back to the chair.
No problem. I've just got a few questions over a few different areas and then I'll pass back, so don't go anywhere.
I'm here all day.
Good. Just in relation to Mr. Manning leaving the department, did he get a termination payment?
Yes, he did.
Yep, thank you. I want to ask some questions around the early childhood education workforce.
Sure.
And I know there's particular interest in the strategy to basically get more people in and to improve pay and conditions in order to get those people in. Is someone able to tell me what?
I can start and then Mr.
Sure.
Barakat and Ms. Herkin will be able to add to this. I mean, this is again, Chair, of national concern. When I go to Education Ministers meeting with the Deputy Premier, it's a topic of discussion right across the states. We've got a number of initiatives in play at the department to help get more early childhood workers into the workforce. There's a range of scholarship initiatives that Mr. Barakat will be able to talk to. There's wraparound assistance to support study and development by way of mentoring and assistance with financial and non-financial barriers to study. There's also strategies and initiatives in place to lift professional recognition, attract and retain a qualified, sustainable workforce. This is something that's important to us and we want to get more early childhood workers into the sector, and they're the initiatives that we're targeting. But if you want a greater degree of detail, Mr. Barakat might have that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Disdar. Just want to reiterate what you said, that the workforce challenge is something that is of national significance, and all states and territories are in a very similar position. We've got a range of initiatives within New South Wales that fall within our responsibility to support attracting and retaining ECEC teachers and educators. We've got a significant scholarships program which is underway. I'm really pleased to indicate that we had over 2,300 applications for that, so we have increased our funding to support that program. We've also got the election commitment for professional development, and we are planning to roll that program out in mid-2024. That will be a significant piece of work that values the profession, builds their capability and leadership and helps retain the existing workforce. There's fee-free ECEC vet places available, up to 25,000, and my understanding is that of June 2023, there were over 15,000 current and aspiring educators enrolled in that program. We also have an accelerated degree program with the University of Wollongong, and currently there are around 225 students enrolled in that. There's also some initiatives that will be forthcoming through the Child Care and Economic Opportunity Fund that will support workforce initiatives. We're due to submit the strategic investment plan for the fund to the Treasurer and Deputy Premier by the end of this financial year. And there's a range of other initiatives that we have in place as well.
Thank you. A couple of questions off the back of that then. I guess what specifically is being done to assist with wage increases for the sector?
So a lot of the wages are set by the Commonwealth. They fall underneath Commonwealth awards. So we do work closely with the Commonwealth to advocate for stronger pay and conditions for the workforce. So the initiatives that I outlined fall within the responsibility of New South Wales as a state to deliver on, but a lot of pay and conditions relate to Commonwealth awards.
Chair, it might be of interest that we employ 2% of the workforce in early childhood education, like Mr. Barakat indicates. So,
yeah,
you know,
and so
the vast majority is under the Commonwealth.
Yes, and I understand that. I guess the council-run early childhood education centres are of particular interest, and that's a place where the government can lead in terms of the best pay and conditions. Has there been any budgeting done or any work done so far to help councils provide a higher wage for workers?
Mr. Barakat might have some detail, but those initiatives he outlined that we're running run across the sector. It's not like we're just trying to create more early childhood education workers for our government preschools. It's
but in terms of
to try
wages,
and increase it across the sector. But I'm not sure if he's got that detail around councils, but we would be advocating in our role for better outcomes for that workforce with the Commonwealth.
So I'm happy to take on notice the piece around councils and come back to you on that.
That would be really useful, because I understand that this is something that local government New South Wales has been asking for some time. Also the USU has been campaigning on this to ensure that there is a state allocation of funding to encourage that wage increase at council level. If you come back to me, that would be very useful. In terms of getting people in and giving them that sort of on-the-job experience, how many, I guess, is that a federal responsibility in terms of traineeships within these education centres, or is that something that the state government?
So are you talking like a practicum experience like we have in our schools? Is that what you're...
Yeah, and it's been put to me, it's basically people put in as trainees on a trainee rate.
So typically those kinds of things may occur as part of study, but I'm happy to take the specifics on that on notice and come back to you.
Thank you. That would be very useful. Completely different question now. A question in relation to, obviously, domestic and family violence. We talk a lot about the need for prevention, and prevention is reliant on good education. What is the New South Wales government doing to fund and support those primary prevention initiatives in everything from early childhood to primary and secondary schools?
Specifically, Chair, around domestic violence?
Yeah. So when we look at the Change the Story framework that was updated in 21, and we look at that sort of primary prevention strategy, a large part of that relies on the education system.
Yeah, both Mr. Martin Graham and Mr. Paul Martin might have some details they can add here by way of the curriculum and any specific programs. I know it does run through the curriculum K to 12, particularly in high schools through our PDHPE curriculum, but I wonder if Mr Martin might start first by way of Nessa and the curriculum, and then Mr Graham might have some detail as well.
I'd appreciate that, and I'll just add one more little question in that you could address at the same time, which is, I understand that there's a bit of an ad hoc approach to respectful relationships education across schools, and I'm interested in what the government's doing to sort of ensure that consistent approach to the education as well.
Thank you for the question. The issue of respectful relationships was added to the syllabuses, the PDHPE, the Personal Development, Health, Physical Education syllabuses a few years ago, I think 2018, but I'll correct that if necessary. It has been included, I understand, in more recent syllabuses, the PDHPE syllabus K to 6 and 7 to 10. The second iteration of consultation begins on the 26th of February coming up, so people have an opportunity to contribute to and comment on the syllabuses. We, in terms of consent and other issues in relation to PDHPE, they have been increased in terms of their coverage in both K to 6 and 7 to 10. Age appropriate. I mean, consent when we talk about very small children relates to them giving permission to lend a pen or a pencil or something or other. But the notion of permission and ownership and appropriate, respectful behaviour, and it becomes obviously more complex in secondary. Those issues are taught in schools depending on. They're definitely taught, but that's part. The syllabus has to be taught. It's part of the requirements. But the context of the school, and sometimes there are different contexts, different ages of students, different faiths, different emphases that are placed around the common and required content. So that would account for some variation. But anything that's in the syllabus is required to be taught. It's essential. So within the bounds of that level of discretion, the content needs to be delivered.
Might just get Mr Graham to add too, and Chair, just could I take the liberty just place on record it's Mr Graham's birthday today.
Oh, happy birthday. Sorry you've got to be here for us.
His loving family wanted to spend it with him today, but I made him come to Western.
We'll let you go.
You've got this as your present instead.
I couldn't think of anything better, to be honest. Which at my
Please
age,
don't mislead them.
maybe more a sign of me than the committee. So
That's
thank
true.
you. No, that we work very closely with the Department of Communities and Justice around these kinds of issues. So, as Mr Martin mentioned, there's both the statewide kind of syllabus and the connections through the various elements of the syllabus, but also local connections with schools, also the kind of awareness raising days and so on, and that's where we have a particularly close connection through our school performance people. It often comes up in the consent materials because, of course, it's about power and power relationships. So we did a lot of work in 2021 with all of our school colleagues, and the department on behalf of Catholic Independent Schools developed a whole range of consent materials. And when you look at them in the kind of age-appropriate way, because it's from kind of K to 12, so they come to issues of power and people being able to, be empowered so that, in any relationship in any form, they're kind of aware of those issues.
And Chair, I just want to add, we also support our staff through, if required, domestic violence leave, Section 51A transfers. We, as far as possible, try and adopt a humanistic and supportive approach around what can be awful circumstances.
Thank you. Completely different topic. Unflued gas heaters. How many? It's such a different topic. It's crazy. How many?
We're getting a sense of deja vu. But keep going.
How many public schools have unflued gas heaters installed?
Yeah, Chair, let me take that on notice and get you that detail, because we've been at work around air cooling and heating in schools. There was a 5-year program that recently came to completion, where we upgraded something like 9,000 learning spaces, close to 600 libraries, worked with sealed schools. We removed something like close to 4,500 unflued gas heaters as well. But your
Okay.
question specifically was how many remain, so let me come back with on notice if
That
that's
would be
okay.
really useful. I'll give you just a couple of, to take on notice, if you will. So, yes, how many currently still have the unflued gas heaters installed? That number of how many have been removed in the past 12 months, presumably that's the 4,500 that you just mentioned?
Yeah,
or is
Chair,
that over a longer period?
That what period was that? That was. It's not over a specific period, but that was as at the end of last year.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then what percentage of New South Wales public schools have a solar PV panel system installed?
Yeah, I've been on a big sustainability campaign as well, so let me get you that data as well.
Thank you. I have one final small question at this point. It's a financial one, I'm sorry. There's a reference in your financial statements on page 195 that talks about revenue from grants, but there's a curious line in there that talks about the department providing educational services as agreed with the Department of Home Affairs. And it just leapt out to me because I couldn't work out what the Department of Education would be doing for the Department of Home Affairs, and I was very curious and thought I'd ask.
I'll just see if my colleagues know. Normally I'm trying to get more money out of the Commonwealth, so, if I'm supporting them, let me find out what it is.
So particularly for refugees,
students.
for many
Okay.
years we've received additional Commonwealth funding for those students.
Yeah, okay, great. Thank you. Back to you.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, Mr Disdale, you just said earlier that Mr Manning did receive a termination payment, is that correct?
Correct.
Are you able to advise the committee how much that was?
Happy to take it on notice. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Just coming back to the issues at Hastings in Macquarie. So, and I'm sorry, it was towards the end, but Mr Disdale, you said that another contractor has been engaged to do stage 2, is that correct?
Yeah, I don't have the name of the contractor, Ms Mitchell, but there's another contractor that's been engaged to undertake the remaining work at Port Macquarie campus.
Okay, and at the Hastings campus, because there's Westport campus and Hastings campus, so...
Oh, sorry, did I say Port Macquarie?
Yeah.
I meant on the Hastings Secondary College site.
Yeah, which is in Port Macquarie, but
Yeah.
yeah, gotcha. Okay, so did the contract engagement for the second stage go out to tender? Was there a process for that?
There would have been, yeah.
Okay. Has the forecast end cost of current works exceeded the approved funding for the project? And I'm happy for yourself or Mr Towers to answer.
Let's get you the detail of what the budget is and where we're at with the budget.
Okay, on notice?
Please.
Okay. Are either of you able to tell me whether a request for additional funding was made for that project? My understanding is that it was. Is that correct?
My understanding was that when we had the initial budget, we looked at topping up that budget for further works.
Okay.
So let me come back on detail on what that was.
Okay.
If
so
that's okay.
Was there a request? Can you advise whether a request for additional funding was made?
Yeah, let me come back with those figures if that's okay.
Okay. And if that request was denied, could you also advise the committee of that?
Sure, but my understanding is that we are fully committed in budget to undertake the further work that's remaining, and in the phone hookup with the principal, I got her angle of what those remaining works were, and we'll make sure we deliver on those works.
Okay, so I'm just trying to clarify.
Yeah.
The original business case of the project and the upgrades that were part of that, is that what will be delivered, or has that been revised in terms of the scope of work?
So the remaining works, as I understand, and I'm happy to correct these by way of the detail if I don't have them down pat. In talking with the principal, there's Building B with some works to happen there by way of support unit teaching spaces. There's a toilet block to complete. There is an infrastructure piece with the PCYC. I'm going to describe it as a multi-purpose facility that is to complete. And there's some works to complete in Building T. I was informed they're food technology and materials learning. So,
okay. So will the project be delivered as per the original business case, or has the scope been revised because of a budget issue?
What I want to do, Ms Mitchell, is go back as Secretary and compare what I was advised of by the principal in line with what was that original scope, but deliver on everything we agreed to.
Okay, so, and I'm happy for you to confirm it on notice, but the question of will the project be delivered as per the original business case, that is the intention. Is that what you're saying now?
The intention is to deliver on what we committed to up front.
Okay. All right. Well, if you could provide that information that you've taken on notice.
Sure, but I did say here, Building B with the support classes, Building T with the food technology classes, the toilet block, and also the multi-purpose facility.
Sure. The school infrastructure website lists that this work will be completed by the middle of this year. I think it says end of term 2, 2024. Is it on track for that to be completed by that date?
My understanding is that the multi-purpose facility...
You know, no, I'm asking about the entirety of the works.
Well,
when will that be completed
Let me
by?
go get the advice and come back on.
Mr. Towers, do you have anything else that you can add to that?
No, I think the Secretary has provided the information you need. I have nothing to add to it.
All right. I mean, I guess you would appreciate for the community, it's a little frustrating because it was touted as all being finished at the start of the year. Clearly it's not. The infrastructure website says middle of the year. We've been told that there weren't any additional contractors. Now there are new contractors on and there's literally no work happening on site and hasn't been for several weeks. So, you know, I understand you've got time to provide questions on notice, but if there is any additional information that you can provide to us, that school community and the parents would, I'm sure, like to know exactly what's going on.
Sure, Miss Mitchell. In the next break, if I get any further update,
I would appreciate it.
I'm happy to table it. Otherwise, I'll come back quickly on notice.
Okay, thank you. I'll just hand over now to my colleague for a few questions.
Thank you very much. Mr. Disda, if I could ask what discussions have the Department of Education had with the Department of Planning in selection of the 8 accelerated transport orientated development precincts relevant to the transport orientated development SEP?
Ms. Merton, let me take that on notice and come back. We're one agency amongst many others. I imagine our planning colleagues have been in discussion with us on that as well, but let me come back on what input we've provided and when.
So have you had any discussions as Secretary of Education with the Head of Planning about this?
Yeah, let me take it on notice. I talked to the Head of Planning on a number of things, but let me come back on notice. That's okay.
And Mr. Dizza, if I could just say, just given the significance of this reform,
sure,
in terms of population and future schooling needs,
yes,
you know, the community are asking, you know, what discussions are taking place between education and planning.
I really respect and appreciate the importance of it, and that's why I want to come back with the right answer for the committee. The
and
details.
Yeah, look, as a follow-up, and I mean, are you aware if the Department of Education have provided any information to the Department of Planning in the selection of these transport-orientated development sites?
We'd be part of these discussions, but I want to make sure I've got the right detail for you.
So are there any of your Deputy Secretaries who've been involved in that work with planning who can answer?
That I want to go back as, you know, up until 2 days ago, you know, Mr. Manning would have been leading there, so I want to make sure I come back with the right detail.
No, right. I think we have more time now, Chair.
You do.
Yeah, so just get back.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Disdale, as you can imagine, a sort of community concern on this relates to, you know, local schools being reported at capacity, and then a big, you know, spike influx of new housing and residents being the result of these plans. What are some of the measures or that the department would consider in a situation like this in terms of projected needs, looking at how we expand the existing schools, or I'm just wondering what might be on the table or under consideration in terms of planning for something like this.
Ms. Merton, I'm fully focused on delivering the $3.5 billion this financial year for new and upgraded schools that are in Western Sydney, and another 1.4 billion that I'm responsible for regional schools. That's 15 new schools, 17 upgrades. They're in some of the state's top 10 student growth areas. I always welcome student growth. It means more students, more community, having confidence in public education. I make it no secret that I want to grow public education, so I'm fully fixated on delivering for public education on those fronts, and on broader whole of government discussions around growth areas, growth corridors. I think, you know, our growth audit spoke for that, and I know that our planning colleagues liaise closely with us on growth areas.
Okay, thank you. So plans for increasing school capacity to meet, you know, new housing or changes in the community. I'm just wondering, just in terms of where we're at in terms of sort of budget commitments, or I'm just wondering.
Yeah, Ms Merton, I just gave you this year's financial year commitment that I've got to execute as Secretary, which is $3.5 billion for new and upgraded schools and $1.4 billion for regional schools. That's 15 new schools and 17 upgrades that I've got to get underway, and they're in the growth audit that was called out as well.
Okay, thank you.
Can I just go back, because I know that Ms Hookham's only with us for a few more minutes here. Just in relation to some of the early childhood reforms, has there been any consideration, and it might go to the flexible initiatives trial as well, but looking at other models of delivery to support parents? One that has been brought to my attention recently, I don't know if you've heard of the company called Bubba Desk, where they look at working on site with parents still there. It's almost a creche type model. In terms of the flexible initiatives trial, is that really looking just at centre-based care, or are you looking at other forms of early childcare provision?
I'm happy to take that on notice, but my understanding it is predominantly centre-based care.
Okay. And then, well, in terms of the criteria for the funding, which you said is open and I think is now closed because it's going to be announced.
Round one has closed, yes.
What were the requirements for the application process for that funding? Was it only open to existing providers?
That's my understanding, yes.
Okay. And when do you anticipate the second round of that to open?
I anticipate that will be in the near future, in the next couple of months.
Okay. In terms of Start Strong funding for preschools, were there any changes that were put in place, the funding guidelines or the rollout of that funding for services this year?
We did update the guidelines for that earlier in the year, yes.
What's different? What was changed?
I'll have to take on notice in specific of the changes.
Okay. And then just going back to the preschool commitments, there was obviously also a commitment from the government to deliver, I think it was 50 preschools on non-government sites.
So there was a commitment for $60 million for new or upgraded facilities in non-government sites.
Sure.
I think that's around 50 sites.
Yeah.
And Ms Reid might be able to add further detail on that.
Yeah, that'd be great.
So the commitment is, as Mr Barraquette just outlined, 50 new and upgraded preschools at non-government school sites in high growth areas.
So has any work commenced on identifying where those might be, and how does that tail into the work that has been done by Ms Hookam and her team and Mr Barraquette?
Yeah, so work's commenced with the sector on the design of that program. It's going to follow the Building Grants Assistance Scheme model.
Okay.
In terms of the intersection, I don't know if you guys have...
We did not consult with them on the sites that we were proposing, nor have we had discussions with them around proposed sites that they are considering.
Okay. Will you look at that as part of the process? Because I guess I'm just trying to, if you're trying to spread the support across communities, if there's an opportunity to do that.
At project level, there is definitely that collaboration happening across Ms Reid's team and my team as well.
And then in terms of, obviously with the BGAS sort of requirements, it's low fee paying areas and, you know, it's making sure it goes where there's need. Will you be using the same methodology that was applied to the 100 preschools, or will that be separate?
I think it'll be separate, but it'll be similar in terms of the intent of the program. So high growth areas, socioeconomic status, student demographics and classification as a special school, but we'll be working with the Catholic and independent sectors to determine the right process for awarding those grants.
Okay. And do you have a time frame of when you would expect there to be information to the community about where they would be located?
I might take on notice the exact timeline. We're working on adjustment to the guidelines and making regulation to do with preschools in non-government schools, so that we don't, so that we give them really good advice, clarity for the sector on the way that they can operate well without falling foul of any of the guidelines on not-for-profit status.
Okay. Yes. Well, that's a whole other kettle of fish, but I'm not going to ask you about that at the moment. Thank you. Back to you, if I can, Mr. Disdar. The school experience program. I think that's what it's called when everyone goes and spends time in a school who's on your senior executive. Have all senior executive staff participated in that program?
I'm very proud of the program. We've extended it all the way down to director level. So we started with the senior team, and we've asked everyone to go out and spend time in schools to appreciate their operating rhythm, to look at their successes and challenges, and to bring that back to us. We also said that any new employee inside the support arm of the organisation, that we'll put them on the payroll, they can start, but we want them to do a week in a school before they then undertake their work, so that they've got that immersive experience as well. And having spoken to the PPA and SPC, we've had great feedback from schools as well, because it's been symbiotic. It's been growing their knowledge of the organisation and opportunities, and I know it's positively impacting on our work. In fact, I was just reading the Public Service Commissioner's recent report on the workforce, and there's a case study of one of our employees, the Head of Industrial Relations in Donna Wilcox, who undertook that immersive experience.
Okay. So sorry, just to clarify what you've just said. So everybody director level and up who was an existing employee has done that program?
I know. We started with the senior exec, including myself, and then we moved down to executive director layer. We opened it up there, and now we've also moved down to director layer. Not everyone's completed it.
Okay.
But we're in the process.
Is there a time frame from when you would want everybody to complete it?
We didn't put a set time frame on it. I want everyone to undertake the experience, but to do that within what their work streams are.
Sure, you've got to move people around. I get that. So when you said, you just said before, new employees before they start are going to do that program. So is that, again, any new employees at director level up? Or you said something about the service arm. I just wasn't quite clear what you meant.
So the arm that supports all the schools, which is, you used to know it as the corporate arm, we've called that the school support arm. Anyone that comes into that space, it could be in finance as a 7-8 clerk, it could be in procurement as a 5-6. If they're new to our organisation, we want them to undertake that program as well.
And does that extend to the early childhood directorate as well?
It encompasses the whole organisation.
Okay, so if someone is an early childhood director and, for instance, their main role is working with early childhood providers and services to ensure that they're meeting regulation requirements, they have to go and spend time in a school, or do they go to an early childhood service? I'm not taking away from the merit of the program, but my question to you is, if your day-to-day role is in the regulatory arm of early childhood and you spend a week in a school, I would say that that's actually not related to your core business. So I'm trying to understand how you determine who does it and where they go.
That's a very good question, and in that case, we have 100 preschools, as you know, on government school sites, so we team them up with one of those sites. They can both see the school in operation as well as the preschool. We might combine that with immersive experience in another setting as well, on the early childhood front.
Okay, okay, thank you. Did you want to do Sorry, did you want to do some curriculum stuff? I'll just hand back over to my colleague and then I feel like I hog it too much, so I better share the joy.
Thank you. Mr. Martin, this might be your space. Just in terms of the curriculum, parents are interested in learning about the process of this and their involvement and sort of consultation and feedback. I'm just wondering if you might just be able to let us know sort of how that works.
Is that in terms of the curriculum materials the department produces or the New South Wales syllabus?
Sorry, Paul Martin.
Two Martins.
Sorry,
one
sorry,
surname.
Mr. Martin.
Not
sorry.
birthday Martin.
Sorry, sorry. Yes.
The older Mr. Martin.
Yes. Sorry, Mr.
Martin.
So
Yeah.
we
Just
have,
in terms of
there are 111 syllabuses in the process of being renewed. Most of those syllabuses have at least one, but often two consultation periods. The consultation periods allow for teachers and the sectors and also community members to put in their views to us on either the NESA website or more formal submissions. We then take into account that consultation to provide a second phase of consultation. So the syllabuses that are to be finally released at the end of this year go out for their second phase of consultation on the 26th of February. That includes the ones I mentioned earlier, PDHPE in K to 6 and 7 to 10, history and geography in 7 to 10, some of the other syllabuses I can provide on notice, all of the syllabuses and the consultation periods for 2024.
Thank you. Sorry, if I could just clarify in terms of the process on the consultation. So how do parents participate in that?
So they can go to the NESA website where the syllabuses are on display, and there is a very simple process by which they can make comments or provide their own advice. We also go through formal consultations with each of the three organised parent groups, the P&C Association, the Independent Schools Parents and the Catholic School Parents. So they are invited in and get the opportunity to have a conversation with our curriculum experts. So there are a number of ways in which parents and broadly community members can engage.
Okay, no, thank you.
I'll stick with you, Mr. Martin, just while you've got the floor. Can you tell me how many teachers were given approval to teach in New South Wales last year? Have you got any data around that with you?
I have. It'll take just a second. So the number of accredited teachers in conditional or provisional in 2023 was 8,909.
Okay. And do you have a breakdown for how many of those you understand went into which of the school sectors?
Oh, I do, but not here in front of me.
If you could take that on notice,
I
that
can.
would be great.
Some of them will be teachers who teach across sectors because
Sure.
they'll be casual or temporary.
Some
teachers.
early childhood, but whatever you can provide on notice
Absolutely.
would be great. And would you also be able to provide on notice how that data compares to, say, the last 3 years as well, in terms of those numbers and where we're seeing the split?
I can do that. I think that I can say that there has been an increase, but I'll provide the exact data on notice.
Okay, thank you very much. Now I want to go to probably Mr. Tower, just the Northern Rivers school sites, and obviously there's still issues around the flooding that was a couple of years ago and the rebuilds. I'm just wondering if you can provide any update on the current status of some of the school builds up there, particularly, and I'm happy if Ms Summerhayes also wants to provide any information as well, particularly the schools in Lismore and Richmond River High campus. Is there any update you can provide the committee on that?
I might start and then
Yeah, that's
Mr.
fine. And I
Towers.
appreciate you've only been in the role for a brief period of time, Mr. Towers, so I can be
The works that have been completed were Corrokai Public School, Murwillumbah East Public School, Goonagari Public School, Stoker Siding Public School, the Pocket Public School, alongside Wairala Road Public School, Main Arm Upper Public School, Mullumbimby Public School, Crabs Creek Public School, Lismore Public School. So 10 schools.
Yeah. What's happening with Richmond River? They're still on the Lismore High campus, is my
They are
understanding.
correct,
Yeah.
yeah.
So what? And obviously, I'm well aware of the issues of the existing site and what happened. But have there been any decisions made about the rebuild of that campus?
We're, Miss Mitchell, we're working with Reconstruction Authority. We're working with Department of Planning. We're working with Housing and Infrastructure and Lismore Council to flush out all the options for rebuilding Richmond River High.
Okay. Is there any sort of time frame of when a decision will be reached in relation to that?
I'm happy to go back and see if there's any other detail, but I don't have that in front of me. I think, as you know and appreciate, it's quite a complex situation there.
Yeah.
And so we're just still exploring options around where would be most suitable to rebuild.
Okay.
Can I just interrupt to ask if we need Miss Hercombe in attendance anymore? No, you are free to go. Thank you.
Thanks, committee.
Sorry. So sorry, Mr. Dizzo, you'll just come back if there's any additional
If there's any other
information and
detail that
timeframes.
we have,
Okay.
I know that community would want surety.
Yes.
But they'd also want us to make sure we're working with all these different arms to get it right as well.
Yeah. No. And look, I appreciate the complexities, as you well know, but I also am aware that it has now been some time, and that uncertainty is never good for communities when that continues. Can someone advise whether or not Lismore preschool is still on a school site? They were briefly moved. I think they might still be there on one of the public school sites. Does anyone know or have that information?
See if Mr. Barakat knows anything on that.
I'm not sure. I'll have to take that on notice unless Mr. Towers is aware.
I believe the Lismore preschool is at the Lismore South Primary School site. Yeah. The temporary facilities, while the new facilities are being provided.
Yeah, I just was wondering whether they were still there. Thank you. I'll move on now. You right, Rachel? I'm trying to share. Have good manners. The temporary to permanent program for the school teachers and the budget allocations there. The funding for temporary teachers to become permanent, was that sourced from existing school budgets, or has that been funded through the department?
Yeah, I'm happy to talk to this. If the committee's interested in the numbers, there's 9,074 teachers that have been made permanent out of that initiative.
And how many support staff?
And 7,888 support staff that have been made permanent. We're really proud that the workforce has moved from something like 64% permanency on the teacher front to 78%. We want to be the country's leading jurisdiction on this front, and we're at work on that. I must say I've been taken aback by the feedback we've had from people, both by email and on our visits, what it's meant to them.
Sorry, Secretary, I have 40 seconds left. Can you just tell me, is the funding for them, is that for that program, is it sourced from existing school budgets?
Yeah, and I want to make sure I give you that as well. The qualifying rule was that they had been employed by a school for 3 years or longer. So those schools were already paying for that personnel. So in the vast majority of cases, those schools are now picking that cost up.
Okay.
In some cases, the department's absorbing the cost as well, because there could be backfill like long service leave or maternity leave or workers' compensation leave.
Could you provide a breakdown of that on notice? How many have been filled by the school and how many the department is covering?
I'm happy if we've got that detail to give that to the committee. I'm not sure that we do, but I'm happy.
I don't have to ignore the bell. I can keep going. Keep going, Secretary.
You know, I said I'm happy to come back to the committee if we have that detail about the proportion of who's picking the cost up.
Okay. And then if those are positions that are above establishment, how is that being managed in terms of those staff? And if, you know, for instance, enrolment numbers go down, they're above the utilisation policy. How are you going to manage that going forward?
That's a really good question. You know, again, I want to reiterate, these positions were already in those schools for 3 or more years, and they were committed to go into their 4th or more year. So, as you know, with the school-based allocation report and the funding, schools were using the flexibility to have more staff. And we're at work with the New South Wales Teachers Federation because as part of an award agreement, we have a staffing agreement as well that you recall in your time. So we're working on what those procedures may look like. Because it's a brand new initiative, where would that sit in our staffing procedures.
Okay, so that will be worked through as part of the award negotiations and the staffing agreement.
Sorry, I gave you the wrong detail there, Ms Mitchell. As part of the staffing agreement.
Okay, and when is that next one due to be finalised?
We're actually in discussions at the moment,
Okay.
and we're hopeful of reaching an agreement on the staffing front within the next few months.
Okay, so you would envisage as part of that negotiation, there will be a determination about what you will do with any staff that are above entitlement, because as you said, these are people that have been there for 3 years, but things could fluctuate and change, and you might find a school has surplus teachers, so you'll be looking at how you're going to manage that. Is that part of that staffing agreement?
No, you described that really well.
Okay, thank you. Well, look, I did do it for a couple of years, so we'll see how we go. You just mentioned the negotiations, and particularly the next award negotiations with the Federation. Some of the work at a federal level around the right to disconnect, and I know that this has been raised in other states. Have you had any discussions with the Teachers Federation about the implications of some of those federal workplace legislative reform areas and how that would impact the next award negotiation?
Part of the heads of agreement that we struck on the teacher award last October was that we would have ongoing discussions and work with the Federation around teacher workload, the standing and status of the profession. So it's under that umbrella that we're having some discussions.
Are you looking though at what implications there might be from federal changes in terms of that right to disconnect? I know in WA, for instance, it's been raised in the media that it might be challenging for parents to know when to contact teachers or how you're going to manage that. Is that part of your discussions with the union?
Some of the preliminary discussions have been on that front, and we're following what's happening at a national level.
Okay. Are there any concerns or challenges that you see around parents' access to information? Because obviously as a parent, you don't want to be bothering your child's teacher during school hours, but if your time to contact them afterwards becomes limited in terms of that, how are you going to manage that, I guess, so that parents know the best way and the best time to connect with their child's teacher if there's sort of new requirements or arrangements? How are you going to communicate that?
I think these are really good questions. Not only secretary, but I'm a parent in the system as well, so I'm very respectful and appreciative of those questions. I don't want to be presumptuous because we're nowhere near anything. We're monitoring the national front. We're having ongoing discussions. I am hell-bent on improving teacher workload as a former teacher in the system. So I don't want to be presumptuous on anything, but certainly if we get to any stage where we're looking at something more concrete, that would have to be part of the considerations. We'd have to factor those sort of things in.
And what's the time frame for the next award negotiations and when you would expect that to be finalised by with the Federation?
I think there's September discussions because it was a October to October agreement across 4 years, a heads of agreement with a 1 year award and a 3 year heads of agreement. So we imagine having discussions with the Federation in September.
Okay, well we might come back to that one at a later estimates hearing as the year progresses.
Sure,
Mr. Distar.
sure.
I want to take you now to issues around staffing and whether I think Mr. Rummy, you provided back to this committee, I think it was in February last year, that by 2027 I think there was going to be a surplus of teachers, but then my understanding is that there are obviously concerns, particularly about high school subject areas as well. Do you have any updated data, or have you done any further work in relation to where you think the teacher numbers are projecting into the future over the next couple of years?
I'd have to take the specifics on notice. What we have continued to do is fill vacancies as fast as we can, and as we lift I guess the standing of the profession, we've taken more graduates in 23 than we did in 22 or 21, which is a green shoot for sure. We've got 858 participants in our different teacher workforce initiatives, which are above and beyond sort of our BAU hiring efforts. But I'd have to come back to you on projections.
I'm happy for you to provide that on notice. And if you're doing that, do you have any projected data in terms of how many teachers, and it can be as a percentage, will reach retirement age, say over the next 5 years? Do you collect that data or project that?
Again, I'd have to come back to you on notice on that.
Okay, thank you.
Yes,
please. Yep.
Sorry, Ms Mitchell. I'd just add that given the shortage across the state in various pockets, we're encouraging teachers to stay beyond retirement with us if they can. We've actually kicked off a teacher re-engage program.
I was just about to ask you about that. So, how's that going? This is when I think my understanding is that you're contacting recently retired teachers to see if they want to come back as casuals. Is that correct? Or?
Yeah, no, we've been contacting, personally ringing through our HR folk, colleagues that are recently retired, and asking them would they be willing to come back and assist. And we've had fabulous response. And we've been saying we can meet your needs. You know, if that's you want to work 1 day, 2 day, 5 days, locations. Mr. Rumming might have the exact details, but you know, we're in the process of making something like 4,000 calls to recently retired. And I think we've already got something like 80 that have commenced with us. And we've got about I'm going to say about 300 that have already said they want to be part of it as well.
Do you have figures?
Yes, so we started the project, I'm going to say November, December last year, of which we had made about 1,500 calls. We've got about another 1,500 or so to go, and Mr. Disdar is very close, but we've had 285 from those first round of calls of people saying they were very interested in working with us.
So sorry, 285 of the first
285.
Yep.
Yes, 285. Not all calls connected, as you can imagine, Ms. Mitchell, and we didn't want to be pests.
Everyone screens.
Yep,
That's why.
everyone screens. And we've had 60 to date that have actually started in schools.
Okay.
And we are working with another 100 teachers at the moment in terms of getting them ready to go back in to schools. I think the level 3 casual rate that was introduced in the last round of award negotiations was attractive to people to come back as well. We only had 2 steps for casuals prior to that. We now have 3 steps. So we're getting good feedback. Principals very happy that they're able to access more casuals. But we've still got some ways to go in the coming months.
Sure. So of the 60 that have sort of re-engaged, for lack of a better term, do you have a breakdown of how many of them are they all just engaged, are they all engaged as casuals? Is that, or are any of them looking to fill other vacancies?
Let's take on notice.
Yeah, that's fine.
What we were determined to do is, meet them at need. If they wanted to be temporary or wanted to be permanent, there's such opportunity that we wanted to meet them at need. Yeah.
Okay. The merged and collapsed classes data that was provided the day of our last estimates hearing by the media, I think the Minister gave some indication at the last hearing that would be something that it might be looked at annually in terms of how many merged and collapsed classes there are. Is that your understanding, Secretary, that will be an annual collection of data, or what's the process for that?
Yeah, it is. The Deputy Premier wanted me to go and get that data. We didn't centrally hold it. We completed that in term 3, so we'd like to do that at the equivalent time for comparability.
Okay, and will that be publicly released when it's completed?
Well, I imagine so, just like we did this occasion.
Okay, thank you. Does anyone, sorry, do you?
Keep going.
Rachel, no? Okay. Thank you. I wanted to ask, and I noticed that there was an announcement yesterday about more support units across the system. Are there any specific strategies in place to help recruit particularly qualified teachers for inclusive education and SLSOs, for SSPs, but also for those support units as well, and further funding support?
I think it's another very good question, Ms. Mitchell. This is an area that's of high demand in the workforce challenge that we've got, to make sure that we've got skilled, qualified, backed-in folk around, both at a school learning support officer level but at a teacher level, for support classes, and also in SSPs, in special schools. I think their workforce challenge is even more acute than, if you look across high schools in general or locations in general. Mr. Rumming might have specifics, but I do know that we run scholarship programs that have been historically there, that we keep building on, where we do take teachers that are interested in being special ed qualified, and we support them financially through the study process for that, so that we can get already established teachers that are willing to go into that area. I know we've got scholarship programs for those that want to enter undergrad in that space as well. And the other thing that we've been doing is the SLSOs who want to convert into teaching as well. We've been supporting them.
Yeah, but I guess I'm asking sort of specifically for those children, and those units where there are obviously additional needs and that inclusive education practice and specialisation. Whether there's anything new, and I appreciate there's scholarships, but they've been in place for a period of time, if there's anything sort of new or different in that space. Although we are doing an entire inquiry into this matter as well, so there might be more opportunities to ask about that. Do you, Mr. Underwood, do you have a breakdown of any data in terms of how many vacant positions there are at the moment in each SSP and support unit in schools as well? I'm happy for you to take it on notice.
Yeah, I would need to take that on notice.
Okay, thank you. And also, if you can, how many unfilled SLSO positions there are in the same units and SSPs, please?
Sure.
Mr. Disdar, I want to go back to PES.
Sure.
Are you able to provide, and I'm happy for you to do it on notice, how many investigations PES has conducted over the last 3 years?
If we hold that data, I'm happy to.
Okay.
Can I just use the opportunity to provide you some detail on a previous PES
Oh,
question?
yes, please. Yeah, about the recruitment, yep.
Because in the break I spoke to the head of PES, the executive director there. I can tell the committee that there's 204 positions in PES. There are 15 vacancies at the moment, and 11 are in the process of going through recruitment.
Okay, thank you for that. And the other 4?
Maybe we'll... Yeah, they've just occurred, so they're working out what the steps are with those.
Okay.
So if we can, we might take that question that we did put on notice, off notice, if you're okay.
Yeah, well, actually, I'm now going to put another one back on notice.
Oh.
So, sorry, you said there's 205 positions
204 positions.
currently. Would you be able to provide on notice how many positions there were in that unit over the previous 3 years as well? I'm just trying to ascertain if the overall numbers have remained steady or moved up or down.
Yeah, I'm sure we should have that done.
Okay, sorry, you did some
That's
homework
okay.
and now I'm giving you more.
But we
that's
did
okay.
take one off, and
I know,
we've
we'll,
had it.
we'll call it even. Thank you, Secretary. Some of the work around rural and remote staffing, I know that there was data released today in relation to, I think it was sitting at about 1,800 vacancies at the start of January. Do you have a breakdown, Mr. Rooming, about how many of those are in rural and remote areas?
I think I can answer that. So our rural and remote vacancy as of February the 5th was 938 vacancies, down from 1241 similar time last year.
Okay, and then February the 5th, is that the most recent vacancy data that you have?
That's the most recent.
Okay, and what was the overall number? That was the 1,800 or so?
It was 1,782 as of February 5th,
Okay.
down from 2242 similar time last year. So a change of 460 folks.
Are you, and again, I'm not sure whether it's who's best placed to answer this, but the Rural Experience program of where university students can go out and get a taste of what it's like to live in wonderful regional areas, and they should all come out and live in the country. Was that, how many people took up that opportunity to be part of that program last year? Do you have any data around that?
Let's come back to you with the number.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is anyone able to tell me where they went, what that program offered last year?
If we have that detail, let's provide that, yeah.
Okay. Does anyone know? No? Okay, what about for 2024? Are there any further experiences planned through that program?
I know that having just kicked off the school year, it was at the end of last year, it was in term 4, that we just farewelled a couple of bus loads on the program.
Do you know where they went or what they did?
So that's why I want to get you that detail.
Okay.
So are you talking about the Rural Experience program or the Beyond the Line? There were two.
Good question. I'll take both. So I was thinking about Beyond the Line, but also Rural Experience program is when teachers do go out and teach in other schools for periods of time as well. Yes.
Yeah. So
I'm looking at two sets of
for
notes.
2023 with the Rural Experience program, we had 114 participants, so 80 over the 2 years. So 85 participants in 23, 29 participants in 2024. I can come back to you on the exact numbers of Beyond the Line.
Yes,
That program ran, I think, last year for the first time. It was stopped prior to with COVID, etc. I personally waved off one of the buses. I think that there was two actual buses of 60 or so, but I'll come back on the details. They were off to places like Mudgee. I said, I wish I was going with you, good wine country, but they went to a series of rural and remote. And my understanding is we have hired a few people through that program that went out there and experienced that and wanted to be part of our rural and remote teaching community, but I can come back on the specifics.
Yeah, that would be great, because I saw some recent data on it. Sorry.
I know you know this really well, Ms Mitchell, but the committee might not. That rural experience program is where, you know, they leave the metro on secondment and actually go in and teach. Fantastic.
Sorry, I was looking at two sets of notes and got myself muddled. But yes, so rural experience program, they were those numbers, and Beyond the Line, there were two
groups. It was the same group, but they went actually reverse reverse itineraries.
Sure. Are you able to provide, and I'm happy for it to be on notice, how many of Beyond the Line sort of participants you expect this year, and where you look to send them, and also how you determine where they go? Mudgee's lovely, but I'm just curious as to how you kind of determine where they head.
Sure, I'll come back on the specifics. My understanding is we're running 2 cohorts because of the success of the one cohort last year.
Yep.
So one set for March, April, and one set for September, October.
Okay, fantastic. The Camellia Rose Hill strategy, in terms of, and this is coming back to the housing density questions that my colleague asked earlier, has there been any work around, particularly the government's announced its intention at Rose Hill Racecourse to repurpose that for housing? Has there been any work done by the department and school infrastructure in terms of what the need might be? Is there any work to put a primary school or a high school on that site if that housing sort of medium density level goes ahead?
Yeah, let me come back on notice. We've got several established schools in that area by way of primary school and high school provision. I certainly am across the announcement as well, and would be at work with our planning colleagues on what the needs analysis might look like, whether the existing footprint out there by way of primary schools and high schools is sufficient or not. So let me come back.
Okay. Are you aware, Mr Disdar, if there's any, and I appreciate you did take this on notice before, but sort of ongoing meetings between the head officials of various agencies around planning, housing, education, to deal with some of those challenges of higher density population? Again, going back to what my colleague said, and I appreciate you indicated it may have been Mr Manning, but as secretary, are there meetings of the various secretaries to discuss these matters? The government says it's a big priority, and I'm trying to understand if that's filtering through to a public service level in terms of that collaboration.
There's a secretaries board which has got the head of all the agencies, so some of these things come up to secretaries board. I'm on an infrastructure committee across whole of government, so you know, I do rely on my school infrastructure arm to go into the detail, but I'm across these things, and I don't want to get it wrong for the committee. That's why I want to take it on notice and come back with the details.
Okay. The Student and Parent Experience Directorate,
yes,
is that still operational within the department? No?
No.
Why was the decision made to discontinue that work?
I looked at the reprioritisation of different areas in the organisation to align it with the Plan for Public Education, and I took features out of the School Parent Experience Directorate and placed them elsewhere in the organisation, and removed other parts of that division.
Is that my actual bell?
You can keep going though.
Thank you. Sorry. So sorry. Those staff have been moved to other areas in the department. Sorry, is that what you said?
Some of the roles and features of that particular division, I lifted and shifted into other parts of the organisation. Other people that were displaced in that process, we looked at opportunities within the organisation.
And what about the work that was being undertaken by that directorate? Where has that gone?
Yeah, that's where I moved it into different parts of the organisation.
Okay, so for instance, there was some work I know that was happening about advice out to parents, and this is going back to my earlier questioning around how you communicate, how you provide updates to parents, but also to receive that feedback back to the classroom teacher. I know that there were trials of text messages and different ways to work through how parents wanted to be informed about what was happening at their children's school. So is that sort of work continuing now but in other parts of the department, or is that ceased?
So some of that function that you're describing, I moved into the comms and engagement director.
Okay, so what are they doing in terms of that parent engagement piece then in the comms team?
I can come back with the detail of the work streams and work areas that they're working on.
Yeah.
But I moved some of that function into comms and engagement to work closely with our P&C Federation, but broader parents. There was work that was duplicative here. There was work already occurring in comms and already work in student-parent exchange, and I wanted to align that work.
Okay. The draft annual report talks a lot about communication and that being really important, but I think that if there is not sort of a dedicated... Do you think it sends the wrong message, that if there's now no longer a dedicated unit within the department to focus on students and parents and their feedback, and to have that work being a specific responsibility of one area of the department?
I think it sends the wrong message if I allow for duplicative function and overlapping function in the organisation. If I don't align functions to get right behind the plan for public education, to make sure that I efficiently deliver on the budget that I'm given, I think that sends the wrong message. And I was determined to make sure that I had those resources aligned.
So did you have to make those changes because of budget restraints?
I made reprioritisation decisions off the back of the plan for public education. I would have done those regardless.
Okay. The work that was done, particularly around, I'm going to say, I think it was sort of a memorandum of understanding between parents and teachers, because as you would well appreciate, I think it's very important that parents are engaged in their children's education. However, there are times when perhaps parents feel that, that availability of teachers should be 24/7, which is not reasonable. There was some work or discussion around how we can better have that messaging out to parents around how you should be in touch with your child's teacher, what you need to be doing. Is there any update on that you can provide the committee?
Yeah, and, we did sign, we're proud of this because we hadn't had this before, we did sign a 10-year partnership agreement with the P&C Federation. And I just recently met with Yvonne Hiltz, the president of the P&C Federation, because this is an area we want to get tighter and better for all, both to meet the needs of our parents by way of information and access to the school and inquiry, but also to strike a balance about what's reasonable and what timeframes can look like. So one of the things that we're at work to look at was the charter. I think you're referring to the charter that was there for parents that we provided to public schools. So we're at work with the P&C Federation to revamp that.
Okay. Is there a time frame for that work?
I'm happy to come back. It's a pretty important piece. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. There was also some work, sorry this is changing a little bit, but the Chief Behaviour Advisor, I think at the last estimates we were given information that there was a remit or a focus on, I think, cyberbullying and online. Have there been any other tasks, and I'm happy, I think, Mr. Martin, I think the Behaviour Advisor is under sort of NESA in a sense, working across sectors. Have there been any other areas that the Chief Behaviour Advisor has been asked to support the school sectors on since we last met?
Thank you for the question. The Chief Behaviour Advisor works through NESA, but largely works to the Schools Advisory Council and the Minister, Deputy Premier. So you're right about the cyberbullying has been a focus, and involved in the round table process, I think, that goes on from last year and the year before's round table. I think also the independent and Catholic sectors have both used Professor Cross in behaviour issues in their sectors, but I'm not specific, and I can put on notice the work she's done.
Okay, would you be able to also provide on notice specifically the work around cyberbullying, if there's any and Secretary, if you have any information, feel free. But I guess I want to know what advice, feedback around cyberbullying has been provided to the school sectors by Professor Cross.
Sure.
On notice? Yep.
That'd be great. Yep.
Okay, sure, that's fine. Do I have 30 seconds or?
Go ahead.
Sure. Thank you. Can you also provide, and again, happy on notice, how many vacancies we have in terms of school counselling positions in schools at the moment, or if anyone's got that data?
Yeah, let's come back to you.
Yep. Okay. And then in terms of the any sort of scholarship programs for additional school counsellor positions, if there are any currently open for application or underway?
When we come back to you around the support units and the scholarships and programs there, let's add the counsellors in.
Thank you.
So that's
I
okay.
think that's a bell I have to pay attention to.
Yes, that's the afternoon tea bell.
Well, definitely. I'll stop.
We will take a short break, a 15-minute break for afternoon tea, and we'll return at 3:45.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. And we are back. I'm going to recommence questioning with Ms. Merton.
Thank you very much. If I could, Mr. Martin, if sorry, not happy birthday, but Mr. Martin.
Now for everyone to be happy birthday,
Martin.
Oh, dear.
Mr. Martin, if I could just pick up the issue of curriculum and consultation, if I could, please. And probably, if I could just start that, just in terms of consultation across the school sector, in terms of sort of, you know, the government, the independent and the Catholic schools, I'm just wondering, just in terms of the priority that NESA would give to that consultation across the school sector, relating to the curriculum.
So there's a very extensive consultation process that we undergo, and I'm happy to provide on notice the numbers of meetings we've had and with whom, and the various consultations we've had formally across the sectors. It is extensive. We also have a curriculum committee that provide recommendations for approval of syllabuses and or drafts of syllabuses, and that has all representatives from all three sectors. The board itself, the NESA board, has the three sector heads, Murat, Dallas McInerney and Marjorie Evans is there now, replacing, I was thinking of Jeff Newcomb, but Jeff was on the board for many years. So there are numerous opportunities for, AHESA and the Catholic secondary principals are also cross-sectoral representatives on our NESA board and represented in various NESA committees. But we go through, I would suggest that we go through one of the most extensive consultation processes of any curriculum authority across the country. I'm happy to provide some more details.
Thank you very much. And just following that, in terms of accommodating, in terms of across the sector, in terms of some of the faith-based sort of Catholic schools, in the curriculum discussion relating to subjects that fall under PDHPE. I'm just wondering sort of how that's sort of managed. I mean, I've had parents, just reporting some concerns and views that they hold in terms of in the faith-based schools and the curriculum relevant to the PDHPE, and an issue, and I guess in terms of different like Planned Parenthood and some of those views that they may have. I'm just wondering if there might be any sort of insight as to how that's working.
So not only are those groups individually contacted and consulted by our formal curriculum organisation, I also have specific and separate meetings with Christian Schools Australia, with people from Islamic schools, from the Catholic sector, both parents and principals, and they engage in these issues. What we try to do with the syllabus is balance a student's entitlement to have access to absolutely important and necessary knowledge, and that includes in areas that may be controversial or at least sensitive, so about puberty and sex and sexuality and those issues, as has been the case for a generation. But we also provide opportunities for the context and the faith of the school to be accommodated in by the manner in which those lessons occur. So it is as you've indicated with your question, a delicate balance, but we feel that we've done that. And again, I would put on record that the rights of the student within reason to be educated around some of these matters that Australia or New South Wales as a jurisdiction feels it's important for young people to know, while at the same time not overstepping the mark in relation to faith or ethnicity or culture. And I think we have a little bit of correspondence around it, but not so as much as to give me an indication that we've got it wrong. Again, the PDHPE syllabuses will be out very shortly. The 7 to 10 one has more of the detail in it that is appropriate for older students. But again, as I said, we allow school-based context to and parental information and permission notes and all of those sorts of things to occur within the context of the syllabus.
Thank you. And Mr. Martin, just in terms of planned parenthood, in terms of the consultation, do they have a seat at the table alongside with sort of with the school heads, or how does that work?
Look,
is that an appointment or a
other advocacy groups, and there's a range of them, can put in submissions to our syllabuses, but the people we most consult directly are the education community. So parents, teachers, school systems and sectors, they're the ones who have the most consultation. As you would imagine, there are a variety of groups out there that may have a view about our syllabuses, and they are quite free to put in submissions. As far as I don't know, I have no knowledge of Planned Parenthood or their access to our syllabuses, but they're not privileged in terms of the content that they would espouse.
So they're not in an appointed position or an official position in terms of the curriculum discussion?
Not as far as I know, but I'll check that.
Okay, thank you. That would be helpful. Thank you. And if I could just follow up, this was raised earlier today, just in terms of Milpera. I was just wondering whether there might have been anything further in terms of the sort of plans or announcements, or what the status might be in terms of a Milpera educational precinct. Might involve a high school, and this was the site of the Western Sydney University campus at Milpera. Wondering now all your colleagues are with us today.
Let me come
there
back
might be something further that you could provide the committee with.
Yeah, let me come back with the detail, Ms. Merton, around where we're at with that and what it looks like for surrounding schools.
Okay, all right. And then if I could just another question, and this has come to my, and I'm happy to table this, and I'm happy to table these. This came to my information from a parent, and it's to do with. I'll let you see. I'll let you see the picture first.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I was contacted by a parent asking questions relevant to, in terms of the placement of the acknowledgement of country sign at the front of the school. The questions would be, does the department have knowledge of or awareness of signs such as these on display in the playgrounds of New South Wales government schools?
I support the school's decision. It's a local decision and a contextual decision that they've made. Let me say as Secretary, I support the acknowledgement of country at our schools in appropriate forums and structures. I do not dictate to schools where they may want to put that acknowledgement of country. If this photo is accurate, the school I'm looking at has chosen to put that on their notice board. I back them in.
Mm-hmm. And in terms of parents asking about the cost of this, is this a cost that we would assume would be somewhat determined by the P&C? Is it within the Department of Education?
I don't want to guess here. In a new school build, Gulliangara Public School, that I've been to twice since its opening, the notice board is part of the school build and installation, and that's picked up as part of that project. When I was principal in the system, I replaced the lettering board that had to have the GA putting the lettering with the electronic board, and I did that through school funds because I considered it important to communicate with the community. There'll be a combination of departmental delivered notice boards in new builds and upgrades, and in this case I'm imagining it was a school decision. Let me put on record, I back in our schools to respect our First Nations people and to deliver acknowledgement of country in appropriate structures and forums. This picture says that this school has chosen to do that on their notice board. I back them in.
Okay, thank you. So in terms of the display, is guidance provided to the school on this, or it's at the discretion of the school?
We're talking about, professionals who are leading and managing the school, one of the most educated workforces. The only guidance we'd provide is that they can't put up things that are defamatory or, go into contentious, controversial matters or take a particular stand. I don't consider the acknowledgement of country to be in that category.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I've got some questions related to before and after school care grants, which I think is Mr. Barakat. The transport grant, there was a round 2 for 2022-23. I've received some feedback from an organisation that applied for funding. They were told in May last year that it was at the assessment round and that they expect that would be sent to the Minister to provide final authorisation within the coming weeks. It was followed up again by this organisation in July last year, and they were told that the assessment panel recommendations are currently with the Minister. They now are still waiting, and we're now into February of 2023, so it's been some months. What's the status of that program?
So I'll have to take that on notice because I think that predates my time in ECO, but happy to follow up and come back to you on that.
So the specific, I'm sure they're happy if I mention them. So this was the new School of the Arts Neighbourhood Centre in South Grafton. They'd put in an application and were told, as I said, various times throughout last year that it was all being assessed, yet they're still waiting and nothing has been determined either way. In May last year, they said that they'd be told in coming weeks, and we're just not receiving any information. So
I'm sorry, I'm not familiar with the
right.
grant application or the outcome of that.
If you
so
could provide
I'll take that on notice for you.
That would be wonderful. Thank you, Mr. Barakat. I want to turn now to the issues at Williama High School out in Broken Hill in terms of the mould. Is there any kind of updated information that anyone can provide in terms of the work that's happening out there, whether the path forward has been determined in terms of whether it can be cleaned, whether you need to have knockdown, rebuild, new school? What's the status of that particular issue?
Yeah, I was out there last Wednesday, Ms Mitchell. I went and visited both the closed site and spoke with our folk out there, and also the sites where our education is continuing. Can I just on record commend the 4 principals of the schools for their extraordinary leadership. It's not easy to start a school year with a significant interruption of this kind, where we sent year 7 and 8 as one stage to one location, 9 and 10 to another, and 11 and 12. I was at Broken Hill High, and year 11 and 12 are continuing there, which is fantastic to see. Year 9 and 10 are at Morgan Street, and year 7 and 8 are at Broken Hill North Public. I want to commend them. I want to thank our people that put in arrangements to support them, including the delivery of laptops, the delivery of demountables, to add to the infrastructure provision. That was a hot topic of when I was out there. Staff were asking me. I assured them that we would not compromise their safety. We would not be returning to site until we get the full outcome from the hygienists. We don't have that as yet.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Can I just go back a step? So, media reports and through some questions asked in the upper house of the Minister representing the Deputy Premier, my understanding is that was first detected over the Christmas holidays. Is that correct? Can you provide a timeline of when the mould was first discovered and when you became aware of the extent of the problem?
Yeah, I'm happy to come back on notice.
Was it January? You were just out there. Was it over the school holiday?
Yeah, I don't want to get the dates wrong, but the advice I had in the discussions I had with our people and the schools was that this was detected over the summer break, the recent summer break.
Okay, and in terms of, I appreciate, Secretary, you've indicated that work of an independent hygienist is still ongoing. Is there a time frame as to when you would anticipate that work to be concluded and next steps can be decided upon?
Yeah, the first time frame we communicated when I was out there was that we want to have a pop-up school in place because we've gone on to 3 different sites and split up the school. We've got staff moving between sites and families. So we're working hard to get a pop-up school on the Broken Hill High School site for day 1, term 2.
Okay.
We're running really hard to have the school community back together.
How many demountables do you need to get out there to do that?
Yeah, let me get you the number, but I'm going to say it was something like 39 teaching admin spaces, but I don't want to get the number wrong.
Yep.
It was just last Wednesday when I was out there that they were giving me that detail.
Okay.
And we've already I was able to observe things that already happened and in play there.
Sure.
So the first thing that we're really running hard on is to bring the school community back together and then get the expert advice on the Willie Armour side. Is it possible to remediate and rectify, or will it require complete knockdown rebuild?
Yeah.
We're not at that stage, and I committed to those school communities, and I think I did this on ABC Broken Hill on the day as well, in an interview, that we'll give them that information as soon as we have it.
Okay, but obviously, and I appreciate it's no small logistical effort to move that many out to the far west as well, but clearly that would indicate to the community that you anticipate that the solution will take some period of time if you're moving onto a temporary site, and I respect the educational reasons why you're doing that, but clearly going back to Willie Armour anytime soon is probably unlikely. What I'm kind of picking up from what you're saying.
No, I was up front with the staff and community there.
Yeah.
We wouldn't put a pop-up school together lightly.
Yeah.
Because if the decision is that I can remediate, if that's the expert advice, that will still take me some time.
Of course.
Given the extent of what I've been advised on by way of this mould.
Yeah. So what have you been advised on so far in terms of the extent of how many sort of classroom areas, building? Is it fairly well spread throughout the school?
Yeah, that one's an enclosed school.
Yeah,
it's
I've been there.
Okay, yeah, it's quite a unique build. The committee may not know. It's not a build that we would necessarily repeat. It was of an era of its time. So, the hygienists advised me and our asset management folk that they're testing every single space in that school. So that's why it's so comprehensive and takes some time.
Okay.
And, if there is, I think there can only be one or two results. Either we can go in and remediate, which will take considerable time, or it may well be a knockdown rebuild, which would take a length of time as well.
Yeah. And then in terms of any preliminary advice that you've been given as to the source of the mould, and I again had heard media reports around, summer conditions, right? Broken Hill always gets very hot in summer, but and that particular school, as you've said, Secretary, is sort of interesting in terms of its sort of architecture. I guess what I'm keen to know is sort of why now? Do they have any reason as to why they think that this particular issue has arisen over this summer? Any inkling as to the source or why this has happened?
I just want to be careful, Miss Mitchell, to not really dive out of my area of expertise, but I can tell you what I was advised when I was out there. Again, I don't have any expertise in this space. I'll rely on the experts, but I was told that there was quite a collision of unique circumstances there. Very, very hot temperatures combined with extreme humidity that led to the situation that we're in. As someone who's visited the area a number of times in my career, I asked, whether we'd had similar conditions, and it was described to me as pretty unique set of circumstances, but that's also part of the investigative work that the experts are undertaking there. So I don't want to deviate from their expertise.
And is it your intention to obviously, once that advice is given, to make that public, to make sure that the community knows what's been discovered, why, and what you'll be doing, whether it's remediation or rebuild?
Oh, definitely. I think I did pick up that the school communities were very appreciative and respectful of the ongoing communication. There's been several that's been sent, all from the notification period to then the operational arrangements of those schools. They've been, and having met with the local member as well, he shared that view that I picked up, that there's been good communication. It's certainly incumbent on us, when we've got the detail and information about what we're facing there, to communicate with those school communities. That would be our intent.
Okay, and if you do need to remediate extensively, or indeed knock down, rebuild, it's still the intention to keep Willie Armour as a separate high school?
Again, I don't want to jump into what might be the outcomes, but I did pick up when I was there quite a strong consensus that I replayed back to the Deputy Premier in her
Mm-hmm.
office from my trip, that they were quite keen to have 2 high school provisions still there.
Yep.
That, students said that to me, a whole range of staff in those settings said that to me. So, I replayed that sentiment back.
And then just in terms of sort of funding provisions, should there need, because either way remediation or a rebuild is going to require additional funding, do you have the resources available to be able to do that in terms of extra budget allocations from Treasury, or have those discussions taken place?
Yeah, we haven't got to that level. We certainly will need with what's required and what we confront. I'm not sure if it will be able to be met within our budget or not, but regardless, it'll be work that we need to undertake. Again, I just don't want to be preemptive and jump here.
Okay.
I'm really running hard to make sure our operations this term are as smooth as they can be, then have that day 1, term 2 school come back together. I know how important that is and how valued that would be. That's quite a bit of work there.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that.
So I want to make sure we get that right. And then when we get the expert advice, act on that expert advice.
Okay. Do I ignore the bell? Okay, great. I just better check. Can I ask in relation to Davidson High School, the hall? I think the PNC have recently launched a petition wanting to see an upgrade to that hall, and particularly the female toilets, I think, are in a bit of a state of disarray. Is there any planned work to upgrade that hall or put a new hall in, or improve the toilet facilities at Davidson High School?
I'm not I certainly don't have the detail. I'm not sure if Mr. Towers does. Otherwise, we can come back to the committee.
At the moment, we don't have any provisions for that at the moment.
Okay, thank you. Because there was also some media, I'll put a plug in while I've already mentioned Taylor Swift. Now I'm going to mention In Excess, because I believe that they were also past students of Davidson High School. And yeah, I have a very eclectic music taste, Chair, and I'm very proud to talk about it as much as I can. But there was certainly, I think, a bit of a push too from the local community that maybe if the government was looking to build a new hall, you could name it after In Excess, and that would be, a very worthy tribute to a legendary Australian rock band. So I'll leave that one with you to consider in your
Actually, it's only half of In Excess.
Well, look, half is still worth a haul in my view. So I think that that's something that the government can consider. If you can put that on the radar, that'd be great.
I just want to add human nature as well. Fantastic ex-students of ours. Yeah.
They're Hurst. Well, look, we could do this.
Public education bloodlines run far and wide and deep.
Very exciting. Very exciting. You've thrown me now. Right, now, going back to the other... Oh, sorry, I'm just going to ask a couple more infrastructure questions, probably through you, Mr. Towers, or Secretary, depending on who is best placed. The site of the proposed new high school for Jordan Springs, I believe that was announced recently. Is that land now owned by the department and ready to start the process for that planning to occur?
I will take on notice, because I'm not confident I can recall whether that piece of land has been acquired yet, so I'll take it on notice and come back to you.
But a site's been selected. I think the Deputy Premier was out there
Correct.
last
But
week. Okay.
in terms of ownership, let's come back with the detail.
Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you. And again, I'm happy for you to take this on notice if you need to. But if you could provide some indication as to the scope of works for that site. My understanding is that there's a government commitment that it will be open day 1, term 1, 2027. And there has been talk, I think, of 1,000 students, but there was also some media commentary around that school being delivered over stages. So could you provide, and again, happy for it to be on notice, what the intended capacity is for that school, both on its day 1, term 1 opening date and then into the future as well?
Sure.
Thank you. And could you also provide on notice what the current enrolment is for Jordan Springs Public School as well?
Primary school, yes.
Yeah, thank you.
I can provide some information.
Yeah, that'd be great. Thanks.
Contract negotiation stage for the land.
Okay,
Yep.
to secure the land. Yeah, okay, thank you. Madawi, the new high school there, at the last hearing, I think Mr. Manning indicated that that school infrastructure was close to securing a site. Has that been finalised?
No, we're still in the process of looking at options and identifying sites and selecting one.
Okay, I think my recollection is maybe it had gone out for expressions of interest, but that it was sort of, I think, close, but I appreciate it's been the end of the year and the start of the new year. Do you have an estimated date as to when you would anticipate a site to be identified for the high school at Medowie?
Not at the moment. Through the process will inevitably lead to some level of negotiation, and there's no certainty around the time frame for that.
Okay. Are you still working, though, on a day 1, term 1, 2027 opening for that school?
Yes.
Okay. But not sure when the land will be secured at this point in time?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Is this Medowie?
Yeah.
Yeah, do you want me to give you a bit more?
If you've got it, that'd be great.
Sure. So the project is underway. We're working towards delivering the school 2027. There's a site selection process that's begun to identify the optimum location for the high school, and work is underway on the business case.
Okay, good. Just because I think that was the same information that we were
Is
given
it?
in October,
Okay.
and I was curious as to whether there'd been an update now that we're at the end of February in terms of site selection.
My notes indicate that we're still in the process of that site selection.
Okay, thank you. And the works that are undergoing at the moment at both Irrawang and Hunter River High School in the same area, has that, what's the status of that work? I'm happy for you to take it on notice.
Just seeing if we've got that, Miss Mitchell.
Mm-hmm.
We might have to take that one on notice.
That's fine.
If that's okay.
Yeah, that's not a problem at all. Okay, so, the small group tuition program.
Yes.
In terms of the number of students that will be accessing that this year, do you have any data on how that program is going to be rolled out this year and how many students you anticipate will benefit from it? Happy for whoever's patch that's in to answer.
Mr. Graham's got a lot of detail on
I'd
this
love
one.
to hear as much detail
So
as Mr. Birthday Boy Graham would like to.
We can throw to him.
Certainly. So the tuition program, 2024, there'll be approximately $50 million allocated for the program.
Mm-hmm.
I can give you a precise figure on that.
Yep.
It's allocated for students who are below the expected level in NAPLAN.
Mm-hmm.
Be provided to all schools, including SSPs.
Okay. And then, so in terms of the CESE evaluation of the previous rounds of funding, and I think that there was some evidence that came from that around, concern about whether or not there was actually value in it. Now, I'm happy to put on the record, I do think small group tuition is important and I do think it makes a difference, and anecdotally I certainly heard a lot of that when I was the Minister. But are there going to be any changes to the implementation or anything from that CESE evaluation that you will put in place for the next rollout of funding?
So certainly the CESE evaluation did show that the students from the program moved forward in their learning.
Yeah.
So that was a pleasing result given the circumstances. So some of the things that were in the evaluation included the model of the program. So schools obviously were lots of different models. It was a very difficult time for them. They were trying to implement what they could. So what we're looking at is a kind of a model that provides them with the kind of 10-week program of tuition that was the overall aim of the first program, but helps deliver it as tightly. The other thing we're doing is delivering them a kind of really consolidated set of assessments that they can use within that. So we're really focusing on our check-in assessments, phonemic awareness assessments and so on, so they actually have the tools in the classroom to be able to measure the improvement of the kids as well.
Yeah.
We're also providing that range of staffing that the previous program also had, so that they can actually have those classes managed. And one of the issues they found previously was often the teacher who was doing the program was the one called off to do casual.
Yeah.
So the other kind of strategies we have in place to consolidate and solidify schools will help with that too.
So that's using SLSOs and that
Yeah,
sort of
that's
program
right.
as well. Okay. So you just mentioned check-in assessments, and I'm keen to kind of know, in terms of, I guess, measuring sort of outcomes for the students who are in it, because my reading of the CESE report, there was some indication that they couldn't sort of see a tangible difference between those students who did it and those who remained in the classroom in some year groups. However, I'm curious about the methodology because, having been the minister at the time, I know that it was schools who identified children who needed to be in the tuition programs who were doing it. So how are you going to measure, or what methodology will be used going forward to kind of capture that lift for students who are part of that small group tuition? Is it check-in assessments and some of the phonics checks, or what?
Yep, so the support's targeted at those who are listed as needing additional support under NAP plans. So the first thing is that we actually are targeting that group with the funding, so they have the service. Ultimately, I mean, those children will be retested on that plan, but that's every second year. But in the interim, we have the check-ins that are available for every year between years 3 and 9, and they're done in term 3. But we have a kind of suite of online assessment that schools can use at their own time, so they can measure the progress. There is a kind of balance, which was one of the issues in the evaluation between, if we tested every kid every day and we gave them we did that, then maybe we'd have better evaluative information, but the administrative burden for schools would be enormous. So we are trying to balance, our ability to know that it's working with the actual, professional judgment of teachers and so on.
Yeah, and I think particularly the CESI data reflecting too that both the teachers and students talked about better confidence in their learning, and I would imagine over time you would expect to see that then reflect in outcomes.
Yeah, it was strongly supported. Yeah, particularly even the students reported their stronger engagement with learning, which is hard to achieve.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. And then I know, sorry, I think Mr. Graham, I think you said about 50 million, and I understand.
Yeah, 53.5 million in 2024.
So there was a media report recently, and it might have just been an error, but I think the Deputy Premier talked about $280 odd million being allocated. Is there some federal money that's coming in addition to that 50 million? Because I think Minister Clare,
I believe that might have been a 4-year figure, which was part of the election commitment.
Okay, but the federal government's recently announced some support for small group tuition as well, is my understanding. Is that correct?
It's been one of the evidence bases that they've been looking at, and in line with the negotiations of the new funding agreement, wanting to back in the evidence base.
Sure, but that'll be part of the school reform agreement going forward.
It could be with what's struck as a deal, yes.
Okay, sure. But there's not actually any money flowing at the moment from the Commonwealth to state to support small group
Not at
tuition.
the moment. Mr. Graham described that well. There's 278.4 million over 4 years, and that first year figure, this is only public schools, 53.5 million this year.
Is there any going to non-government schools?
This is public schools.
Yeah, just previous rounds of the funding that was the COVID intensive program also I think went to, well I know it went to some of the non-government school sectors as well, but that's not continuing.
This is public
just
schools.
Public schools. Okay, thank you. Does anyone else? I can keep going, but I don't. Chair, are you? You're good. Yeah. Rachel, you're good. Okay, great. There was an innovative teacher training fund, which was an election commitment of $20 million. I've not seen any sort of specific announcements about where that money's going and if any has gone out the door. Is there any update that can be provided in relation to that?
Thank you for the question. We're actually just scoping those works out at the moment. You're quite right when you say it's a $20 million election commitment. Let me just grab my notes.
While Mr. Roming's doing that, it is going to some of the things that I spoke about by way of teacher re-engage, by way of grow your own and its expansion. So while we're still developing the full suite of what we might attack with that money to break the back of teacher shortages, there are some things already in play.
Yeah, but grow your own. I mean, I know that there's, I think a third stage of it, but that was kind of already in place.
Yeah, but the expansion of that.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. So we're starting to scope out an early career academy for teachers, which would be considered a single sort of entry point around a centre of excellence, looking at expansion of professional experience, learning models, pre-service teacher enhancements, preparation before they start, enhanced induction support for beginning teachers, the development of a teaching career pathway that includes innovative mentoring initiatives and early career teachers. But as I said, we are just starting to scope out those works. We'll probably be in a better place to update the committee in a few months, but that team is starting to model that now.
Okay. So did you say at the Centre of Excellence? Is that, sorry, Could you just repeat that?
We're talking about an early career academy, which would be sort of a one-stop shop for that.
But is that like bricks and mortar, or is that more
No,
like a
no.
statewide provision of something?
One of the things that we need to get better and stronger at, and it's a national issue as well, is how do you support beginning teachers
of course,
so that they remain in the profession. So we want to solidify our support structures there.
Yeah. You just mentioned, Mr. Disdar, the Grow Your Own program. Are you able to provide, and I'm sorry, you might have done this before in response to the Chair's questions, but do you have any numbers in terms of how many participants there currently are in that program?
Certainly. Mr. Disdar,
if Mr. Romney's got the detail.
Yeah, so as of 2023, we had 179 in the Grow Your Own program, and in 2024, 223, so a cumulative total of 402.
Okay, and is there an intention to have further sort of rounds of that throughout this year as well, to continue to grow that?
It's certainly very popular and has exceeded our expectations in terms of what principals are saying to us. So the idea is to grow that program over the coming years. But I think we've for 2024, that 223 we'll be working with this year.
Okay, and the original program had SLSOs who were studying their teaching degree. Can you just clarify the second cohort? Does that open it up more broadly to the community, or is that also another round of people who are already employed as learning support officers?
Learning support officers.
Okay, so has there been an opportunity for people who aren't currently working at a school as a learning support officer to come in through Grow Your Own who wants that support, or is that on the table at all?
These are the things we want to consider with that innovative teacher fund, and do we go there, do we broaden out?
Yeah.
At the moment, the thirst and appetite amongst that workforce is really strong, so we want to meet it.
Yeah.
And
which I'm not surprised. I always knew that would be popular, because I think if people are already working at a school and you can give them the chance to upskill, I think that's a very valuable thing to do. So.
And we're really proud of this one, because having met SLSOs who did it of their own accord without our help in the past, I think this is a strong fillip.
Yeah.
But also, we're not ruling in or out, but it's certainly worth examining how to broaden that out.
Yeah, because I think one of the challenges, and indeed one of the original intentions, was, as he said, Secretary, to have those already working in schools. But if you've got people already living in some of these communities in hard to staff schools that you can retrain or skill up to become and be a teacher, then you've ahead of the battle of trying to get them to move somewhere if they already live there. So I hope that that's in your deliberation.
I'd just say, Ms Mitchell, in line with the earlier questions around incentives, etc., incentives are designed to try and get people there. I think you raise a very pertinent point that how can you support people in situ who are part of community, who always want to be part of community. So, I think they're things that we're considering.
Okay, that's great. Did you want to add something, Mr. Eagle? No? You're fine?
No.
Okay. The mid-career initiative, can you tell me how many participants are currently in that program?
78 currently in that program.
And are there any more coming in throughout this year? Are there any further rounds of that underway?
I think the 78 is the figure that we've got for this year.
Okay.
Looking to take more in 2025 and 26.
Sorry, you are. Are there any plans to expand? But yes, so 2025 and 2026 you've looked to do that. Okay, fantastic. Sorry, jumping back to a different area now. There was some work that was done prior to the election from the Murdoch Children's Research Institute, which I asked on notice, the question was taken on notice, particularly around developing social and wellbeing initiatives. That work was completed in March, was the response, I think, 2023, that I got back on notice. Are there any updates on the findings, the outcomes, the recommendation that came from that, and whether any of those were implemented in schools?
Mr. Gray might have more detail.
So this was the quality assurance process by the Murdoch Institute. So they gave us the evidence threshold against which to assess programs, and those programs have been made available to schools. I can get back to you with some data on which programs have been used, but that checklist is now being used by schools, and those QA programs are out there for them to use.
Okay, and my understanding is that they were also doing some work around that was very school specific based, not just about quality assurance, but around how they could be tracking and measuring wellbeing. Are you aware of any work in that space that they did?
I'll have to get back to you with detail if any of that works.
That's fine, that would be good. The School Breakfast for Health program, again, last time I asked on notice for a list of schools that were taking part in that and how many new schools had been added, and I didn't sort of get an answer. But are there any updates in terms of how many additional schools have been added to the School Breakfast for Health program?
As a result of election commitments, let's come back on notice. We'll definitely be able to follow up on the election commitment side, and you'll know, Ms Mitchell, there's a range of things here where schools initiate their own breakfast programs, and so we don't keep data on that front, but by way of election commitments we can have a look at that.
Yeah, because the government said that they were going to increase the number of schools that were receiving that program, but when I asked for how many additional or where they were, I didn't, to be honest, get a response. So I just wanted to make sure that it is expanding and how many and where they are. But if you could provide that on notice,
yeah, let me come back.
Be appreciated. I'm going to go back to the childcare fund. Sorry, I'm dropping a bit all over the place, but the budget I think talked about. I think it was $3 million for research to investigate delivery models and strengthening the workforce pipeline.
I'm not sure if that was a fund initiative, but that might have been an election commitment under workforce.
Right, okay. Well, regardless of either or, in terms of looking at, I guess that system stewardship piece and what's happening around workforce, is there any update that you can provide on that, Mr. Barakat?
So we're still scoping out the election commitment, which is the $3 million workforce commitment.
Yeah.
In terms of workforce with the fund, there's a couple of test and trial initiatives that relate specifically to workforce. The Business Capability Development Program, which looks at how we build business capability within the workforce. We hope that will reduce workload because people are more proficient in managing their centres. We expect that program will go live in May of this year and will be trialled in 3 parts of the state, which are still to be determined. And there's also work that we're currently scoping through the fund of the trial of free or low-cost ECEC for children of teachers and educators. That's still being scoped, and there'll be a range of other initiatives that will be embedded into the strategic investment plan, which is due to the Deputy Premier and Treasurer by the end of this financial year.
Okay, thank you. Is there any indication in terms of, I guess, that workforce issue, and I think you might have mentioned it in a response to the Chair, I think you said before that you may be looking at other workforce, I don't know if it was retention, support. What's happening in terms of that space for early childhood staff?
So I did provide a list of some of the initiatives that we have in place at the moment, and we are looking to expand upon that. We do have the IPART report that talks about some recommendations to do with workforce, and we are in the process of assessing that and then determining what will be the next steps in response to that.
Okay. Sorry, and I just wanted to go back. So the fund this year, I think, had $100 million allocated as per the legislation that was passed. Do you have detail, Mr. Barakat, on how much of that has been expended thus far?
I'll have to take on notice how much has been expended so far, but the payments for those test and trial initiatives won't all be expended in this financial year because some of them will carry forward over future years. So we'll take on notice how much has been expended this financial year.
Okay, thank you. And then sector support funding, and I did ask the Deputy Premier about this. Have there been changes? I've been advised that a number of organisations who used to receive sector support funding are now no longer. Can you advise any information about that?
So my understanding is, and I know the Deputy Premier took on notice those 2 examples you provided this morning, but my understanding is that they were subject to procurement agreements, and when the department has a procurement piece in place or a contract in place that expires, then we then go back out and tender again. Okay. And so all of our guidelines adhere to the department's procurement policy around work that we put out there for agencies to support us with.
Okay, so do you know whether that has gone out to further procurement. And I appreciate what you're saying. If you have a sector support for a period of time and then you need to, refresh and make sure you're getting value for money and whatnot. But is that happening for early childhood education sector support currently?
I'll need to take on notice to see what we do have in place currently.
Okay. And whether or not any other organisations received that sector support funding. I did mention CCSA and CELA,
Yeah,
but
happy to take that on notice.
okay, thank you. So I'm going back to school infrastructure now. The community group renewal project, so there was Bathurst Secondary School Community Group, Dubbo Primary School and Leeton Primary School. Is there any further updates for the committee in relation to the status of those projects and the consultation with the school communities?
Let's get those for you. There were several sites there. So.
Yeah, so Leeton, Dubbo and Bathurst, there's 3 that were regional. There was a $750,000 allocation in the budget, but I just wanted an update in terms of
Sure,
that work.
let's grab that for you, Ms Mitchell.
While you're doing that on notice, Secretary, also particularly for Dubbo Public, can you provide any information in relation to their capacity? My understanding is that there was previously conversations about moving them back onto or expanding them back onto a site where the Conservatorium of Music was, which adjoins that school site. But I think there's now been some information to parents that won't be happening. I understand that school's very crowded, and I would like some further clarity around the plans for that site, if possible, if someone's got it now or on notice.
Sure, we can give you their enrolment cap and what
Yeah,
their
but
student
particularly in
population
terms of expansion, my
what
understanding
the
is that
plan
they were
is.
going onto that site,
Yeah.
or expanding back, which is department owned, but
Yeah.
now they've been told that that's not happening.
Do you have any further detail?
No,
Mr.
I
Chairman?
know it's ongoing.
Yeah.
I think the Secretary is correct to give you the answer you need. Ms Mitchell, we will need to come back to you with the information and check it
Okay.
first before we give anything else.
Okay, that would be great. Any information that you can provide would be fantastic. I want to go now to the issue of vaping in schools. The vaping roundtable that was held in November 2023, which area of the department is leading that work?
It was in Mr. Graham's area at the time, hosted by us in conjunction with Health.
Yep. Can you tell me how many school students were at that roundtable?
I'm happy to get the detail. I was in attendance.
Yeah,
I
I
want to
wasn't
say
at-
there was at least 2.
Okay. Do you know how many adults were there?
I'm happy to give the list because
That'd
it
be great. If
ranged
you want to give
across
us the list on notice, that would be fantastic.
ranged across the experts that we wanted to
Sure.
bring together
Yeah.
through health, through academics, through education.
Okay, I'm keen to kind of know the proportion of student voice versus other experts.
Outside of that forum, we've also met with the Doves together
I love the Doves, and please
Yeah.
they get a shout out
to get
they do
their
great work.
views on this hot topic as well.
Fantastic. At that roundtable, was there any sort of framework actions that were committed to in terms of implementation going forward?
My recollection, it was a very productive forum. There was the academics and experts who presented the evidence base on why this is a societal issue, what the health impacts are, what the prevalence is. The health minister and the education minister, who's the deputy premier, chaired those proceedings. And then there was discussions around the tables, mixed tables across, like I indicated, across those groups, including principals from across the sectors, including the principal associations, around what are suggested solutions that we need to tackle, what are things that we need to consider. Mr. Graham might have more of the detail. That was my recollection of how it ran.
And the question of the actions will be published on the department's website shortly. So there'll be a list of the actions that are taking place, and that, as the Secretary indicated.
Can you shortly meaning weeks, months?
Oh, shortly, yes, shortly. So yeah, there's already information out there. We've got a toolkit for principals. It's the work with health. So a lot of the stuff's already public.
Okay, but I guess what I'm trying to get to is, there was obviously already work done some time ago with health about the do you know what you're vaping, and there've been communications out to students prior to this roundtable. What else beyond toolkits to principals and those conversations with health, which have been ongoing for a period of, I'd say, years now. What's new from the roundtable? What should parents and students and schools be looking out for?
Yeah, I mean, the school folk that were in the room were very appreciative of the material that's been given to them, so that they can promote the right advice in their school community. What I do recall is a frustration around regulation, the proliferation of these vape shops and, is there anything that can be done to, help in that space? The marketing element, the frustration around the marketing element, that it would appear that these things look like, lollipops or fruit for kids. That was tabled. There were certainly vape detectors were discussed, where principals were saying, that they don't see that as a solution. It just moves the problem. It's around the education, the concerted societal effort around it, the regulation aspect, and the proliferation aspect of it. They were the things that were being discussed.
And I appreciate that, but I would also put to you that that's not new, like those concerns about how easily accessible they are, looking like highlighters, so it's hard for parents to detect the, fruity smells and all the things that make it appealing to young people. But I want to understand what else, other than information, in terms of a toolkit and the work with health, which is ongoing. Was there anything else of sort of substance out of that particular roundtable that will be new or different that the department will be undertaking based on that feedback?
Well, like Mr. Graham said, we'll make sure we put those actions there. We'll continue to work closely both with the Commonwealth at a national level and New South Wales Health here. We don't solely own this issue. It's a whole of society issue. I do recall the participants all really valuing the opportunity to come together and to discuss the challenges on the ground, and they went to areas that I just tabled.
Okay. Is there an intention to bring that group back together again, or was that roundtable a one-off?
We didn't run it as a structure that would be ongoing, but if we needed, it's certainly something that could be entertained. Yeah.
Okay.
And it's given us a body of experts to tap into.
Sure. I look forward to seeing that detail shortly when it is provided. The government also committed, and I'm happy to be advised otherwise if it's not within education's remit, but in relation to screen-related addictions, I think there was a $2.5 million fund that was announced through the election period to help with screen-related addictions in young people. Who does that fund sit under?
That's an election commitment that's owned by us.
Okay. Ms Reid?
Ms Reid's got the details.
If you could give me some detail as to where that's up to, that would be great.
Yep, so as you mentioned, a fund for screen addiction research applications were opened on 27th of November 2023. They closed at the end of January, and so we're working through looking at those applications. They'll be awarded through March and April, and then projects will commence, we think, from May.
Okay, and what was the criteria for those applying for funding? What sort of projects could they put forward?
There are a number of criteria. So there's 5 different statements. One is research that explores the evolving links between screen use, well-being and learning. Statement 2, research that investigates the impacts of screen use on teaching and the influence of teaching on screen use. Number 3, how schools and school communities might use initiatives and interventions to support appropriate screen use and reduce problematic screen use. Number 4, research that can help us define, measure and improve screen use and screen time in education contexts. And number 5, other research that strengthens trust and respect for the teaching profession and school support staff, advances equitable outcomes, opportunities and experiences for students.
Okay.
So we got applications that obviously we're working through processing the applications, but we got applications that aligned across all of those areas, and some saying that they aligned across multiple of those areas.
And sorry, just to clarify, you said that you would anticipate those being awarded and announced in about May?
I think we want them to start work in May and sort of notifying and awarding through March and April.
Okay, thank you. work around, sorry, I'm going, and I do apologise that I'm jumping all over, but I've been given much more time than I thought I was going to get, so I'm taking advantage. Oh, come on, I can keep going. The Brighter Beginnings, the developmental checks. Mr. Barakat, can you provide an update? I think the announcement or the advice to the committee last time was that I was going to start to roll out at across 6 local health districts. Can you provide any information about the status of that?
Yes, so the health and development checks in early childhood education, that looks at developing or delivering health and development checks for 4-year-olds in preschools. And you're correct, we did commence with 6 local health districts, and as of December 2023, the program is available in 12 out of the 15 local health districts, and we anticipate that the remaining 3 will come online this year.
Okay. Do you know which 3 are yet to come online?
I'll need to confirm that for you and take that on notice.
That's fine.
The 12 are...
I've got the 12 if you want me to give you those.
Yeah, I'll take those, yeah.
So Central Coast, Illawarra, Shoalhaven, Hunter, New England, Mid-North Coast, Murrumbidgee, Nepean Blue Mountains, Southeastern Sydney, Southwestern Sydney, Southern New South Wales, Western New South Wales and Western Sydney.
Okay, thank you. Do you have any data in terms of how many children or families have utilised those development checks so far?
I don't have data on how many children have utilised it, but we know that it'll be available to around 85,000 children.
Okay. Would you be able to take on notice, and I appreciate that it's a collaboration with health, but in the time that those services have been offered or that those checks have been offered, if it's possible on notice to get an overall figure of how many children have taken up that opportunity and possibly a breakdown by LHD, if that's possible?
So happy to take that on notice and see what we can get you.
Okay, thank you. And is that work largely being led by health?
The work, Brighter Beginnings is being led in its entirety by education, but we are working very closely with health on that piece.
Okay, thank you. The capital works for preschools as well. I note that there was an announcement recently about Yagara getting their permanent build, which I know was welcome news for that community after, again, quite a bit of upheaval post a flooding event. Have there been any other capital works projects announced for other sites across the state for the not-for-profit community preschool sector?
Yes, so the Capital Works grants round 3 were recently announced.
How much was allocated in that?
$17 million was allocated for that.
Yep.
So there were a number of grants that we handed out in all 3 categories, in the crisis category, in the minor capital works and in the major capital works.
Are you able to provide on notice the breakdown of those that were funded and which of the categories they
Yes, I'm happy
under?
to take that on notice.
Did Yagara fit under the crisis capital works? Are you aware?
I need to double check that one for you.
And
I think it was there, but I just want to confirm that.
Sure. Can you also advise, and again, happy for you to take this on notice because I know it's quite specific, but the previous Yagara Children's Centre offered both a long day care and a preschool component. Now, obviously, the capital works is usually just for preschool provision, but will they be able to use that capital funding to be able to support the service in its entirety? Is that the intention?
I'll need to check that and provide it to you on notice.
It's a little bit specific, so I understand that. Coming to some of the rural and regional education programs, I just wondered if there's an update on the Rural Access Gap program that was rolled out by the previous government, that technology piece, and whether there's been any sort of additional funding or further support to schools through that program.
As at 19 December last year, when we closed off the school year, the program had delivered support to 1,058 rural, regional and remote schools. The original plan was to deliver to 1,003 schools, plus an additional 55 schools on top of that, that we went to. The final benefit realisation report is due at the end of March. We're proud that there was 22,255 additional student devices, 18,020 teacher devices, in those schools, it brought down the ratio of device to student to 1 to 4 from 1 to 6, so a significant improvement, and a teacher ratio of 1 to 1. In that program, there was 5,596 upgrades to learning spaces. There was 3 internet upgrades for 1,027 schools. It provided the largest target connectivity speed of 5 megabytes per second to more than 200,000 students across the state.
Thank you. And you said that there would be something that would be finalised in March?
Yeah, we're asked to produce a benefits final realisation report. What were the benefits of the program? So that's due to government at the end of March.
And will that be made public?
I'll have to find out how those reports work.
Okay.
I imagine we will be talking to the benefits of the program.
Okay, thank you.
Could I just interrupt for 1 second? Sorry.
Please, because I feel you've been
There's a typo in your pack. It's 15,596, not 5,596 upgraded learning spaces.
There you go.
Thank you for the correction.
It's a much better correction.
Yeah.
But it's a
Take
correction.
it, yeah. Well, it was a good program from the former government, so I'm happy for it to be even better than was indicated.
Thank you.
The work around the Auditor General's report into rural and remote education, when that was released, the Deputy Premier said that she had tasked you, Mr Disdale, with providing updated advice to her about what the department could do to better close that gap. Can you provide any update as to any new initiatives out in regional communities that the Deputy Premier has asked you to put in since that report was provided?
Yeah, I'm happy to. Miss Reid and I took carriage of that. We hosted a roundtable of all the partners and stakeholders. We're happy to tell you who was in the room around discussing that openly. We've had rural and remote blueprints across our time period in education, and the ground's been awfully confused about what we're aiming to deliver for, so we wanted to solidify that in that work. And we went in with a mantra of what are the hottest topics for rural and remote that you want us to move the dial on. Let's zoom it down into 2024, which is this year, this school year. And we had great input, great consensus. We narrowed it down to 3 areas that we want to move the dial on. From recollection, they were housing was a big issue around teacher housing and housing affordability. It goes back to the incentives work.
Yep.
A second topic was around professional learning, that in the COVID years in particular, we deviated to a lot of online, and they were yearning for more face-to-face professional learning in the regional and rural and remote areas. And the third one was around workforce, understandably, that they want us to bring down the vacancies in those areas. So that's what we're concentrated on, and we've been going back to government to show them what that game plan looks like for a 12-month period to win back confidence on the ground, because strategy plan after strategy plan, and I've been I've seen some of those in my time, in the eyes of the ground have not delivered, so we wanted to zoom in on those 3 areas.
And then in terms of, I guess, I want to talk to you about the teacher housing issue and housing, I guess, more broadly. That's one of the focuses you've just said for this calendar year. So how are you going to measure a positive outcome in that space? What are the parameters that you're putting around how you'll improve that this calendar year?
Yeah, I mean, they respectfully understood that that wasn't all, in our purview, but they wanted us to work across government, whole of government, to make sure we can deliver, greater access, greater affordability, greater access.
Okay, so then, but I guess my point is, if at the end of 2024 you want to look back and say, well, that was an area of focus, what does success look like? How do you know that you've moved the dial, to use your terminology, in relation to that? What happens now?
Let me get Miss Reid to dive into further details in those 3 areas for you, if you like.
That would be great.
Is that okay?
Yeah, so there was an implementation plan released a few days ago, I think over the last weekend, which has a range of measures in there. You were asking about the housing one, I think, in particular. So we've obviously heard that there's a range of considerations around housing, but one of them is about both the condition and maintenance of the housing stock, and also for want of a better term, the kind of customer support or the ease of access to facilitate that maintenance. So the things that we'll be measuring is that we prioritise work in regional, rural and remote locations, that we facilitate faster identification, management and remediation of crisis maintenance issues, that we want to streamline the process of accessing that maintenance. People were kind of giving us anecdotally suggestions that, you know, you ring and someone doesn't know about it and they don't ring you back, and then when they do, it's someone else, and, you know, those kinds of things. A single point of contact for staff during the application process for housing, so that we really get that kind of service in place. And then, of course, working on future housing strategy and a business case that's been developed to put to government, which is about broader issues of supply. There's also, I think, a budget commitment from 22-23 that the Teacher Housing Authority are leading, that's delivering new key worker housing under that program. And so the update that I have from them would be 83 delivered to date out of a target of 221. So trying to improve supply at the same time as maintenance.
So the focus on housing is predominantly on teacher housing, not, for instance, helping a teacher in a rural community use incentives to purchase their own home. Is that something that's on the agenda or not at this point?
I think we have some incentives actually in Mr. Rooming's area. So the specific initiative that I've got carriage of is as outlined, but actually Mr. Rooming has a number of things in the rural staffing and incentive space.
Because I know that's something that was looked at before, and I just is there an update on that?
Yeah, we can. So we'll give you an update on the actual number of teachers that have taken up the stamp duty incentive. Which is up to 10,000 towards stamp duty if they purchase a home in the local area. I was out at Nyngan talking to our principal, Ben,
Did you see the Big
out
Bogan
there.
while you were there?
I'm sorry?
Did you go to the Big Bogan while you were in Nyngan?
I did see the Big Bogan.
It's great. Highly recommend if
It
anyone
was
has
right in the dead centre of town. But talking to Ben, he has taken up that provision of the stamp duty, and you know, he was very positive around buying in the local area, you know, and taking that up. But I can come back to you with the exact numbers. But he was one of the first to take it up.
Yeah,
But
because I mean,
this-
obviously, if people are putting down roots in a community as well,
Correct.
that's going to help you with retention. So, sorry.
I was just saying, Miss Mitchell.
Is it about the Big Bogan or is it about something?
No.
the helicopter?
Yeah. No, this specifically went to, you know, on our purview, the quality, the maintenance. That's what the room was
Sure.
calling out. Can we move the dial on those
Okay.
things? Yeah.
So can I just now go to the second piece around professional learning? And
Sure.
you mentioned obviously that that's a preference for face-to-face, which I appreciate, but obviously distance can sometimes make that challenging, and being able to leave school to go and do that, etc. So again, what sort of parameters, ways of measuring success in that space will be put in place?
Again, Ms Reid will give some detail. At the end of last year, we did a behaviour roadshow. We went across the state where we took the experts from the centre across the state, and they used that as an example of a good model, good practice on big wickets, on important items, on big reform to make sure we go and not be Sydney-centric and go across the state. They spoke about the unintended benefits of coming together and collaborating, but also the experts coming out there. It wasn't like they were saying to us, you know, you need to move the dial entirely that way. They were saying to us that you've moved entirely this way, that the online provision, whilst it's just in time and they can access it anywhere, is not meeting the mark or requirements, that they do want to see the experts come out, whether it's in behaviour, whether it's in wellbeing, whether it's in curriculum, that they want to see them, not only for them as principals, but for their key, you know, middle leaders or beginning teachers. And so, you know, I think they've got a lot of validity in what they say. Do you want to add to that?
Yeah, and the other thing we heard was that those unintended or those sort of accidental benefits of that is that kind of professional connection piece. So you'd know that we ran a number of principal wellbeing days last year that won a New South Wales Resilience Award for them being about people coming together and being able to share experiences and connect. So we're going to deliver 8 of those face-to-face connection sessions for staff in regional areas, supporting the delivery of that face-to-face professional learning for that core of the work, like the behaviour strategy as the Secretary outlined, and then also tailored face-to-face and online professional learning for middle leaders through the School Leadership Institute. So one of the call-outs in the room was that it can be different to be in a leadership position in a smaller school or a regional, rural, remote school, and so wanting to make sure that was catered for and catered for really explicitly. And then the final one is a bit about coordination amongst ourselves. So my sense when I visit schools is that sometimes they say, oh, well, so-and-so was here last week too from the department, that we need to coordinate ourselves better when we visit particularly rural and remote locations, so that we maximise the opportunity of someone, if they said, I'm going to come out of school to do whatever this professional learning is, that we try and put things together so that they can really kind of leverage that opportunity.
Yeah, okay. So you can all go to Nyngan together next time.
Yeah, well, I have a great photo of myself with the big book.
It's a rite of passage for anybody
is.
visiting Nyngan. Thank you for that. And then obviously just the third component being the teacher vacancy rates and retention. Again, is that just sort of pure numbers in terms of measurement, or what's the
I'll let
process?
Miss Reid add to it, but what they were calling out, which really resonated with Miss Summerhayes and I when we were principals, because we had this on the ground, was they wanted a relationship structure with our HR folk, because when we were in the principalship, we knew who our staffing officer was. That was the constant person. That person got to know our school, would come out and visit the school, and so we'd get to know our operation, and that made it a lot easier. This is what they articulated when they were looking for support on staffing, that they weren't having to start from scratch and explain the school and explain the needs. So they really hammered home to us that they wanted this customer service relationship that was stronger, and they referenced the priority recruitment teams that we'd put in place to good effect, and that we should be making them all priority recruitment sites. So I think, again, that's fair commentary, and having experienced that, Miss Summerhayes and I, and even Mr. Barakat when he was principal, it's something that we wanted to look at and see if we could achieve, and give that stronger customer service to, they're very appreciative that the teacher shortage and challenge is widespread, that, there's got to be work to increase the supply, but in trying to do that, can we have greater attention on them, was the call out that I heard. Ms. Reid?
So in that vein, Mr. Reming is my new best friend, because he's done a phenomenal job in bringing together a set of initiatives in that kind of staffing support vein. So expanding priority recruitment support to another 22 regional, rural and remote schools. I think there's currently 78, so that takes us up to 100 schools in that program. The Grow Your Own local talent pipeline, 3 locations in regional and rural areas, expanding Grow Your Own to access more beginning teachers, and some mid-career pieces and some visa pieces. You pointed to a figure just before, Mr. Reming. I don't know if you wanted to...
Oh, it's just with Grow Your Own.
Yes.
It was 40% of the Grow Your Own cohort is from rural and remote.
Okay.
Which is a fantastic result. And I'll have to take the specific figure on notice, but it's around 2,500 of temp to perm were also regional and remote, given permanent jobs, which was very popular.
Yeah.
Can I
I was just going to say that speaks to that other piece of work that comes from the audit, which is about embedding consideration of regional, rural and remote contexts and data in everything that we do. So under the Plan for Public Education, having specific reporting on the rural and remote cohort in there, both staff and students, just to make sure that as every program looks to deliver support for a particular domain area, that we're thinking about regional and rural and remote locations in that.
Can I just pick up the local teacher pipeline program that I think you just mentioned, Ms. Reid? Sorry, can you just confirm yourself or Mr. Reming which, I think it was extended to, is it 3 new areas, but where's it actually?
So there's 2 programs under the same banner.
Yeah.
The teacher training program, which has got the most participants at 340, was the nearly 40% of rural remote I just referred to.
Yeah.
So that's the program where you'll do the SLSO and get your qualifications, and we provide the scholarships, etc. And you can either land at that school or a school within the state.
Yeah.
The local
that was kind of the first.
That was the first iteration. Yeah. The second area was what we call the local teacher pipeline, where we have 60 participants in 2024. Dubbo, Queanbeyan. I'll have to come back to you on the other 2 locations, but it was specific
Western and Southwestern Sydney and Murray.
I'll have to come back to you on the specifics, but it was 4 locations where those 60 grow your owns were, and they start at that school and they land at that school at the completion.
Okay, thank you. Well, if you could just provide that on notice, that would be fantastic. Can I, speaking of teachers and great teachers, amazing, fantastic teachers, but just throwing to my perennial favourite topic of Holtz, Mr. Martin, any update on data for how many highly accomplished and lead teachers we've currently got, and any increase since we last
There
had you
is,
before estimates?
I think there is an additional 800 in the pipeline. It's 800 and something. I'll get that on notice for you.
Okay.
So that's a good result if they continue to go through the process, and the existing 300 odd that are there now. I can get you the numbers just a second.
If you'd like a Paul McCartney reference into, we've talked about Dolly, we've had Taylor, we've had In Excess, we can put Paul McCartney in as well.
Dolly Parton.
Yeah, we had Dolly, Taylor, Swift.
If we can get the West Tigers in, it'll be the full lot.
Okay. I did see Paul McCartney, as you're aware.
I am aware.
Okay. There's 348 halts in New South Wales as at the 1st of January, and there are 861 applications open.
Okay, thank you. Just for the committee's benefit, Mr. Martin ended up sitting next to my mother at Paul McCartney, and they made that connection very quickly, which we thought was very funny. Can't escape Gunnedah, we're everywhere.
There was 18,000 people or something, and I sat next to
my mum. That's great.
How did she report his voice?
She said that everyone had a lovely time, and what happens in the stadium stays in the stadium. So we'll leave it at that. Can I also just go quickly to some of the work that, and I appreciate it's been done at a national level, but areas of reform around ITE provision and I guess that consistency, and there's been a number of different reports looking at these issues that I know the Education Minister's meeting has commissioned and had provided back. I guess from NESA perspective, is there anything over the course of this year around that ITE provision, that accreditation consistency across the courses that are being provided that we would expect to see improved, changed?
The National Tertiary Workforce Action Plan.
The NTWAP, terrible acronym.
Yes, and
National Teacher Workforce Action Plan.
Teacher Workforce Action Plan, and the TEEP process chaired by Mark Scott.
Teacher Education Expert Panel.
Teacher Education Expert Panel. Both. There are recommendations and actions to be processed through those. You'd be aware, Ms Mitchell, that a lot of the work that other states and territories are doing with initial teacher education had already been commenced in New South Wales. The most obvious things are the movement of the land type forward, so that teachers have an opportunity or perspective to pass that earlier in their qualification, so that they get an understanding of where they're up to before they go too much further. But there are other actions that I'm happy to put on notice that and where New South Wales is up to in relation to
that would be great. The NESA board, are there any members of the NESA board who are due for reappointment this calendar year that you're aware of? I'm happy for you to take it on notice.
Yes, I will take it on notice, but there were a number of appointments that were extended for just the 1 year.
Yeah.
There has been a retirement from one board member, and there are another 2 board members that have 1 year extension that may continue depending on the wishes of the Deputy Premier.
Yeah, sure. If you could provide on notice any detail around those positions and who they are and sort of timeframes for potential changes, that would be great. And then just one more to you, if I can, Mr. Martin. Was there any recognition at the HSC First in Class ceremony last year? You'd recall in the previous year there was sort of a resilience piece recognising some of the Northern River schools and those who had really gone above and beyond just the traditional first in course, and that was something that when I was the Minister I wanted to continue. I didn't see that occur last year. Was that not in place anymore?
The process still exists, but it was seen or perceived by the board and argued that the previous recipients were schools which had come through either the floods or particular above and beyond efforts with COVID. last year we didn't have. There were of course always issues with particular schools that deliver to their students in difficult circumstances, but nothing that matched the previous years.
Mm-hmm.
So the capacity for us to provide those awards is still there, and the board will consider it, and hopefully, well, not hopefully, but there may well be a recipient in 2024.
Okay, so it is something that the board will
Yes.
actively look at. I think part of the conversations in the past, and you're right, obviously COVID and the flooding events were very severe and had an impact, but you know, even things like calling out, you know, schools that had the first or the highest cohort of Aboriginal students completing the HSC or first in family, and trying to find ways to celebrate what excellence in education looks like beyond just those who are first in course, even though that's an amazing achievement. But I would hope that is something that Nesta and the board and others, particularly the Deputy Premier, might continue to consider calling out if it's possible.
I can assure you, I think that will be considered this year. Professor Shergold in particular is keen to recognise schools and students outside the highest end of academic performance. So we'll be considering it again.
Okay, thank you. I just sort of wanted to ask about sort of selective schools and the OC classes. Has there been any work done or directive given by the Minister to look at changing the number of places that are available or the process in terms of selective schools and OC classes?
We're always looking at our provision and what it looks like, because it impacts on demand in certain locations, as you would respect and appreciate, particularly if there's any commitments to deliver. So at Leppington, where we're going to deliver a comprehensive school with a selective stream, how we go about and look at that, because you know, whether it's fully academically selective or partially selective, when you create these, they impact on surrounding sites. We're also at work with the high potential gifted education policy. We were rolling that out and we're doubling down on that, and we're really proud of that piece of work because it goes to more than just academic ability.
Sure.
So we'll have kids that are exceptional dancers, exceptional debaters, public speakers, exceptional sports people. So how do you recognise them as teachers in context and support them and allow them to flourish and grow? I think the ultimate worth of a public education system, Ms Mitchell, is to make sure those students are in situ and well known and well embraced and can flourish. So we're looking at rolling out our high potential gifted education training in a much more concerted way. It was training I didn't have as a teacher, and I know I would have benefited from that. So we want to make sure that
specifically,
happens.
and I appreciate that, but in terms of, are there any bodies of work being undertaken at the moment, particularly around selective schools and OCs, to make any changes to that process, to you know,
Just
sort of analyse?
It's just part of our ongoing BAU work across the state.
Okay, so nothing specific that you're aware of?
Nothing that we've done as a body to say, you know, this is what we're recommending or not. Just in terms of looking at the whole demography of the state, where the needs are, what the provision might look like. But we have certainly briefed on the high potential gifted education as the way to go.
And the equity cohort for the selective schools and the changes there, is there any update that you can provide?
I think we've got some data on that, and I know Mr. Graham will have it at his fingertips. Under that equity placement model, we... sorry, have we got time for it? Is that okay, Chair?
Yep. 6 minutes.
We committed that up to 20% of places at each selective high school and opportunity class were held for the 4 underrepresented groups. That 10% will be for low socioeconomically disadvantaged kids. Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander students would be 5%, rural and remote students 2.5%, students with disability 2.5%. And the places that we're offering for these equity groups, I'm pleased to say many of those kids are receiving scores that are equivalent to or higher than the actual students that don't have those equity cuts. Was it specific numbers you're after?
If you've got any figures.
I'll see if Mr. Graham's
Yes,
got
certainly.
that.
So for the 2024 placement process, into selective high schools, we had 360 students from the equity placement model, and into the OC placement model, we had 182 students. And both of them were roughly equivalent in terms of close to half of that equity component were filled. So that's similar to previous years. So obviously, if students aren't within kind of a reach of the benchmark, we don't just kind of fill up to that 20%. We take as many as we can.
Yeah, okay. And that placement of those sort of equity students, for lack of a better term, is that intended to be the policy setting going forward as well for future school years?
Certainly, yep. So all the information about the current year process is informing parents of those arrangements.
Yes, okay. Did you want to add something?
Yeah, I'm just going to say, Secretary, that diversity and that respect for lifting that equity gap is really important to us. It's a feature of the public ed plan. We need to double down on it.
Yeah. I just think my colleague's got a couple, and then I can keep going.
Sorry, thank you very much. And I think this sort of fits just into school infrastructure. I was just wondering whether there might have been an update about discussions between Terrigal High School and the department relating to air conditioning.
Let's take it on notice, Miss
you.
Merton, and come back to you. It's a specific school. Let's take it on notice.
Yeah, thank you. And at the last estimates, I put a question to Mr. Manning, and it was related to selecting land for Leppington and Denham Court High Schools. In response, Mr. Manning thought that land would be secured sort of towards the end of last year, if not early this year, relating to Leppington and Denham Court. Wondering what the current status might be on that.
Can we take that on notice too, with those specific sites, and come back to you? Thanks.
Yeah. Can I ask about teacher workload reduction? There was an election commitment by the government that they would do or ask the department to do a line-by-line audit on all policies.
Yeah.
Has that been completed, and how many policies have been removed?
Yeah, no, there's been a ton of work that's happened behind the scenes here to bring those numbers down and more in line with, make it more useful and meaningful. I can get you the exact numbers, but
I'd love the exact numbers.
What we've been doing is looking at reducing something like 360 or thereabouts policies, procedures in the department. When I started my teaching career in public education, it was something like 60. It's grown to 360 over time. So we've been at work to reduce that, and we're going to be considerably below that because we've had overlap and policies that are clashing, and we've done a massive piece across the organisation to bring that in line. We're going to have more to say about that soon. It's been an important piece.
If you could provide on notice, if you can, Mr. Disdar, how many there were, say, at the start of 2023 in terms of policy and procedures, and how many there are now. I was on the website last week, and there's still quite a few on there, and obviously there are some that you clearly need to keep on in terms of some of the policies, but it's just hard as a layperson to really understand exactly how many have been removed. So if that could be provided on notice, that would be great.
Yeah, definitely. But you're spot on, Ms. Mitchell, because we haven't actually unfurled that work yet. It's still been behind the scenes. And so what you're seeing is that proliferation over time. In fact, our work has discovered that there's pieces that are not sitting on that website that should be. And so this has been a massive exercise, but we're getting closer to going out there and advising the ground of what that work looked like, what the new structure looks like, what the search and functionality of that looks like. So we'll have more to say on that soon.
Okay. Can you advise one of the policy areas that the now Premier and Deputy Premier spoke about at the time was, and it was in the paper, about caring for animals and what you need to be doing. I think they used the example of a classroom pet. It ran in one of the weekend papers. Surely a policy like that, though, would not be cut because schools have requirements in terms of the care and protection of animals. So that wouldn't be one that would be on the chopping block.
I mean, let me take the specific, but what we've been doing in each policy, like I said, because there's overlap, there's overplay, some of it can be very lengthy. So how do we give guidance to teachers in their busy roles that they can get they can get the key information on that policy, and then if they need to go any further, the detail is there for them. That's what we've been doing with each of those, and also amalgamating one. I mean, one that I know fairly well as a former teacher is the excursion policy.
Yep.
You know, teachers want to organise excursions. How can we give them the key things they need to know, and then any of the further detail can be embedded? Yeah.
Are you also able to provide, it's sort of linked, but in terms of the support for school admin staff in particular, and I know that online enrolment was something that became available. Is that available at all schools now? I think that work was underway by the former government, but I'm keen to know if that's available.
Yes, I'm just looking at my colleagues who may have detail on that and where we've got up to with online. We might take that on notice, but it's still work that we've continued.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
I think I have to listen to that, Bill.
You do have to listen to that one. Government questions? There are none. That's great. So we have come to the end of a very productive day. Thank you very much for all of your time and your attendance. The Committee Secretariat will be in touch regarding questions taken on notice and supplementary questions. But that concludes today's hearing.
Thank you to the committee.
Thank you. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
And happy birthday.
Thank you.